Lu Sheng's eyes widened, and an exclamation of surprise escaped his lips. What? The massive sword began to rotate with dizzying speed, fracturing reality as it transformed into millions of 10,000-meter-long sword lights, all shooting directly toward him with relentless speed. Damn it! Seeing this impossible scene, Lu Sheng couldn't help but blurt out, "Flying swords. Isn't this exactly like the immortal cultivators described in ancient Xinxia novels? Changing size at will and splitting sword light. Qian Yushu is actually an immortal cultivator." He stood momentarily dazed, his eyes staring in utter astonishment at the figure of Qian Yushu. During that brief moment of being stunned, Qian Yushu had already seized the advantage, controlling the tens of thousands of sword lights to encircle and slash at him. A rolling tide of luminous blades collapsed inward, completely enveloping Lu Sheng in a shimmering cage of countless sword lights. Each individual strand of sword light moved with the majestic, aggressive grace of a soaring dragon, emitting a sharp and profoundly intimidating aura. Lu Sheng analyzed the pressure, thinking to himself, "These flying sword energies can actually tear apart the defense of my hanging supreme body. The lethality of this technique is truly terrifying. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. I have dedicated my life to the pinnacle of martial arts, while you seem to cultivate the path of immortality. Today, let's see clearly which is superior, your legendary flying sword or the raw, unbridled strength of my fist." Upon finishing his declaration, Lu Sheng uncurled his fists and stretched out his arms. Almost immediately, a strange, ethereal glow began to emanate from the very pores of his body, signaling the awakening of a power that surpassed mere physical limits. In the observation decks above the starry sky, the crowd was initially quite calm. However, after Lu Sheng was enveloped by Qian Yushu's sword light, the spectators waited breathlessly for him to break free. They gaped in disbelief as the seconds passed. Is this real? Lu Sheng seems to have been bloodied for the first time. Was his earlier victory over Monroe just a fluke? Is Qian Yushu's strength truly that overwhelming? Falarland, the female head enforcer, was also dripping with a cold sweat as she analyzed the sensor data. Level 12. But he possesses 3 distinct rules of the galaxy. Qian Yushu's true depth of power is actually even stronger than the old masters of our region. Monroe and Tang Maolin were screwed, she realized. Qian Yushu is likely stronger than every single one of us sitting here. Why is such a contestant even participating? The elder official calmed down and made a firm decision. If Qian Yushu really intends to harm Lu Sheng, we will mobilize the level 14 Celestial Star Cannon to destroy him instantly. Even if he's a reincarnation of a great power, 10 such people aren't as precious as one with the immortal bloodline. Qian Yushu looked upon his creation with a sense of grim satisfaction. The Grand Lu Gang Metal Sword formation is now complete. This sword is potent enough to severely injure even a duo Void Realm cultivator, which corresponds to level 13 of this universe's martial civilization. No matter how strong this kid is, he definitely cannot withstand this strike. Suddenly, Lu Sheng, now completely engulfed in a roaring, incandescent inferno of blazing golden light, lunges ferociously toward Qian Yushu like a vengeful comet streaking through the night. His eyes are as cold as the deep void as he grits his teeth against the mounting pressure, his entire focus narrowed down to the singular point of his opponent's heart. Is that the full extent of what you've got? Lu Sheng's voice echoed. Hovering in the void, Qian Yushu, though dressed casually, exuded a terrifying, otherworldly aura. With a sword incantation held firmly in his hand and a glint in his eyes, he stares intently at the center of the roiling sword sea. Taking a deep breath, he smirks. Relax, Lu Sheng. The real show is only just getting started. The crowd's pupils shrank in unison as the energy level spiked. Even the high-ranking council members in the VIP section could no longer maintain their composure and stood up from their seats. Tang Maolin's face was particularly grim, a visible shadow of worry and deep anxiety flickering within his eyes. He had never expected Qian Yushu to be this overwhelmingly powerful. A 5-fold limit break. He's actually achieved a 5-fold limit break, he exclaimed in disbelief. When Lu Sheng threw out a 5-fold limit break punch earlier, It was already mind-blowing and shattered all our expectations. Now, Qian Yushu's power has also reached that same insane level. Usually, reaching a fourfold limit break at level 12 is considered elite talent, way ahead of the competition. The female director of the event was sweating bullets as she watched the monitors. We can't stop the match now, even if we wanted to. If we were to jump into that arena now, we would immediately be caught in the crossfire and pulverized. We simply cannot handle this level of combat. Qian Yushu, his fighting spirit now fully ignited and itching for a fight, cast a final spell. In the silent void, the 10,000-meter golden sword swiftly slashed down, unleashing a boundless, soul-piercing sharpness toward Lu Sheng. On the lower levels, the spectators were hyped beyond measure, their wild cheers echoing as the most anticipated battle in history reached its climax. The atmosphere in the VIP pavilion had turned stiflingly heavy. Within the esteemed council of level 12 elders, many had spent centuries of arduous cultivation and yet had never managed to achieve the legendary threshold of even 4 limit breaks. Now, before their very eyes, a 5-limit break monstrosity was clashing with another 5-limit break freak of nature. This is absolute overkill, one councilman hissed, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and envy. As the entire stadium watched with bated breath, the tournament referee found her hand hovering over the emergency termination switch, hesitating as she weighed the risk of letting the duel continue against the potential for Qian Yushu to be forced into a point of no return. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the silence of the void, centered exactly where the swirling sword sea had been most dense. That churning ocean of lethal steel, which occupied more than half of the visible vacuum, suddenly erupted outward in a violent spray of light and shrapnel. From the heart of the wreckage, Lu Sheng burst forth. He held his hands before his face in a defensive posture, his entire frame wreathed in an intense, pulsating golden radiance that signaled his righteous fury had finally reached a terrifying boiling point. "You think this is enough to bury me?" Lu Sheng's voice echoed through the spiritual plane, cold and sharp. "This is far from over." With a guttural growl, he forcefully threw his arms wide, a gesture that seemed to command the very physics of the space around him. The golden light clinging to his silhouette didn't just flicker, it detonated, erupting from his sides with even greater ferocity than before. It wasn't just energy, it was a declaration of war that pushed back the remnants of the sword sea with the force of a supernova. "How annoying," Lu Sheng muttered, and then the real nightmare began. A colossal, translucent body started to manifest within the swirling vortex of light and sword remnants. This nascent form was so staggeringly massive that any observer in its presence was instantly struck by a sense of crushing insignificance. It didn't just appear, it expanded with a predatory speed that defied the eye. In the blink of an eye, a majestic giant, a titan standing over 500,000 meters tall, stepped out from the shredded sword sea, its head reaching for the distant nebulae. The arena announcers were momentarily struck dumb, their professional composure shattered into a million pieces. They stared up at the impossible height of the entity, finally snapping back to reality only to have their voices distort into high-pitched screams of pure, unadulterated shock. "Look at the sky. It's Lu Sheng's martial Dao avatar. He has manifested the ultimate form of his path on a scale that defies all logic." The giant was a masterpiece of cosmic power, radiant and shimmering with an otherworldly luster. It was wreathed in the shifting hues of 4-colored celestial light and surrounded by a swirling halo of countless miniature stars. Despite its gargantuan size, its proportions were perfectly balanced, a terrifyingly beautiful monument to martial perfection. Its eyes were 2 literal, blazing suns, within which the silhouettes of 3-legged golden crows circled in an eternal dance. Intricate, glowing tattoos of the Qilin and the Xuanwu writhed across its chest and shoulders. The moment it fully materialized, over 80% of the natural cosmic energy in the void was vacuumed toward it, forming visible, roaring tidal currents of power that surged into the giant's frame. Gasp! A collective wave of frenzied gasps swept through the stands, a sound like a dying wind. Many spectators felt their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they struggled to track the giant's head. We've all seen martial Dao avatars before, but a 500,000-meter tall one? That's unheard of. It's physically impossible, someone shrieked, their voice cracking. Isn't this a bit much? This is beyond overkill, another muttered, clutching their head. They watched as the Titan breathed, and the vacuum itself seemed to ripple. Lu Sheng was only at level 10 now. The thought of how large this avatar might become when he reached level 11 sent a frigid chill down their spines. For a long, silent moment, the core of every person in the arena was shaken to the foundation. Across the void, even the usually unflappable Qian Yushu was briefly paralyzed by the sight. He stood like a speck of dust before the Titan, his breath catching in his throat as the sheer scale of Lu Sheng's martial will crashed against him. However, his pride as an elite was deep-seated, and he forced himself to regain his composure within a fraction of a second. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Qian Yushu's eyes as he readjusted his grip on his spiritual intent. Using a mere avatar to block the path of my sword? It is a bold, desperate idea. I'll give you that, he hissed through gritted teeth. But do you truly believe a mass of energy can stop the refined edge of my grand Lu Gang metal formation? Qian Yushu's face twisted into a sneer of pure derision. With a violent flick of his fingers, his 10,000-meter golden flying sword roared back to life, continuing its downward arc toward Lu Sheng. His sword skill was pushed to the absolute maximum, the blade emitting a terrifying keening sound that was capable of tearing through 5 consecutive layers of space as it sought to cleave the Titan in two. Against the razor-sharp focus of the flying sword, the 500,000-meter avatar initially appeared fragile, almost ethereal. The blade struck, easily ripping open a massive, jagged hole in the giant's chest. But before the wound could expand, the entire avatar began to rapidly shrink, its mass collapsing inward with gravitational force. It disappeared into the remnants of the sword's sea in the blink of an eye, vanishing as if it had been nothing more than a mirage. Game over. Huh. Qian Yushu's smile widened into a triumphant grin. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his flying sword toward the exact coordinate where the avatar had vanished, slashing down with every ounce of his killing intent. However, the triumph was short-lived. A moment later, the golden mist parted, and Lu Sheng reappeared, standing exactly where the sword was meant to fall. He looked up at the descending mountain of metal and muttered with a calm that was far more terrifying than his previous rage. Perfect timing. You've brought it right to me. In the next heartbeat, a new figure emerged completely from the heart of the sword sea. This was not a giant, but Lu Sheng himself, transformed. His entire body appeared to be forged from flowing, molten gold, a glazed, crystalline state that was both dazzling and radiant. He gave off an incredibly noble and magnificent aura, looking less like a mortal man and more like a celestial artifact of supreme quality. Clang! A single, large golden hand reached out from the chaotic energy. With a movement that seemed almost casual, Lu Sheng gently grabbed the 10,000-meter-long, brilliantly shining golden sword by its edge. He stood there, wielding a terrifying weapon thousands of times larger than himself, holding it still despite the fearsome sharpness of the sword's impact against his palm. A series of crisp, metallic clanging sounds echoed as the sword's energy tried to bite into his skin and failed. He looked like an ancient war god stepped out of a legendary painting, radiating a thick, mythical aura that saturated the void. Lu Sheng, his fingers locked around the giant blade, stared intently at Qian Yushu in the distance. He began to rise, his movements emitting the rhythmic, melodic sounds of high-quality metal and jade clashing together. The avatar's dispersed power was never meant to stop your sword, Qian Yushu, he said softly, his voice carrying clearly through the spiritual pressure. It was merely the curtain raiser. Lu Sheng took a single step forward, his footfall sounding like a golden heavenly blade tearing through the very fabric of the void. He filled his lungs and shouted a name that sent a tremor through the spectators' souls. Fourth divine power, golden glazed god. The sight of his prized flying sword being caught like a common toy caused the triumphant smile on Qian Yushu's face to freeze into a grotesque mask of disbelief. He fell into a brief state of profound shock, his mind unable to process the physical impossibility of the scene. But before he could recover, Lu Sheng blurred. He became a golden heavenly blade himself, slicing across the sky with such speed that he seemed to exist in multiple places at once. He closed the distance in a flash, his hand tightening on the blade until the metal began to groan and shatter into pieces. This is impossible. Qian Yushu couldn't help but scream. His eyes widened to their limits, his body trembling violently as a wave of extreme shock washed over him. He watched in horror as Lu Sheng's expression remained as cold and unchanging as a statue's. Without an ounce of hesitation, the golden youth swung a devastating punch directly at the core of the flying sword's remains. With a crisp, resonant clang that sounded like the tolling of a funeral bell for the sword, the dazzling 10,000-meter golden blade was sent flying backward. It wasn't just deflected, it was physically repelled by the sheer, concentrated force of Lu Sheng's punch, spinning wildly out of control through the vacuum. Qian Yushu stood paralyzed, his gaze fixed on the black, charred fragments that began to fall before his eyes like ash. His voice was a strangled whisper of pure disbelief. My sword, my Grand Lu Gang flying sword broken? What the hell are you? He shrieked, his composure finally failing him completely. Lu Sheng merely offered a small, predatory smile that didn't reach his eyes. What am I talking about? I'm just dealing with your ultimate move as promised. Tell me, Qian Yushu, have you had enough of the slashing yet? Because now, the momentum has shifted. Lu Sheng took another deliberate step. Each movement was like a golden heavenly blade tearing through the void, leaving behind jagged streaks of light that refused to fade. He was no longer just a fighter. He had become the very personification of an unstoppable force. Now, it's my turn to crush you into the dust. Lu Sheng yelled, his voice a thunderclap as he charged forward. Seeing his primary weapon rendered useless and Lu Sheng closing in like an inevitable disaster, the last of Qian Yushu's arrogance began to crumble. The smug smile on Qian Yushu's face was now a distant memory, replaced by a frozen state of panic. Before he could even begin to mount a proper defense, Lu Sheng was already upon him, moving like a golden heavenly blade slicing across the sky. Qian Yushu snapped out of his daze just in time to hurriedly command the flying sword to return and slash back, while he simultaneously threw himself into a rapid retreat. The 10,000-meter flying sword began to spin with the desperation of a wounded dragon, moving so fast it blurred into a long, lethal golden thread. The sharp aura pierced through the void, reducing reality to tattered shreds and leaving behind a dense, chaotic web of black and white streaks. Yet, Lu Sheng's expression never flickered. He met the spinning thread with another punch. With a crisp clang that signaled the finality of the exchange, the golden sword was once again sent tumbling into the darkness. Qian Yushu's mind was a whirlwind of denial as he gasped for air. This power, it makes no sense. Damn it all. My flying sword is blessed with the ancestral power of the Grand Lu Gang metal sword formation. It shouldn't be possible to touch it, let alone strike it. It is meant to be extremely sharp. It is an edge that should tear apart the 5th level of the void as easily as silk. Even a level 13 void refinement cultivator would have to retreat or be hideously injured, he muttered, his voice cracking. Yet, Lu Sheng blocked it with his bare hands. Bare hands? How is his physical body this sturdy? Up in the highest viewing seat, Tang Maolin was similarly stunned, his eyes fixed on the battle data. He had originally assumed that because Lu Sheng possessed such overwhelming, 5 times limit-breaking offensive power, his physical defense would naturally be a glaring weakness. But the reality was a slap in the face. Lu Sheng's defensive capabilities were just as terrifying as his offense. A 5 times limit-breaking attack had been brushed aside. So, if his body is invulnerable, what is Lu Sheng's weakness after all? Tang Maolin wondered aloud. Spiritual power? He carefully recalled the readings he had sensed earlier. Lu Sheng's spiritual power was at the peak of level 11, a staggering feat for his age, but technically a weakness when compared to his divine physical combat power and absolute defense. Tang Maolin stared at this conclusion and found himself speechless, a sense of profound irony washing over him. He felt an extremely complicated weight in his heart as he considered Lu Sheng's age. Suddenly, his own thousands of years of painstaking martial arts cultivation felt like a joke, as if he had spent his life cultivating into a hollow void. Even though he was firmly on Lu Sheng's side, he couldn't help but want to curse at the sheer unfairness of it. "Damn it," he whispered. "This kid is so freaking OP it's insulting to the rest of us." Beside him, Fal Arland, the female judicial officer, looked equally dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape. So what exactly is Lu Sheng's shortcoming? Or rather, does he even have a weakness? Let me review the records again. She scrolled through the data, her brow furrowing. His spiritual power seems to be the only thing lacking, if you can even call peak level 11 lacking. Compared to his other stats, it's the only thing that isn't completely off the charts. Peak level 11. That's his short plank in the bucket, Tang Maolin said with a wry, pained chuckle. The weakest part of his game is a level of spiritual power most masters would die for. Haha. It sounds a bit like a bad joke, doesn't it? Cling. The entire sword sea suddenly boiled over in a final, desperate surge. Nearly endless waves of sword light pressed toward Lu Sheng from all directions, acting like a crushing hydraulic press of energy. The massive formation generated a terrifying grinding power, with the Qingjin-colored flying sword acting as the eye of the storm, moving faster than a celestial dragon. Yet, Lu Sheng moved through the chaos with a terrifying serenity, gently dissolving every single attack with precise, minimalist movements. A strand of sword light lashed toward his exposed neck with lethal intent. "Die!" Qian Yushu screamed, pouring his last reserves into the strike. Lu Sheng didn't even raise his hand. He simply flicked his chin upward. The impact of his skin against the sword light shattered the energy into harmless sparks. 2 more beams of light stabbed toward his eyes. He merely closed his lids, letting the metal strike the golden-glazed surface of his eyelids. There was a sound of glass shattering, and the light vanished. Lu Sheng's entire body was now a seamless statue of golden glaze, his martial defense having reached an unprecedented, terrifying height that rendered him a living fortress. Hearing the desperate, screeching tone in Qian Yushu's voice, a man who clearly still didn't understand the depth of the gap between them or what true fear felt like, Lu Sheng let out a soft, mocking laugh. "What?" he asked, his voice dripping with condescension. As the word left his lips, he rushed forward again. The gap between them vanished in an instant, a mocking, predatory smile playing on his lips as he entered Qian Yushu's personal space. "Are you finally ready to face your end?" Lu Sheng asked. Qian Yushu gnashed his teeth in a fit of impotent rage, his face contorted. "Damn it! I can't avoid him. I really didn't want to use this forbidden technique in front of so many witnesses. But you've left me no other choice," the youth shrieked. As he spoke, the golden-glazed light flowing over Lu Sheng's body suddenly detonated with a platinum brilliance so dazzling it temporarily blinded the arena's cameras. He rushed madly toward Qian Yushu, a golden meteor of pure destruction. Lu Sheng's aura continued to soar, breaking past previous limits. He released his grip on the vacuum, clenching both hands into iron fists, and began to frantically bombard the golden flying sword with a relentless barrage of punches. The 10,000-meter golden blade vibrated violently under the assault, emitting a series of low, mournful groans as its internal structure began to fail. The spiritual feedback was devastating. Qian Yushu's head snapped back as he opened his mouth and spewed a thick mouthful of blood, his connection to his sword fraying with every impact Lu Sheng landed. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up with a cruel curiosity, as if he had just discovered a fascinating new toy or an interesting game to occupy his time. "Huh?" Lu Sheng sneered, his voice cold. "I haven't even made physical contact with your actual body yet, and you're already vomiting blood like a fountain. Is your soul really that fragile, Qian Yushu? Could it be that you and the sword are truly one?" Lu Sheng mused. He suddenly shifted his weight, exerting a massive amount of force into a single, crushing kick aimed directly at the center of the flying sword's hilt. Qian Yushu's eyes bulged as he realized the intent, shouting a desperate, "No!" The kick landed with the weight of a world. The massive flying sword was shattered into a million jagged fragments by the force of the blow, and in the distance, Qian Yushu's body convulsed as he began to spray blood continuously, his internal organs suffering from the catastrophic backlash of his broken soul weapon. Seeing the pathetic state of his opponent, Lu Sheng felt a dark sense of amusement. His figure flickered, moving like a platinum skyknife cutting through the constellations. He tore through the layers of the void with ease, and in the space of a heartbeat, he was standing directly in front of the reeling Qian Yushu. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed with an intense spiritual light, and as if struck by an invisible hammer, Qian Yushu doubled over and spewed yet another mouthful of blood onto the arena floor. Lu Sheng laughed, the sound echoing harshly through the stadium. "Damn, Qian Yushu, are you trying to perform as a human-shaped fountain for me? I asked for a fight, not a blood-soaked art installation." His face was now a ghostly, ashen pale, and blood dripped steadily from the corner of his mouth. Qian Yushu's expression was initially flustered and panicked, but his eyes quickly regained a fierce, desperate light. "Bastard! Lu Sheng," he wheezed. Suddenly, 2-foot-long beams of piercing light shot out from his eyes, and simultaneously, an extremely ferocious spiritual force erupted from the crown of his head, launching a localized, high-density attack on Lu Sheng. This spiritual force didn't just radiate. It transformed into a sharp, conical drill in the void. It oppressed the surrounding vacuum with rolling ripples of psychic pressure. An attack that was invisible to the naked eye yet had become tangibly heavy enough to warp reality itself. "Lu Sheng, die!" the youth screamed. But Lu Sheng didn't panic. He unhurriedly reached out and gently pointed a single finger at the center of his own brow. Cling! A sound resonated through the arena, like a single drop of water falling into a perfectly quiet mountain lake, or high-quality jade colliding. It was the sound of a yellow crystal skyknife leaving its sheath. A multicolored stream of light bloomed from Lu Sheng's brow, forming a small, radiant, 4-colored crystal dagger that shot out with a sharp whoosh. The ferocious conical spiritual force from Qian Yushu was like a stray dog meeting a divine dragon. It was easily torn apart and scattered to the winds with just one encounter against Lu Sheng's crystal dagger. The moment the conical spiritual force shattered into 1,000 jagged shards, the floodgates of Qian Yushu's vitality seemed to burst. Fresh, hot blood erupted from his mouth as if it were of no value, drenching his robes in a gruesome crimson. His face, once merely pale, now took on the sickly, translucent hue of aged yellow parchment. A look of primal, unadulterated terror seized his features, and he began a frantic, desperate retreat into the far reaches of the void, his pride completely evaporated. In a state of total collapse, Qian Yushu abandoned all semblance of his former dignity. He fell to his knees in the vacuum, not toward his opponent, but toward the distant, impartial figure of the tournament referee. His voice, once arrogant and commanding, was now a ragged, high-pitched scream that echoed through the spiritual silence of the arena. "I concede. I surrender my claim. Stop this match immediately." Despite the frantic, undignified begging of his foe, Lu Sheng's expression remained as tranquil and unyielding as a frozen lake at midnight. There was no joy in his victory, only a chilling, methodical detachment that signaled the end. His eyes were like twin shards of ancient frost, utterly devoid of mercy, fixed unwaveringly on the man who had dared to covet his secrets and threaten his path. The 4-colored crystal dagger did not hesitate for even the fraction of a heartbeat, moving with a speed that bypassed the very concept of time. With a singular, lethal whoosh, it bridged the gap and punched cleanly through the center of Qian Yushu's forehead. It did not stop there, emerging from the base of his neck with a sickening, crystalline grace, leaving behind a shimmering trail of psychic residue that flickered in the dark. The dagger did not return empty from its flight. Skewered upon its luminous edge was a small, struggling golden entity, a nascent soul. The miniature figure was naked and translucent, possessing the exact facial features of Qian Yushu, though softened into a childish, infantile form. The little soul's eyes burned with a venomous hate as it shrieked, its tiny voice echoing in the spiritual realm. "I have etched this grudge into my very essence. You will suffer for this humiliation next time we meet." "Next time? You actually believe there is a future for you?" Lu Sheng's voice was as cold as the tolling of a funeral bell. With a casual flick of his wrist, he caught the struggling nascent soul brat between his fingers. The little golden man writhed and kicked in a futile display of resistance against a god. "Let me go? You have already claimed the victory. Have you no honor? Spare me!" It shrieked, its tiny face contorted in a mask of pure desperation. Lu Sheng remained utterly expressionless, the coldness of his gaze enough to freeze the soul itself. With a mere thought, he summoned the four-colored crystal dagger back to his side, then reached out and snatched the chubby, porcelain-white little man from the air. Without a hint of hesitation, he popped the soul into his mouth as if it were a rare delicacy. Crack, crack, crack. His cheeks bulged slightly as the sound of spiritual energy being pulverized echoed through the void, a sound that quickly faded as he swallowed, returning the battlefield to a haunting silence. As the last of the nascent soul's essence dissolved into his system, a wave of profound, invigorating energy washed over Lu Sheng. He felt an incredible sense of refreshment, as if every cell in his body were singing in chorus after a long drought. He casually patted his stomach, a faint, satisfied smirk dancing on his lips as he licked the stray sparks of golden energy from his lips, savoring the taste of a fallen powerhouse's legacy. This miniature entity was the condensed manifestation of the spiritual power inherent in the heavenly martial tome. With its consumption, the dense, esoteric secrets of that ancient scripture were no longer a mystery. They flooded into Lu Sheng's mind in a torrential downpour of forbidden knowledge. He could feel every intricate detail, every hidden law that had governed Qian Yushu's existence, now laid bare and waiting for his meticulous examination at a later time. With a dismissive gesture, Lu Sheng made a sharp, grabbing motion toward the cooling corpse of the one who once possessed the heavenly martial tome. He systematically stripped the body of its spatial rings and miscellaneous treasures, then flicked a finger to release a tongue of platinum flame. The white-hot fire consumed the remains in an instant, leaving only drifting ash. "What were you thinking? That the match's end grants you sanctuary?" Lu Sheng shook his head slowly. "Truly pathetic. I shall examine your meager relics at my leisure." A light laugh escaped his lips as he glanced toward the observation deck. "I truly owe Foul Arland a debt of gratitude for the pre-match briefing. Knowing that this heavenly martial tome possessor was a man with a sensitive identity and no backing made the execution so much simpler." He mused on the irony of it. A reborn powerhouse, a reincarnated big shot with all the ambition in the world but no foundation. If you have no strength and no shield, why draw so much attention to yourself? You brought this crushing end upon yourself. Once he had finished securing the relics of the fallen cultivator, spoils of war that were rightfully his by the laws of the jungle, Lu Sheng began his descent back toward the arena floor, his movements as light and controlled as a falling feather. He stood upon the scorched earth of the arena floor and cast his gaze upward toward the vast, starlit canopy that surrounded the stage. The silence of the millions in attendance was heavier than any roar of applause, a vacuum of sound that honored his presence. What greeted his eyes was a sea of faces etched with emotions that transcended the limits of language, a chaotic mix of awe, terror, and religious fervor. His performance had been far more than exaggerated. It was a violation of common sense. A rank 10 youth had faced 3 rank 12 titans, leaving one broken, one crippled, and one utterly erased. He had crossed 2 major realms of existence as easily as one walks through a doorway. In this moment, Lu Sheng had single-handedly defined the terrifying reality of an immortal-level bloodline. Every other participant had been reduced to mere background characters in his personal epic. Like a dam breaking, countless spectators rose from their seats in a synchronized wave of movement. Even the lofty rank 12 council members on the highest podium were no longer able to maintain their aloofness. Their faces shone with a reflected radiance of the miracle they had witnessed. Suddenly, Tang Maolin began to clap with a thunderous rhythm, his applause cutting through the stunned silence and demanding the attention of every soul in the stadium. The surging excitement in the VIP booth was palpable, a physical weight in the air. Tang Maolin had originally intended to use this tournament as a mere platform for regional prestige and a bit of petty flexing against rival sectors. Instead, Lu Sheng had gifted him an era-defining festival of absolute dominance. Tang Maolin could no longer contain his fervor, his voice booming over the speakers. This is the true meaning of immortality. Let us all stand and celebrate the dawn of a new legend together. The chant began as a whisper, but soon grew into a roar that shook the heavens. Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng. The name became a rhythmic pulse. Tens of thousands of luxury spaceships ignited their engines simultaneously, soaring into the artificial atmosphere to weave a tapestry of brilliant, fiery trails above the arena in a spontaneous and breathtaking display of celebration. Through the cacophony, the host's voice finally rang out with official finality. The ultimate winner, the undisputed champion, Lu Sheng. His image flickered onto the gargantuan starry sky screens, showing him having long since withdrawn from his transcendent state. His hair and eyes had returned to their natural obsidian hue, and he simply stood there in the center of the chaos, quiet and still. Yet, he remained the most eye-catching thing in the universe, as if a billion stars were blooming with light from within his calm silhouette. The host's eyes were still glazed with a lingering shock, his mouth working as he muttered to himself, "Too exaggerated. It's just too exaggerated." As a mere rank 10, he had systematically dismantled level 12 experts, including those with the latent power of a quasi-rank 13. He had achieved a reverse sweep across 3 major realms, reaping lives with the casual ease of a man having a meal. He hadn't just won a tournament. He had fundamentally redefined the limits of what an immortal bloodline was capable of, leaving everyone else as mere footnotes in his history. Standing high above the cheering crowds, Fal Arland could not suppress the mixture of shock and sheer, unadulterated excitement that transformed his features. When Lu Sheng finally crushed the soul of the one who held the heavenly martial tome, he felt a surge of triumph, as if he himself had struck the blow. Fal Arland's eyes were misted with tears of genuine emotion, and his voice trembled as he spoke into his transmitter. "We have not just witnessed a victory. We have been present at the birth of history itself. This is the prelude to a legend that will turn into a myth. There is no doubt that from this day forward, the title of Immortal will resonate through all 12-star regions." Amidst the deafening roar of the masses, Lu Sheng kept his gaze fixed solely on the direction of the White Hole shuttle, ignoring the fanatical worship of the crowd. As the barriers were lowered, Lu Sheng's family rushed onto the arena floor, their faces a blur of tears and smiles. Lu Qinghe led the charge, her voice hoarse from screaming his name as she sprinted toward him with reckless abandon, her heart swelling with sisterly pride. His cousin followed close behind, laughing with a wild, infectious admiration as he landed a playful, heavy punch against Lu Sheng's chest. "You're too much, man. You're just too damn strong. You had me down there nearly dying of a heart attack worrying so much about you." Lu Sheng's parents approached with a quieter, more profound emotion, their eyes reflecting the pride of a lifetime. "It's good that you're safe, son. That's all that matters," they whispered, even as they chuckled at the absurdity of the scene. "Our boy is making the entire universe know his name." Huh. Lu Sheng's gaze softened as it pierced through everything, sweeping past his parents and sister until it found Dong Qingxue. His eyes lingered on her face before finally settling on her lower abdomen, the epicenter of his greatest joy and a warmth that melted his icy battle heart. Dong Qingxue stood silently, meeting his gaze with a look of infinite tenderness. She placed a protective hand over her belly and whispered to the life growing within her. "Can you feel that, my little one? Can you see him? Do you see how incredibly powerful your father is right now? He is the sun around which the universe revolves." Standing at the center of the podium, Lu Sheng hoisted the gold cup high into the air, his eyes filled with a quiet, burning pride. The host's voice boomed one last time, signaling the end of an epic. The Interstellar Martial Arts Talent Exchange Tournament that shook 13-star regions to their core has finally reached its magnificent conclusion. Like the ebbing of a great tide, the millions of spectators and participants began their long journeys home. For days, the sky above Yamu was thick with the silhouettes of departing spaceships. Yet, many chose to linger, drawn by the residual energy of the event. The economic boom brought by the influx of visitors was projected to benefit the Yamu Star Region Federation for decades to come, a secondary legacy of Lu Sheng's triumph. The tales of the tournament, the impossible clashes, and the rise of the immortal spread like a wildfire across the network. With the returnees and the high-definition broadcast signals acting as carriers, the news radiated outward from the heart of the Yamu 3.0 sector to the furthest reaches of known space. Taking the 3.0 star region as its epicenter, Lu Sheng's name, his stoic image, and his miraculous combat record were soon wreathed in the golden hues of mythology. His legend spread through all 13 star regions until he was no longer just a man, but a symbol of the ultimate peak. Sometime later, within the pristine, sterile corridors of a top-tier medical facility in the main star region of Yamu, the chaos of the tournament felt like a distant dream. Lu Sheng stood in a quiet hallway, his expression calm and unreadable as he looked down at a stout, middle-aged man who was currently sweating through an expensive, ill-fitting business suit. Before the man could launch into another frantic pitch, Lu Sheng raised a hand to cut him off with a firm, polite finality. "I apologize, but I have absolutely no interest in whatever it is you are saying." The middle-aged man wiped his brow with a silk handkerchief, his breathing heavy as he tried one last desperate attempt at persuasion. "Please, Mr. Lu Sheng, I beg you to reconsider. As for the remuneration, I assure you, our group will definitely not be stingy in the slightest." Bowing deeply, he extended a trembling hand to offer Lu Sheng a high-tech business card. "Regarding the pay, our group will definitely not be ambiguous or difficult. Please accept this card, no matter what your final decision may be." Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of 4 burly men in the crisp uniforms of the enforcement department echoed through the hall. "There he is, another sneaky intruder causing trouble and harassing the guests." Their voices rang out with authority. "Catch him. Absolutely do not let him escape. Greetings, Lord Lu Sheng. A pleasure to see you, Lord." Lu Sheng took a subtle step back, watching with a touch of speechlessness as the enforcers respectfully greeted him while sprinting past to chase the fleeing fat man. The moment the middle-aged man spotted the enforcement officers, he panicked. He practically shoved his business card into Lu Sheng's hand before spinning around to flee with surprising speed. "Mr. Lu Sheng, please. Just think about it," he wailed as the enforcers closed in to apprehend him. "Don't let him get away," the lead officer shouted, his voice fading down the hall. Lu Sheng looked down at the embossed business card left in his palm. Tian Kai Wang, executive film and television producer, followed by a dense thicket of unreadable, prestigious titles. He muttered the name under his breath. This man was apparently a legendary gold producer for a pan-galactic film group who had sneaked into the hospital just to beg Lu Sheng to star in their upcoming blockbuster, The Immortal Legend. The movie was intended as a grand biopic fully adapted from Lu Sheng's real-life achievements, with a staggering projected investment of over 10 million trillion Blackstar credits. As the living model and the destined male lead, Lu Sheng stood to pocket over 10,000 trillion Blackstar credits in royalties and appearance fees, with a mere nod of his head. To be honest, if it weren't for the encroaching shadow of the catastrophic crisis 6 years away, a cataclysm that threatened to erase entire star systems and required his full attention, he might have been more than a bit tempted. But with the clock ticking, he needed every second of his life to cultivate and grow stronger. Even so, as a human being, Lu Sheng was actually a bit tempted. 1,000,000 trillion Blackstar credits was a sum that defied comprehension and could solve many future problems. In his entire life, including all his memories of hardship, he had never even come close to possessing assets worth a fraction of that astronomical amount. After a moment of quiet reflection on the nature of fame and fortune, Lu Sheng turned away and made his way toward the private medical room to check on his family. The moment Lu Sheng stepped through the door, his gaze landed on Dong Qingxue. A genuine smile of warmth and joy broke across his face at the sight of his beloved wife. Dong Qingxue looked up, her expression brightening as she took the initiative to speak. "You're just in time. I've literally just finished the final checkup." Lu Sheng walked to her side, casually mentioning the encounter. "I'll admit, I was a little tempted by that 1,000 trillion credit offer. Even though I don't lack for money now, and the Yama sector would give me anything, I know nothing in this world is permanent. He sat beside her, his voice softening with affection. I'm a bit embarrassed to keep asking the Federation for resources. And more importantly, I have a kid now. I have to think about raising my child later. A man has to earn his own money to support his family, right? Just then, a nurse approached them with a professional and respectful smile. Your Excellency Lu Sheng, I have the results. Your wife's body is in perfect health, and the baby in her womb is exceptionally stable and thriving. Hearing the report, a flicker of paternal anxiety remained in Lu Sheng's eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his voice tense as he asked, Is that all? Are you sure everything is normal? The nurse bowed respectfully, her voice filled with a sense of wonder. It is simply that Your Excellency's bloodline is unprecedentedly potent. As a result, the fetus's development cycle may far exceed the normal time frame of a human pregnancy. This biological anomaly far transcends the developmental trajectory of any ordinary human race, the nurse explained, her voice tinged with professional awe as she looked at the scans. Lu Sheng's brow furrowed, his voice low and demanding as he pressed for a concrete answer. I need a timeline. Exactly how long will this process take? The nurse performed a series of rapid mental calculations, her fingers trembling slightly as she checked the biorhythms before replying with extreme caution. Given the unprecedented potency of your bloodline, we are looking at approximately 3 cosmic years or more if we convert the duration to standard blue star chronological units. In local terms, that translates to a staggering 9-year gestation period, she added, her eyes reflecting the sheer impossibility of the data. Hearing this revelation, Dong Qingxue felt a wave of profound concern wash over her, her hand instinctively coming to rest upon her abdomen as she processed the reality of carrying a child for nearly a decade. 9 years, Lu Sheng whispered, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead as he grappled with the implications. He couldn't help but compare this to the ancient myths of his home world. Even the legendary Neza wasn't confined to the womb for such an incredible length of time. If his child remained in gestation for 9 years, they would likely emerge as a being of unparalleled divinity, perhaps already capable of pointing one finger to the heavens and another to the earth, declaring their absolute supremacy over fate itself. Just as his mind began to reel from these cosmic possibilities, the communicator tucked deep within Lu Sheng's pocket began to vibrate with persistent urgency. The caller ID displayed Lu Qinghe's name, and as soon as he answered, her anxious voice crackled through the speaker. Big brother, I've been trying to reach you. How is Sister Dong Qingxue? Is everything all right with the baby? Lu Sheng took a deep breath and spent a considerable amount of time explaining the unique biological situation to his family. While the news eventually settled in, Lu Qinghe remained visibly restless, her mind unable to wrap around the sheer scale of the time frame. That is an eternity to wait, Lu Qinghe mused, her voice filled with wonder and slight trepidation. Lu Sheng considered the situation for a moment before offering a grand suggestion. How about this? Since the rewards for my victory in the grand tournament have just been processed, and I have officially been granted the rank of Imperial Earl with my own vast territory, why don't we select one of my planets and move the entire family there? It would provide a secluded, perfect environment for Dong Qingxue to recover and for our family to thrive. Lu Qinghe's eyes widened at the mention of personal territory, her curiosity momentarily eclipsing her anxiety. Big brother, I knew you were successful, but I never realized the scale. Exactly how many planets do you currently have registered under your personal name in total? A faint, subtle light flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes as he accessed his mental database of imperial grants, his voice remaining remarkably calm as he replied. I would have to do a formal tally to be certain. Let me perform a quick calculation of the current holdings. If we are only counting the habitable worlds suitable for high-level life forms, the number sits at approximately 100,000, he stated nonchalantly. The room, where Lu Sheng's parents and his younger sister were gathered, was instantly plunged into a thick, heavy silence. The sheer magnitude of owning 100,000 worlds was a concept too vast for their minds to fully grasp, leaving them staring at him in stunned, speechless awe. Only a few days later, the plan was set into motion. The entire family, along with their most trusted retainers, boarded a cutting-edge warp drive vessel. They tore through the fabric of space-time in a series of calculated jumps, finally emerging from the void to arrive at the coordinates of the 263rd territorial planet within Lu Shang's vast jurisdiction. Following a brief orbital descent and a short flight through the upper atmosphere, their ship finally hovered before the majestic vista of a shimmering blue-green world. It was a planet of breathtaking beauty, looking as if it had been meticulously painted by a master artist, with vibrant oceans and lush, sprawling continents that stretched out toward the horizon. Lu Shang's immense spiritual power surged outward, blanketing the entire globe in an instant to conduct a comprehensive scan. The total surface area is roughly twice that of the Wei-yin star, he observed, cataloging the data with clinical precision. Approximately 60% of the surface consists of stable land masses, and the botanical coverage is remarkably high at 93%. The planetary gravity is 1.5 times that of Blue Star, and I detect zero traces of alien beast infestations. There are indigenous populations, but their most powerful warriors only peak around martial arts level 6. Overall, it is an exceptionally ideal environment for human habitation and long-term settlement. We shall make this our new home, Lu Shang declared, turning to Dong Qingxue with a look of genuine affection. How do you find it? Does this place meet your satisfaction? A soft, serene smile graced Dong Qingxue's lips as she gazed at the verdant landscape below. Yes, it is truly a magnificent world. I couldn't ask for a more peaceful sanctuary. Suddenly struck by a thought, Dong Qingxue turned to him with a look of mild curiosity. By the way, what is the official designation of this planet? Lu Shang grinned, striking a somewhat dramatic and overly serious pose as he replied. The star charts originally labeled it as Phantastar, but I found that name to be entirely lacking in character. Therefore, I have exercised my right as sovereign and officially renamed it. From this day forward, it shall be known as the Pregnancy-Nurturing Star. Dong Qingxue's smile faltered, replaced by a look of amused helplessness. I see my husband has a legendary lack of talent when it comes to naming things. That name is absolutely atrocious, she joked. Lu Shang, however, simply let out a boisterous and complacent laugh, thoroughly pleased with his own naming sense. The Lu Shang family quickly established themselves in their new homeland, transforming the pristine wilderness into a sprawling estate. They didn't come alone. They invited their closest friends and extended relatives from Wei-yin Star, populating the sector with faces they knew and trusted, creating a small enclave of their home world in the far reaches of the galaxy. The transition wasn't without its minor domestic dramas. Lu Shang, often annoyed by his younger sister's lack of discipline, used his new authority to force Lu Qinghe into a grueling cultivation regimen. He used the justification that she had squandered far too much time playing during the tournament and desperately needed to compensate for her stagnant training progress. The specific details of Lu Shang's training methods remained a mystery, but they were clearly effective, as Lu Qinghe was often seen bursting into tears while waving her hands in frantic protest. "You're a tyrant, a heartless dictator," she would wail in mock horror. "I just wanted to have some fun." Despite the complaints, the family finally began to settle into a rhythm of peace and security they hadn't known for many years. This domestic bliss was briefly interrupted when Lu Shang received a priority encrypted communication. It was a direct call from the frontline commander, the signal encoded with a level of security that suggested a matter of grave interstellar importance. The commander was following up on Lu Shang's previous report regarding the Dark Abyss Overlord on Wei-yin Star. The news had garnered massive attention at the highest levels of the military command, prompting an immediate investigation into the depths of the Sea Source dungeon, though the preliminary findings had remained shrouded in secrecy until now. The holographic display flickered to life, revealing the grim visage of the frontline commander. "Lu Shang," he began, his voice heavy with the weight of bad news. "At the specific deep cave coordinates you provided on Wei-yin Star, we suffered a catastrophic failure. We lost 1 rank 11 warrior and 4 rank 10 specialists during the initial sweep. The intelligence we've managed to claw back suggests the situation in the abyss is far more dire than even our worst-case projections." Lu Shang's expression darkened as he contemplated the report. "While I was away from Wei-yin Star, That entity likely devised even more insidious methods to secure its hold, he thought grimly. He recalled the harrowing experience of recovering from his injuries on the seabed, barely escaping that suffocating, indescribable shadow. It had been a miraculous stroke of luck that he had survived it all. Remembering that encounter, a cold shiver traced its way down his spine. The prophecy suggests 6 years remain before the final cataclysm, but in this universe, time is a fickle thing, Lu Xing mused, his eyes flashing with a sudden, solemn resolve. What if the darkness arrives sooner than expected? I cannot afford to be complacent. He made a firm decision right then and there. He had to accelerate his progress. He needed to push his limits further and faster than ever before. He would return to a state of deep, absolute seclusion. Without wasting another moment, Lu Xing focused his intent and plunged his consciousness back into the ethereal depths of the dreamscape, seeking the answers and power hidden within the ancient remnants of the fallen civilization. Lu Xing found himself standing in the center of a desolate, lifeless universe. He was surrounded by the hushed silence of rotten planets and the cold husks of stars that had long since flickered out. This was a dead reality, a graveyard of existence. Having spent so much time here, Lu Xing was accustomed to the oppressive silence. He began to systematically take stock of the martial gains he had harvested from the Interstellar Genius Tournament. Focusing first on the inside dark fire, he had scouted from the remnants of Cumberland's power, manifesting a flickering flame in his left hand. This inattribute flame represents the quintessential forces of coldness, corrosion, and absolute penetration. He analyzed, watching the dark light dance. It possesses immense potential that has yet to be fully tapped. If I utilize the power of the origin to deduce its ultimate form, it might actually rival the potency of my eternal star Tao. The real question is, can a Tao of this nature be seamlessly integrated into the framework of the eternal star? There is only one way to find out, Lu Xing thought with cold determination. He extended his hands, settling into a meditative stance as a concentrated sphere of pure, vibrant light manifested in the center of his palm, acting as the catalyst for his mental deduction. He channeled the raw origin power of the universe into the sphere, attempting to fuse the two diametrically opposed types of Tao into a singular, unified martial path. Begin the deduction, Lu Xing commanded the shimmering light sphere. Almost instantly, the orb began to rotate, its speed increasing until it was a blur of high-frequency vibration. As the complexity of the calculation escalated, the volume of the light sphere began to rapidly diminish, consumed by the sheer energy requirements of the task. Seeing that the sphere had shrunk by half in a matter of seconds, Lu Xing hurriedly intervened, halting the process to check the progress of the deduction. The light sphere ceased its frantic spinning, hanging motionless in the air. A notification materialized in his mind. Current deduction progress, 0.003%. While the digits after the decimal point were technically visible, the progress was so infinitesimally small that it was fundamentally meaningless in the face of the looming deadline. God damn it, Lu Xing cursed, his frustration boiling over for a brief moment. Forget it for now. The path of fusion was a dead end at his current level of understanding. Lu Xing was forced to temporarily abandon the idea of integration. If they cannot be merged, then I must cultivate them as separate, parallel forces, he reasoned. Suddenly, a new possibility occurred to him. He thought of the mutated cell clone he had cast into the lightless depths of the Sea Source dungeon on Wei Star months ago. That mutated body originated from the inside of the universe's evolutionary tree. He realized, his eyes brightening. It is the perfect vessel to bear the weight of inattribute martial arts. In fact, there is likely no creature in existence better suited for this purpose. The more Lu Xing pondered this strategy, the more feasible and elegant it seemed. I recall the tales of old from my previous life, where protagonists cultivated techniques of immense power that refined both their divine and demonic natures simultaneously, he mused. A state where celestial and fiend coexist within a single being, transforming and feeding into each other in a perfect, lethal cycle. When manifesting as a god, the practitioner is radiant, awe-inspiring, and boundless, moving with the brilliance of 1,000 suns, magnificent and untouchable by the darkness. He whispered, picturing the golden glory of such a state. But when the demonic side takes hold, they become a phantom of the void, cold, ruthless, and carrying the absolute cruelty of the 9 netherworld prisons. Tyrannical and unparalleled in their savagery. Just the mental image of such a duality is freaking awesome, Lu Xing admitted with a faint, predatory grin. He dismissed the notion that such things were merely the stuff of fiction. People claim that novels are fantasy and reality is something else entirely. But I believe that the most world-shaking techniques in history all began as a spark in someone's imagination. That has always been my guiding principle, he continued. I have always yearned for the perfect martial path, one where I can cultivate both the undying and the mutated cells to walk a road of supreme, celestial fiend coexistence, a path that has never before existed in the history of the cosmos. Lu Xing fell into a period of deep contemplation, his mind racing through the possibilities before he finally blurted out 2 words that encapsulated the struggle: the conflict. Unfortunately, the eternal star Tao and the Empyrean Supreme Body are simply too dominant, he sighed, acknowledging the flaw in his plan. Under the crushing influence of the solar divine domain within my own cells, there is virtually no room for the mutated cells to survive, let alone flourish in a state of coexistence. With a heavy heart, Lu Xing was forced to put the idea aside once again. But then, a sudden, jagged flash of inspiration struck his mind like a lightning bolt. He froze, his eyes widening as a new realization took hold. Wait a minute. Hold on. If I cannot achieve this balance within my primary body, what about the mutated clone that I discarded on Wei Yin Star? Without hesitation, Lu Xing unleashed his consciousness, projecting his awareness across the staggering distance of 500 light-years toward his former home planet. Deep within a lightless, crushing cavern at the bottom of the Wei Yin Star seabed, Lu Xing's secondary consciousness slowly flickered to life. He opened his sensory eyes within the darkness, prepared for the mundane, but what he found was something else entirely. Lu Xing was genuinely shocked to discover that the mutated cell seed he had casually planted as a mere experiment had undergone a terrifying metamorphosis. It had grown into a colossal, eldritch monster of staggering proportions. Seeing the sheer scale of the creature, Lu Xing was taken completely aback by its growth. Damn, what the hell has happened down here, he thought, his mental voice echoing with disbelief. How can a body possibly become this gargantuan in such a short period of time? He surveyed the massive form of the clone, a dark thought crossing his mind. Just how many abyss creatures has this thing had to devour to fuel such an insane rate of expansion? The creature was a nightmare of biological excess. A giant, octopus-like horror bristling with rows of jagged fangs within an enormous, cavernous maw. Thousands of thick, muscular tentacles coiled through the abyss like giant pythons, occupying every gray crevice and crack in the seabed. Whenever a mutated beast was foolish enough to emerge from a nearby fissure, it was snatched up by these relentless tentacles before it could even flee, dragged screaming into the dark shell and delivered straight into the waiting mouth. The creature was a machine of pure consumption, tearing its prey apart and devouring them with a relentless hunger. It was clear that in Lu Xing's absence, this clone had become the undisputed overlord of the deep abyss, a king of the lightless world. At that moment, a strange and powerful ripple of consciousness resonated from the very depths of the abyss, vibrating through the water. Come here, my sweet little morsels. As that chilling thought echoed through the trench, the countless crevices and holes in the seabed underwent a sudden change, turning from a dull gray to an absolute, pitch-black void in a single, terrifying instant. Then, in a nauseating display of biological shifting, the pulsating masses rotated and rearranged themselves into the distinct shape of eyeballs. Countless ocular orbs, ranging from massive, bulging globes to tiny, twitching slits, began to peer out curiously at their surroundings. They seemed particularly fixated on the grotesque monster and Lu Xing, their collective gaze heavy with an unsettling, predatory intelligence. The atmosphere of the scene was thick with an incredibly eerie tension. Despite having witnessed such horrors once before, Lu Xing found himself unable to suppress the violent shiver that raced down his spine, leaving a trail of cold goosebumps in its wake. Holy crap, he muttered internally, grimacing at the sight. It looked as though 10,000 disembodied eyes were being pressed firmly against a sheet of frosted glass, their wet surfaces slick and shimmering. It was beyond creepy. It was a visceral nightmare. Yet, unlike their previous encounter, while these eyes remained inherently disgusting and terrifying, there was a new, inexplicable quality to them. These orbs did not radiate malice. Instead, they projected a profound sense of distorted emotion, something akin to maternal affection. At that precise moment, a surging torrent of viscous black energy erupted from the pupils of those countless eyes, flooding the space. Eat more. Grow up quickly. The clone's cavernous maw unhinged at just the right time, greedily gulping down the dark nourishment of the black torrents. Under the steady influx of this abyssal energy, the clone's physiology began to warp and expand. Limbs and tentacles within its shell lengthened and multiplied with supernatural speed. This clearly wasn't the first time such a feeding had occurred. It finally made sense why the mutated cells had been able to reach such a staggering size so rapidly. Lu Sheng had long suspected that his mutated clone might be vulnerable to the bewitchment of some foreign consciousness, but he had never envisioned a relationship quite like this. He had expected a master and slave dynamic, but this felt more like a doting parent. Even if one wanted to cultivate a loyal minion, there was no need to bestow such overwhelming benefits, was there? He watched, fascinated, as the mutated clone teetered on the verge of a breakthrough to the formidable M rank. Just as Lu Sheng was grappling with his bewilderment, a sharp pulse of consciousness information flickered from the cells directly into his mind. Grow up, become stronger, and then capture him. Come here. Are you coming? The mental projection sharpened, revealing the image of a young man with calm, piercing eyes and strikingly handsome features. The figure in the vision wore a cold, mocking smile as he repeated the challenge. Come here if you have the guts. Lu Sheng stared at the mental image in stunned silence. Wasn't the person depicted in that hateful vision Lu Sheng himself? In that instant, every lingering doubt was swept away. The mystery was finally solved. This entire elaborate nurturing process existed solely because of him. The stream of telepathic information did not stop there. It continued to transmit with relentless, rhythmic intensity. So, you're asking if I'm coming? Lu Sheng mused to himself, his thoughts turning inward as the irony of the situation settled in. Oh, I see. All of this effort, all this power, it's all for me. It seems this entity truly hates me to its very marrow. The hatred was so potent that the entity couldn't even wait the remaining 6 years. It was desperate to cultivate a powerful subordinate right here and now, specifically designed to bypass obstacles and cause chaos for his main body ahead of schedule. For such a pawn to be effective against him, its inherent strength naturally couldn't be anything less than extraordinary. It was only now, looking through a more analytical lens, that Lu Sheng truly appreciated the raw power of this mutated clone. It must have caught the entity's eye the very second it manifested within that desolate, deep cave on the seabed. This particular cluster of mutated cells had undergone tens of millions of grueling molts and hyperevolutions, resulting in a latent aptitude that was thousands of times superior to that of any ordinary mutated beast found in the wild. Furthermore, because his main consciousness wasn't actively inhabiting the body, the mutated clone functioned like a newborn infant, a completely blank sheet of paper. This made it a vessel that was easier to influence and control than almost anything else in existence, a perfect tabula rasa for a foreign will to write upon. How could any power-hungry entity not be tempted by such a perfect subordinate, flawless in every conceivable aspect? It was the ultimate biological weapon. It was no wonder the entity was willing to devote its entire being and every scrap of its power, without the slightest reservation, to cultivate and refine this creature into a god-killing tool. If that entity ever discovered that the child it was raising with such obsessive care and devotion was actually nothing more than a rogue cell clone of its greatest enemy, wouldn't it simply explode with rage on the spot? Lu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at the mental image, mentally giving a thumbs up in mocking admiration of the entity's unintentional charity. Raising me just to deal with me? Lu Sheng's eyes widened as he focused his senses, realizing that the surging black stream was actually composed of trillions of fragmented, microscopic black crystals. These crystals were the essence of the black mist that permeated every corner of the deep abyss, condensed to its absolute physical limit. The energy radiating from this mutated body was a tonic of the highest quality, and as the original source, Lu Sheng could absorb it perfectly without any rejection. He smiled secretly. The irony was delicious. They were nurturing him, feeding him, all in a futile attempt to destroy him. "Haha, you really are something else," Lu Sheng thought, his internal voice dripping with sarcasm. After millions of cycles of molting, evolving, and cellular differentiation, these clone cells possessed potential that dwarfed normal mutated beasts. And since his primary consciousness was absent, the clone was like a babe in the woods, the easiest possible pawn to manipulate. It was a flawless investment in every way. No wonder the entity was pouring its heart and soul into this project, blissfully unaware of the trap it was building for itself. The intensive growth process continued for several days, a spectacle of accelerated evolution. Lu Sheng stood as a silent witness, personally observing the mutated clone's power level skyrocket, shattering the ceiling of level 9 and surging upward until it firmly planted itself at level 11. The sheer density of energy radiating from the creature made the surrounding water vibrate with a low, humming frequency. Finally, the feeding reached its crescendo. From that gaping, tooth-lined maw, a colossal bubble of pitch-black gas, several kilometers in total diameter, was expelled into the dark water. As the bubble drifted upward like a dark sun, a satisfied, earth-shaking burp echoed through the abyss, signaling the end of the feast. Lu Sheng, standing with his hands nonchalantly shoved into his pockets, struck a relaxed pose. He looked every bit the casual observer, calmly evaluating the monstrous progress of his own biological offspring as if he were merely watching a science experiment unfold in a lab. "Off you go then. I'll be sure to check in on you next time," Lu Sheng thought playfully. He happily withdrew a portion of his consciousness, waving a mental goodbye like a benevolent mother gently stroking her child's hair before sending them off to their first day of school. The contrast between his fatherly gesture and the horror of the clone was stark. As he began to disconnect, the young man's face in the mental projection cracked into a wide, sinister grin that revealed far more than just amusement. After all that tender, concentrated care, the mutated clone had ballooned to several times its original size. It was truly an abominable fusion of nightmare and biology. The creature had become a titan of the deep. Its massive, pitch-black shell now stretched across an area of over 10 square kilometers, a dark continent in the water. Beneath that impenetrable armor lay tens of thousands of thick, grotesque octopus tentacles, each one covered in jagged, serrated suckers and deep, pulsing cracks. Countless eyes of varying sizes rotated incessantly across its surface, looking like dark pearls being incubated in a glass bottle. The entire mutated clone was a hideous, evil amalgamation. A single glance at its shifting form was enough to ensure a lifetime of nightmares. Suddenly, without warning, the gargantuan, octopus-shaped mutated cell let out a piercing cry that tore through the silence of the abyss. It unhinged its massive mouth, revealing rows upon rows of needle-sharp teeth that seemed to go on forever, and let out a resounding roar. The sound was a physical force, a primal scream that vibrated through the very crust of the seabed. Lu Sheng realized with a start that it had undergone yet another spontaneous evolution. Even a hardened veteran would have nightmares just looking at this thing, but in the eyes of the entity that raised it, this monster was likely a beautiful, lovable masterpiece of biological engineering. To that entity, this was art. "It looks like this mutated clone is living a significantly better life than my main body," Lu Sheng remarked with a wry smile. "If my main self doesn't start stepping up the pace, I might actually find myself being surpassed by my own shadow before much longer. That would be an embarrassing turn of events." The beauty of the mutated clone lay in its lack of realm barriers. As long as it was supplied with a sufficient and constant stream of energy, it could continue to grow stronger without limit. It was already rapidly approaching the threshold of level 11, and at this rate of development, it probably wouldn't be long before it hit level 12 or even level 13. Lu Sheng cheerfully stroked his chin, his eyes twinkling with a mix of pride and mischief as he let out a low, satisfied chuckle. The sheer absurdity of the situation continued to delight him. Lu Sheng continued his silent assessment of the creature's potential. He knew that no matter how many times the entity remolded or reshaped the mutated clone, it was all for naught. As long as his main consciousness chose to descend, a single thought would be enough to completely erase every single trace and influence the entity had left behind within the clone's soul. In an instant, it would return to his complete and absolute control once more. I'll let it be for now, he decided. There's no harm in letting someone else do the hard work of leveling up my assets. I'll just log in and check on its progress every now and then. He started to view the situation like a video game. The mutated clone was essentially a side account he had left to AFK farm in a high-level zone. He just needed to log in occasionally to collect the rewards. Who knew? Given the entity's fanatical devotion to the clone, this casual move of his might eventually turn into a masterstroke of divine play. Highly pleased with himself, Lu Sheng continued to strike poses in the mental void. He felt a powerful, buzzing premonition in his gut that this mutated clone was destined for something immeasurable. The future held surprises that even he couldn't fully predict, and he was eager to see exactly what kind of monster his parental benefactor would eventually create. A sudden, sharp spark of insight flashed through Lu Sheng's mind like a bolt of lightning, illuminating a new path of logic. Wait a minute. He paused, his expression turning serious as he realized something fundamental. The essence of life in the known universe was the process of transforming cosmic chaos into organized order. However, the fundamental laws governing the dark side of the universe, where the clone now resided, were the exact opposite. There, chaos reigned supreme. My own chaotic and seemingly disorderly cultivation path, Lu Sheng mused, might actually be the perfect blueprint for the direction this mutated clone needs to take. His unique approach to power was a mirror image of the dark universe's entropic nature. The ancient concepts of yin and yang, inseparable and complementary, seemed to hold the ultimate truth here. The more Lu Sheng pondered the connection, the more logical and destined it felt. Of course, he would never openly admit that a large part of this decision was simply because he was too lazy to design an entirely new cultivation system for a clone when he was already swamped with his own responsibilities. While the specific cultivation path might be born of convenience, the name of the system absolutely had to be legendary. Lu Sheng had always maintained that a cool name was half the battle. It was a personal hobby he took very seriously. He spent several minutes in deep contemplation, sifting through titles until he finally settled on one that carried the appropriate weight. For the mutated clone's new cultivation system, he chose Chaotic Illusion, Demon Inverse Divine Art, more commonly referred to as the Demonic Transformation Art. When the mutated clone eventually masters this art within the dark side of the universe and returns in a blaze of triumph, that will be the day the technique is truly perfected. With that settled, Lu Sheng turned his attention back to the mundane but necessary task of sorting through the mountain of martial arts and techniques he had recently acquired. After a brief moment of daydreaming about that glorious future, Lu Sheng resumed the tedious process of categorizing his spoils. Right, let's look at this one next, he muttered. The technique I conveniently borrowed during the heat of the competition. It was Monroe's Frozen Ice Hell, a terrifying technique capable of flash freezing entire stars and designed for those targeting the heights of level 13. To Lu Sheng, this wasn't just a trophy. It was a perfect elemental supplement to his own Northern Xuanwu True Water Path, promising to add a lethal, sub-zero edge to his repertoire. The deduction system utilized the raw power of the universe's origin to synthesize and refine martial arts. The miraculous efficiency of this fusion was never more apparent than now. The complex mysteries of the frozen ice hell that Lu Sheng had observed during his fight with Monroe were being rapidly integrated into his Northern Xuanwu path. Because the two techniques shared a similar elemental essence, the fusion process was remarkably smooth, saving Lu Sheng months, if not half a year, of grueling manual refinement and meditation. Next was the crown jewel of his recent acquisitions, the massive memory trove belonging to Tianwu. Lu Sheng's consciousness paused at the threshold of this vast mental library, sensing the sheer volume of forbidden knowledge and secrets stored within. Ever since Lu Sheng had devoured Tian Wu's soul, he had focused only on absorbing the raw spiritual power contained within the soul seed. He hadn't yet dared to touch the actual memories, leaving that vast ocean of experience completely undisturbed until now. The consumption of that soul had already provided his own divine soul with a massive, permanent buff, pushing his spirit power firmly into the realm of level 12. After he unlocked the subsequent inheritance of the divine crystal path, the phantom of the Black Lotus spirit in his mind had transformed into a shimmering, four-colored crystal humanoid. The quality of his spirit power had undergone a massive upgrade. Previously, crushing 7 or 8 planets would have maximized his level 11 phantom. Now, performing the same feat at level 12 barely moved his progress bar by 10%. However, that 10% represented a staggering amount of raw power, saving him an astronomical amount of time. Tian Wu's original soul level had likely been near level 13, which is why he had banked on his spirit power as his ultimate, hidden trump card. It was simply Tian Wu's misfortune to encounter a monster like Lu Sheng, whose spirit power quality, now embodied by the four-colored crystal humanoid, far exceeded the standard for a regular level 13. The result was a total, humiliating defeat. If he had faced someone like Monroe instead, Lu Sheng thought while beginning to sift through the data, Tian Wu might have actually pulled off a miracle. He leaned in, curious to see what deep-seated secrets were buried in the wreckage of the man's mind. While he had performed soul-searching operations countless times within the safety of the dreamscape, this was the first time he was doing it for real in the waking world. Even the act of swallowing Tian Wu's soul had been a spur-of-the-moment impulse, driven by a primal instinct akin to a predator claiming its kill or a sheep grazing on grass. It was pure, unfiltered biological drive. Is it because I've merged with too many soul memories in the dreamscape? Lu Sheng wondered. Has my own soul developed a permanent devouring attribute, turning me into a spiritual apex predator? It seemed likely. His martial body had evolved so many times it was barely human anymore, and his soul had feasted on thousands of lives. It was only logical that he was undergoing a qualitative change into something far more unpredictable and powerful. In an explosive instant, the floodgates opened, and countless vivid mental images and sensory memories came rushing into his brain, threatening to overwhelm his senses with the weight of another man's life. The vision shifted to a bustling city in a distant corner of the universe. Inside a sterile delivery room, the tension was palpable as a doctor's voice cut through the air, shouting with urgent excitement, "It's coming. The child is finally coming." As the infant was finally born, the entire delivery room was suddenly bathed in a brilliant, ethereal light, and the air became heavy with the sweet, intoxicating fragrance of blooming orchids. The doctors and nurses stood frozen in place, their instruments forgotten as they stared in collective shock at the miracle before them. This baby. The room fell into a hushed silence as everyone stared at the glowing newborn. The child radiated a soft, golden light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the cosmos itself. It wasn't just a birth, it was a celestial event, the unmistakable sign of a powerful being descending to the mortal plane. In the very next heartbeat, the static air within the sterile delivery room trembled violently. A jagged, amethyst-hued rift tore through the fabric of the void, pulsing with an otherworldly, crackling energy that seemed to warp the light itself. A boisterous, thunderous laughter erupted from the depths of the shimmering fissure, echoing off the tiled walls with a terrifying resonance. Ha ha! At long last, the starborn child has graced this world with his arrival. Finally born, a middle-aged man stepped through the veil, his long, obsidian hair flowing as if caught in a celestial wind, and his features were sculpted and regal. His eyes crackled with the intensity of living lightning, holding a power that demanded submission. With a casual flick of his wrist, the frantic movement of the room ground to a total, eerie halt. Time itself had been bound by his divine will. Surveying the frozen tableau with a predatory grace, he murmured, "Let us see the quality of this new spark." He reached out with hands that had likely shaped mountains and firmly, yet precisely, plucked the glowing infant from the midwife's paralyzed grasp. The doctors, nurses, and the exhausted mother remained suspended in a temporal stasis, their expressions of shock and effort preserved like exquisite statues carved from ancient, weathered wood or cold, unfeeling clay. Only the celestial intruder and the wide-eyed newborn remained untethered from the frozen time. The man gazed down at the child, whose birth was heralded by cosmic omens, and cradled him with a mixture of awe and calculation. Remarkable aptitude, he marveled, a thin smile touching his lips. It seems this journey was not in vain. Come with me, little one. Your destiny lies far beyond these common walls. With a decisive, tearing motion of his free hand, he slashed through the atmosphere once more, birthing a second, swirling vortex that led to the unknown reaches of the higher realms. The moment the man crossed the threshold and vanished into the void with the child, the temporal stasis shattered instantly. The delivery room's frantic rhythm resumed as if it had never been interrupted, the laws of physics reasserting themselves with a jarring, psychic snap. The medical staff blinked, shaking off a lingering sense of disorientation as if waking from a fever dream, and then their eyes fell upon the empty cradle. A collective, icy dread took hold. The infant. Where is the child? The doctor screamed, her voice cracking. I was holding him just a second ago. How could he vanish into thin air? Did we just see a ghost? How in the world are we going to explain this disappearance to the family? 5 years drifted by like a passing cloud in the vastness of the universe. On a remote planet nestled on the fringes of civilization, a small, lithe boy came sprinting in from the wild outdoors, his feet kicking up dust from the ancient, red earth. Though he was merely 5 years of age, the boy possessed a countenance far beyond his years. His delicate, youthful face was set in a mask of fierce, unyielding stubbornness, his jaw clenched with a nascent, iron resolve. The boy came to a halt, glaring with defiant eyes at the man sitting serenely before him, the very same man who had stolen him from his cradle. The man looked up, a faint glimmer of amusement in his lightning-charged gaze. Little one, you have trailed my shadow and followed my teachings for 5 long years now, never wavering for a single moment. Today, the time for secrets has finally passed, and I shall grant you the truth of your bloodline. From this moment forward, you shall know your true identity. Your name is Tan Zhongyu. Your sire is the venerable Lord Tan, the undisputed master of the 9th peak of the Taoist sect, and he is my own revered master. In the vastness of the Kangqing star system, his name is spoken with the fearful reverence reserved for the most formidable cultivators of this age. The boy's patience snapped, his small voice cutting through the man's grandiose explanation like a sharp blade. I care nothing for his titles, his peaks, or your masters, he spat, his eyes burning. I am asking you for the only thing that matters. Where is my mother? Tell me where she is. The man's expression softened into a contemplative silence for a long, heavy moment before he spoke. Your father has decreed a trial for you. He instructed that only when the young master ascends to the nascent soul realm will he be permitted to seek out his mother's presence on his own terms. Once you achieve that milestone, we shall no longer bar your path or hide her from you. However, the man's tone hardened with absolute authority. Until you have attained the nascent soul stage, young Master Zhongyu, you are strictly forbidden from leaving this planet. Zhongyu stared back with a gaze that could pierce steel, then slowly lowered his head, his small, pale hands balling into trembling fists. His entire frame shook with the intensity of a cold, righteous fury that threatened to consume him. The nascent soul realm, huh? The boy ground his teeth, his resolve hardening into an obsidian core. Fine. If that is the price of my freedom and the path to my mother, then I shall cultivate until I reach the nascent soul for you guys to see, and I will force you all to acknowledge me. Driven by a singular, burning purpose, Tan Zhongyu abandoned all remnants of childhood and threw himself into the grueling, solitary path of cultivation, devoting every waking second to shattering the barriers of the nascent soul. Seated cross-legged in the empty air, Tan Zhongyu drifted into a deep meditative trance. His body was completely cocooned within a swirling, cobalt blue sphere of spiritual energy that roared with the intensity of a localized typhoon, the sheer density of his qi indicating that his cultivation was reaching a terrifyingly high level. His features remained a mask of stony calm, yet the sweat glistening at his temples betrayed the internal struggle of taming such a volatile force. Within the center of his palms, a miniature vortex of azure power spun with lethal speed, lashing out with coiling streaks of light that bound his form as the cultivation process entered its most perilous and critical stage. Time flew by in a blur of meditation and pain, and hundreds of years passed in the blink of a cosmic eye as the world outside shifted while the boy remained still in his pursuit of power. Suddenly, Zhongyu's eyelids snapped open, revealing pupils that burned with a brilliant, supernatural sapphire light. It was the awakening of a soul that had finally pierced the veil of mortality, a moment of transcendent realization that signaled a profound breakthrough in his cultivation. Tan Zhongyu exploded with raw power, the radiant blue light cascading outward with such force that the surrounding ground shattered into a mosaic of jagged stone. He let out a primal roar, his hands clawing at the air as he wrestled the raging energy into submission, creating a shock wave that shook the foundations of the entire space. A colossal bolt of azure lightning tore through the firmament, its blinding brilliance turning the pitch-black night into a vivid, electric day. Within the dancing arcs of electricity, the silhouette of a titanic figure began to manifest, the tangible symbol of a cultivation power that had been awakened to its absolute extreme. High above, the middle-aged man and a red-haired companion stood silently in the air, their faces reflecting a complex mixture of pride and pity. Among the more than 100 progeny sired by Lord Tan, young Master Zhongyu's innate aptitude may not be the most transcendent, the man noted, but his iron-willed personality is excellent, and his future achievements are destined to be great. The middle-aged man let out a long, weary sigh, his gaze lingering on the boy who was cultivating with such desperate intensity. He looked toward his red-haired peer for a moment, but ultimately remained silent, the weight of their secrets hanging heavy in the air. Cascades of violet and white lightning began to fall from the heavens like a torrential waterfall, rending the surrounding space asunder and creating a dazzling, deadly sea of electricity. At the very heart of this maelstrom, Tan Zhongyu sat encased in a spherical barrier, his small but determined figure enduring the frantic strikes of the thunder that sought to unmake his body. This was the life-or-death challenge of his final breakthrough. Finally, a blinding beam of golden sword light erupted from the parched earth, shining with the terrifying brilliance of a sun descending into the mortal world. This concentrated sword chi pierced through the heavy clouds and spiraled into the sky, creating a sharp, atmospheric pressure that announced Tan Zhongyu had reached the peak and activated his true sword intent. Tan Zhongyu stood firmly in the center of the devastated field, his whole body radiating a soft, but undeniably potent azure glow, the hallmark of a newly forged nascent soul. His eyes were calm and sharp, and a confident smile played on his lips, confirming that the breakthrough was a total success and he had entered a completely new realm of existence. Witnessing this phenomenal display, the red-haired man laughed with genuine delight, turning to his companion. "Look, the steel heart sword is resonating in harmony with his spirit. He has actually done it. Young Master Zhongyu has successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm." Tan Zhongyu was equally swept up in the joy of his victory. "12th brother," he called out to the middle-aged man. "Did you truly travel across the stars just to see me break through to the nascent soul stage in person?" The 12th brother descended with a faint smile. "With a foundation as solid as yours, you hardly needed a guardian to watch over you. I merely came to offer my congratulations, though I certainly did not expect your breakthrough to occur several days earlier than predicted. My sincerest congratulations to you, little brother, on successfully advancing to the nascent soul stage. You have proven yourself worthy of your name." The red-haired man joined them, his face beaming with pride. "A stellar achievement, young Master Zhongyu. May you live for 5,000 glorious years and find your path filled with prosperous immortal luck." "Butler Ling," Zhongyu said, turning his intense gaze toward the elderly servant who had managed the planet. "I have officially advanced to the nascent soul realm as you requested of me. Now, you must honor the pact. Tell me everything about my mother." Butler Ling bowed his head deeply, his voice trembling as he explained. It was never the request of this humble old servant, young master, but the solemn decree of Lord Tan that guided your hand. Now that the young master has truly reached the status of a nascent soul, this old servant will naturally fulfill his promise and reveal the truth you seek. Please, prepare yourself for what comes next. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of violet and azure light erupted from beneath his feet, enveloping Tan Zhongyu's entire body. He opened his eyes wide in shock as he felt himself being hoisted into the air by an irresistible, invisible force. As the world began to blur and shift around him, Tan Zhongyu stared into the shimmering light, whispering to himself with a heart full of hope. Finally, after centuries of waiting, I can finally meet my mother. When the light finally faded, the scene that greeted Tan Zhongyu was not a palace or a reunion, but a cold, silent tombstone standing in a lonely clearing. Under the weight of a heavy, gray downpour, Tan Zhongyu walked forward with leaden steps, his hair and robes instantly soaked to the skin. He hung his head as if trying to suppress a rising tide of deep, visceral sorrow. Before him lay his mother's final resting place. The rain falling on the cold stone made the atmosphere even heavier, exuding a silent sense of guilt and an unbearable solitude. A close-up of Zhongyu's face revealed it was drenched with rainwater and tears, his eyes trembling with a profound sense of grief and sudden loss. He pursed his lips into a tight line, refusing to speak as a heavy, suffocating silence filled the space before the grave. The raindrops mixed with his internal pain, making the moment feel eternal and stifling. Butler Ling spoke from the shadows of the rain. Your mother passed away from natural causes 12 years ago, young master. Lord Tan bestowed no less than celestial spirit pills to prolong her years, but ultimately, even human power could not stop the inevitable will of heaven. Mortals who lack spiritual roots are but fleeting sparks. It was already a great blessing for her to live to the age of 30. Tan Zhongyu stood frozen before the tombstone, his eyes reflecting a shattered world of disappointment, burning regret, and a confusion so deep it felt like a void. The strength left his body and he collapsed onto his knees, gripping the rough edges of the tombstone with white-knuckled intensity as he let out a raw, guttural roar of agony. "Mother!" he screamed into the storm. The 12th brother stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on Zhongyu's shoulder to offer some small comfort. 14th brother, you must suppress this grief and accept the turning of the wheel. Stay by my side and help me lead our sect in the future. Under his brother's steadying presence, Tan Zhongyu was finally comforted enough to calm his shaking frame, and with a vacant, hollow look in his eyes, he gave a slow, solemn nod. Lu Sheng meticulously sifted through the vast, tumultuous sea of Tan Zhongyu's memories, gaining a profound and nuanced understanding of the intricate web of events that had led the cultivator to this point. Every fragment of the stolen consciousness offered a new perspective, clarifying the convoluted issues that had once seemed so impenetrable to his analytical mind. The life of Tan Zhongyu was revealed to be a chaotic tapestry of ambition and betrayal. Beyond the heralded achievement of the nascent soul stage, his existence was defined by his service to his 12th senior brother and the unrelenting, cutthroat struggles between the various heirs of Lord Tan, the master of the 9th peak within the prestigious Daoling sect. Through these stolen visions, Lu Sheng witnessed the splendor of a remarkably advanced and dazzlingly sophisticated civilization, one that thrived on power, ancient tradition, and a terrifying level of technical mastery. The sheer contrast between this newly discovered realm and the open, progressive atmosphere of the heavenly snake star system's martial arts civilization was jarring to Lu Sheng's senses. The social hierarchy in the world Tan Zhongyu hailed from was stiflingly feudal and rigid, governed by a set of ancient, brutal protocols that were as unforgiving as they were absolute. It was a society where one's lineage dictated the very breath they were permitted to take. Our own cosmic civilization operates under a somewhat strict hierarchy as well, Lu Sheng mused, his mind drawing silent comparisons. However, the Nebula Zone Federation at least maintains the facade of valuing fundamental human rights. They are compelled to uphold an appearance of civility and order, which prevents them from engaging in too much overtly sinister or abhorrent behavior in the public eye. In stark opposition to the Federation's veneer of morality, the world of the immortal cultivators was one of cold, calculating apathy. In that realm, those who had attained high-level cultivation viewed ordinary mortals as little more than livestock, pigs, dogs, or disposable trash whose only value lay in their utility to the powerful elites who ruled from the peaks. Whether they claimed to follow a righteous path or an explicitly evil one, these cultivators thought nothing of extinguishing the lives of an entire planet's population or even the inhabitants of multiple worlds, simply to perfect a minor technique or refine a singular magical artifact. As the full weight of Tan Zhongyu's memories settled within him, Lu Sheng exhaled a long, shuddering breath, his soul shaken by the sheer scale of the casual cruelty he had just witnessed through the dead man's eyes. Any lingering traces of hesitation or guilt he might have harbored regarding the death of Tan Zhongyu dissolved instantly into nothingness. He clenched his fist tightly, a cold realization dawning on him. If I had been thrust into that merciless cultivation world as a common man without my current power, I would have likely been reduced to nothing more than dust scattered by the winds of their ambition long ago. In such a world, the law of the jungle was absolute. Killers were destined to be killed by those more cunning than themselves. These interdimensional interlopers from the immortal Tao civilization refused to recognize lower-level beings as sentient individuals worthy of respect, and thus, they had to be prepared for the eventuality of being devoured themselves. Moreover, the litany of atrocities Tan Zhongyu had committed in his pursuit of higher power effectively wiped away any moral quandaries Lu Sheng might have felt about ending his life. Despite the grim nature of the visions, absorbing these memories was an undeniable windfall for Lu Sheng. He now possessed a relatively comprehensive map of an entire immortal Tao cultivation system, complete with intricate techniques, esoteric formations, arcane spells, and the secret recipes for powerful alchemical pills. The fruits of Tan Zhongyu's millennia of arduous labor had become his own to command. His only slight disappointment was the absence of the Dao Ling sect's core inheritance technique, as well as the specific sword-light formation Tan Zhongyu had unleashed during their final confrontation. Among the spoils, the profound spirit treasure tome was clearly the manual that Tan Zhongyu had held in the highest esteem throughout his long life. It was an exquisite collection of forbidden wisdom, and mastering its contents would surely place a practitioner on an equal footing with the most legendary masters of the martial Tao currently existing in Lu Sheng's universe. The grade of this tome was only a single step below the Dao Ling sect's primary inheritance technique, the very one Tan Zhongyu had personally cultivated to reach his heights. Theoretically, a dedicated practitioner could utilize its teachings to reach the great ascension realm, a state of existence roughly equivalent to level 15 within the hierarchy of the martial Tao. Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled with a renewed intensity as he analyzed the data. Based on the memories he had pillaged, he noted a fundamental divergence. While the path of a martial Tao artist was often a unique and deeply personal journey tailored to the individual's soul, the immortal Tao seemed to follow a more singular, well-trodden road. In that civilization, different techniques appeared to be merely different vehicles traveling at varying speeds along the same predetermined highway toward divinity. Gazing at the mental blueprint of the profound spirit treasure tome, Lu Sheng whispered to himself, to be on par with the Tao of masters like Wang He and Duan Yifeng. This is truly a treasure of unparalleled value. I wonder how these differing philosophies will interact once they are put into practice. Without experiencing the sensations firsthand, it was impossible to truly discern the subtle nuances between the two competing systems of power. I have already crossed paths with one Tan Zhongyu, and it is highly probable that I will encounter others from the immortal Tao civilization in the future, he reasoned. As the ancient wisdom suggested, to know oneself and one's enemy is to be invincible. He could not hope to achieve total victory against an opponent whose fundamental nature and source of power remained a total mystery. Perhaps, by weaving these disparate threads together within his own spirit, he might ignite a miraculous chemical reaction, giving birth to a hybrid immortal martial Tao, a path of power previously unknown in the annals of history and one that could transcend the limitations of both. The reason for Lu Sheng's unshakable composure was rooted in a grim truth he had already accepted. Even the level 16 Tao of his own teacher had proven insufficient to halt the encroaching tide of the universe's dark side. Since the highest echelon of power he could currently envision was capped at level 16, he saw no reason to fear experimenting with unknown variables. Instead of treading the same exhausted paths of my predecessors, why not embrace the wild and the experimental? He thought, his resolve hardening. He would seize every scrap of power, regardless of its origin. If these foreign arts provided even the slightest chance to break through to a higher level of existence, they were worth the risk. Even if things went awry, he still held the original power of the universe as his ultimate failsafe. There was no doubt he could use it to deduce and stabilize any instabilities in the immortal martial arts. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed with a sudden, sharp clarity. Pondering Tan Zhongyu's memories further, he realized that the so-called spiritual root was remarkably similar to the martial Tao mark that a martial artist condenses when advancing to the rank of martial saint. Both served as a metaphysical bridge, triggering a resonance between the self and the cosmos to guide the primordial energy of the universe into the physical vessel. The spiritual route was perhaps more enigmatic, being innately entwined with the soul from birth. It appeared that while the martial Tao mark was a postnatal construct forged by a martial artist's own will and philosophy, its underlying essence was undeniably innate, drawing from the same primordial source as the spiritual roots of the cultivators. Sure enough, the deeper he delved, the more the truth became undeniable. Despite the different terminologies and cultural trappings, the core essence of both cultivation paths was fundamentally identical at their most basic level. Searching for a term that could encompass both concepts, Lu Sheng finally settled on a name. I shall call this fusion the true spirit. The true spirit was the vital key that allowed an individual to commune with the vast, silent consciousness of the universe. It was an innate quality. The more robust and complete one's true spirit, the greater their capacity to draw upon the natural energies of the cosmos. In essence, it acted as the master switch for a mortal to transition into a being of higher order. According to the deeper recesses of the stolen memories, the immortal Tao civilization had been slowly strangled by the encroaching dark side of the universe. When it became clear that their world could not be rescued, their greatest cultivators, under the guidance of a truly transcendent power, initiated a desperate, worldwide reincarnation cycle to preserve their legacy in a new reality. The mystery of Tan Zhongyu's origin was finally laid bare. He was indeed a refugee from another reality. Having faced the same encroaching darkness that now threatened Lu Sheng's home, his people had chosen the path of rebirth through space and time. Tan Zhongyu was merely one of many who had reincarnated into this universe, suggesting that Lu Sheng would likely encounter more of these ancient souls in the future. I wonder, Lu Sheng mused, just how powerful is the big shot who orchestrated the salvation of an entire universe? Ultimately, Lu Sheng viewed this discovery as a positive development rather than a threat. If there were others who had already faced the void, their experience was a weapon he could potentially use. The presence of these reincarnated survivors from a fallen civilization meant that the powerhouses of this current universe would eventually be forced to recognize the true, terrifying nature of the alien beast invasion. Their insights could serve as a wake-up call, prompting the various star systems to set aside their petty differences and prepare for the coming crisis with the seriousness it deserved. Enough of these grand speculations, he told himself, shaking off the heavy thoughts that clouded his mind. It is time to focus on the task at hand. With a calm heart and a focused spirit, Lu Sheng began the delicate process of cultivating the profound spirit treasure tome for the very first time. He settled into a meditative posture, clearing his mind of all distractions as he initiated the foundational first step, the intricate process of guiding the ambient environmental qi into his meridians and filling his inner vessel with cosmic energy. Lu Sheng felt the first stirrings of this new energy as he committed himself to the path. With a single, sharp movement of his will, the wheels of a new destiny began to turn within his soul. Far away, on his newly established hometown on the planet Yangtai, a different kind of life was unfolding. Beneath the shade of a magnificent ancient tree, a blonde-haired youth was lounging with his communications device, chatting animatedly with his distant companions about the local scenery and the quiet life. "Yo, are you guys finally on your way?" he asked, his voice echoing through the quiet clearing. "This place is incredibly peaceful, but I've got to admit, it's boring as hell without anyone around to talk to. I'm dying for some real company." On the other end of the line, a girl's melodic laughter rang out in response to his complaints. Not far from the tree, Lu Qinghe was energetically cheering for her father, Lu Hai. "Come on, Dad. You can do it. Just a little more effort, and you'll finally reach the peak of Grandmaster Level 7. Initially, Lu Qinghe had intended to cultivate in solitude, but Lu Hai, finding himself restless, had decided to join her in the grueling martial arts grind. He was currently straining against the weight of a massive, jagged boulder, sweat pouring down his face in rivulets, yet his eyes blazed with an unyielding determination. Every ragged breath and flex of his bulging muscles served as a testament to his willpower as he fought to break through his current limits. "Hell yeah," Lu Hai grunted, his voice thick with exertion. "Every man worth his salt dreams of being a grandmaster in his youth, doesn't he? I'm almost there. I can feel the threshold." Despite his advancing age, the exceptional conditions of this planet and the resources provided by his son meant that achieving the rank of Grandmaster Level 7 was no longer just a far-fetched dream, but a tangible goal. As the days rolled by, Dong Qingxue took charge of the homestead, skillfully directing a fleet of construction robots to build living facilities and essential infrastructure for the family. Dozens of glowing holographic blueprints floated around her as she efficiently managed the synchronized labor of thousands of bots. Between her duties, she made sure to check in on Zheng Yufan, as well as Lu Hai and Lu Qinghe, ensuring that the family of four was thriving in their new environment. The peaceful atmosphere of Yantai Star was suddenly and violently disrupted as the sky began to shift, and countless heavy clouds gathered with unnatural speed. Within the roiling darkness, beams of iridescent, colored light began to shine with a brilliance that rivaled billions of silken ribbons. These luminous clouds converged directly above the homestead, thickening and swirling until they collapsed into a gargantuan atmospheric funnel that pointed straight down toward the earth. Dong Qingxue looked up from her tasks, her eyes widening in shock as she watched the swirling, radiant lights dance across the firmament. She found herself completely captivated by the mystical, almost divine spectacle unfolding before her, unable to tear her gaze away from the celestial display that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The sudden and overwhelming phenomenon stunned everyone present on the planet's surface. Lu Qinghe was the first to regain her senses, a wide grin spreading across her face. "Look at that. This incredible commotion could only be caused by my brother. He's always making such a dramatic entrance, even when he's just sitting still in meditation." Lu Qinghe reached out with a trembling hand, her fingers brushing against the particles of falling light that drifted through the air like glowing snow. As the radiance touched her skin, her eyes fluttered shut, a look of pure serenity washing over her delicate features. "Wow," she gasped, taking a deep, revitalizing breath of the energized air. She could feel incredibly cool, invigorating currents flowing into her body like pure spring water, cleansing her from head to toe and filling her with a newfound vitality. "Wait, I can actually absorb this." Almost immediately, a warm, soothing stream of light began to circulate through her limbs, causing her to exhale softly in contentment. "It's so incredibly comfortable." Lu Qinghe couldn't help but squint her eyes in bliss, and she wasn't alone in her reaction. Lu Hai, Zheng Yufan, and Dong Qingxue all felt the transformative power of the light as it descended like a fine, spiritual vapor. Every cell in their bodies seemed to vibrate with health, as if they were being scrubbed clean by the purest water in existence. They knew instinctively that this was Lu Xing's doing. Having witnessed a multitude of strange phenomena in the universe lately, they quickly accepted this latest miracle, gradually becoming accustomed to the feeling of the divine energy surrounding them. Meanwhile, in a secluded area not far from where the family had gathered, a massive, muscular figure stood watch. Standing over 4 meters tall with dark, obsidian skin, a long lashing tail, and pointed ears, the alien warrior was dressed in the primitive, rugged garb of a tribal hunter. The alien stood frozen, staring blankly at the celestial vortex with wide, terrified eyes. His entire body tensed up as he sensed an overwhelming, primordial power that defied belief emanating from the funnel. Cold sweat began to bead on his temples, and his long, sensitive ears twitched erratically, betraying the extreme panic surging through his heart. In that moment of sheer terror, he could only manage a choked, guttural cry. "Wabi Babu!" Immediately after his cry, the alien turned on his heel and began to flee frantically, howling a series of chaotic, rhythmic curses into the wind. "Wabi Babu! Wabi Babu!" He bolted on all fours, his powerful tail flailing wildly behind him as he sought to put as much distance as possible between himself and the horrific, world-shaking vision he had just witnessed. At the center of the storm, Lu Sheng sat in perfect stillness, cross-legged amidst the swirling, iridescent sea of light. His entire physical form radiated a powerful, burning aura that seemed to hum with the frequency of the universe. His eyes were half closed, his breathing as steady as the tide, indicating a mind that had achieved a state of absolute, unbreakable focus. The gathered heavenly energy continued to revolve around him in a tight, glowing orbit, guided by his invisible will. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, his gaze as sharp and piercing as a bolt of lightning tearing across the midnight sky. His pupils flickered with a strange, shifting light that reflected the surging power within his newly formed meridians. In that singular instant, his entire aura exploded outward with a roar, signaling that a momentous and irreversible breakthrough was finally at hand. As he sat motionless within the shimmering sea of light, Lu Sheng gazed up at the swirling spectacle in the heavens, which now resembled a giant, ethereal flower of heaven and earth. The vibrant purple and white radiance reflected off his back, casting a majestic and solitary shadow upon the ground. A small smile touched his lips as he murmured, "So, this is the phenomenon triggered by someone with celestial aptitude in the path of cultivation. It seems my talent is considered quite decent after all." He gently raised his hand, his palm emitting a soft, warm glow that pulsed in perfect synchronicity with the resonance of the heaven and earth. His expression remained calm and detached, yet the intense light enveloping his body spoke of the titanic power currently surging through his veins. In this moment, he seemed to merge completely with the vast, swirling spiritual energy of the cosmos, becoming one with the light. Recalling the details of Tan Zhongyu's memories, he noted that spiritual roots were typically categorized into 3 grades: high, middle, and low, with 9 levels of granularity between them. Each grade represented a different world of potential, with cultivation speeds that varied wildly. Tan Zhongyu had been proud of his 2nd-grade aptitude, which had allowed him to be born with natural phenomena. And yet, Lu Sheng realized, my own ability to absorb and release cosmic energy is easily 100 times stronger than anything he ever experienced. Regardless of the comparisons, the profound spirit treasure tome had already delivered a massive surprise to the young warrior. The sheer efficiency of its cosmic energy absorption was something that none of his previous martial Dao techniques could ever hope to match. It was a whole new dimension of raw power and spiritual refinement. Even if I find it impossible to perfectly fuse the paths of the immortal and the martial, he mused, the mere act of practicing both simultaneously offers undeniable benefits to my foundation. I have no doubt that it won't be long before I can ride this wave of energy and advance my power to level 11 and beyond. In the midst of his profound meditative state, Lu Sheng suddenly perceived a sharp, unmistakable deviation in the rhythmic flow of his energy. Something unusual was stirring deep within his core, a ripple in the fabric of his internal power that demanded his immediate and undivided attention. Upon investigation, he discovered a startling biological reaction. Now that he had established a formal spiritual root, his legendary undying cells were behaving like ravenous predators. They were greedily and frantically gorging themselves on the refined cosmic energy converted by the profound spirit treasure tome. In the mere space of a heartbeat, a brilliant white sphere, initially no larger than a common chicken egg, began to condense within his dantian, pulsating with a light that intensified as it rapidly expanded. In a terrifying flash of accelerated growth, the sphere ballooned until it reached the dimensions of a massive watermelon. Lu Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of nervous humor amidst the tension. Was this runaway surge of qi destined to rupture his internal organs? Or was he on the verge of an unprecedented transformation? The luminous white orb showed no signs of slowing down, continuing its expansion at a dizzying, exponential speed that defied the standard laws of internal alchemy. Its diameter surged past 1 meter, then 2, and incredibly, it reached a staggering 100 meters in width. Yet, Lu Shang's dantian proved to be a metaphysical marvel, acting like a boundless, infinite pocket dimension. No matter how gargantuan the white ball became, the space within him easily accommodated its presence without a hint of strain. Is this truly supposed to be my version of an immortal Dao Golden Core? Lu Sheng questioned, his brow furrowing as he compared his experience to the stolen knowledge in his mind. According to the memories of Tan Zhongyu, a standard cultivator's golden core was a modest thing, typically the size of a chicken egg and rarely exceeding the volume of a clenched fist. He had never once encountered a record of a core reaching such astronomical, planetoid proportions. The situation was profoundly bizarre. In theoretical cultivation, the golden core should expand to its natural limit, reach a point of saturated overflow, and then shatter to give birth to a nascent soul, thus facilitating the transition to the next stage of power. Lu Sheng was at a total loss. Was this anomaly a result of a hidden flaw in the profound spirit treasure tome, or was it a unique reaction to his own monstrously evolved physique? Cosmic energy, resembling a vast and turbulent ocean, continued to cascade into Lu Sheng's body with relentless force. The golden core, born of the profound spirit treasure tome, continued its skyrocketing growth. At this unprecedented rate, Lu Sheng began to harbor a surreal suspicion. If he were to manifest this core externally in a few moments, he might literally be spitting out a nascent planet into the void. Deep in his gut, Lu Sheng sensed that the true, harmonious fusion of the immortal and martial paths might yield a surprise of cosmic significance. He wondered why Tan Zhongyu, who had attempted to bridge these two paths, had never achieved such a spectacular result. Lu Xing speculated that while Tan Zhongyu had practiced martial arts after transmigrating, his efforts were likely half-hearted or lacked the profound depth of understanding required to trigger this level of synergy, leading to an entirely ordinary outcome. Lu Xing steeled his resolve and rose to his feet, his mind wandering to the legendary immortal powerhouses and the various transmigrators like Tan Zhongyu scattered across the universe. He knew that among those ranks, there must be no shortage of brilliant geniuses possessing iron perseverance and ancient wisdom. It was entirely possible that others were currently attempting to fuse these two disparate paths. He hoped that one day, he might meet them to exchange insights and verify his own progress. True progress, he realized, was often the child of open communication and the clashing of perspectives. With this thought in mind, he shifted his focus, allowing his consciousness to drift away from the physical realm and submerge into the depths of the dreamscape. Upon his arrival, Lu Sheng was stunned to find that the halo of origin power, which had previously been a modest ring of light, had undergone a massive change. The pulsating halo of origin power had expanded until it was roughly the size of a large manor house. "Whoa," he breathed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Why had his store of origin power suddenly surged so drastically? He theorized that perhaps it was tied to the destruction of the original immortal civilization's universe. With the collapse of that reality, its origin might have been scattered and entrusted to its remaining inheritances, allowing those who practiced its techniques to draw upon a shared, ancestral reservoir of power. He decided he would need to dedicate a significant amount of time to studying this development with the utmost care, sensing it could be the key to his next great leap. Meanwhile, in a distant sector of the Amon star cluster, a specific starfield lay in a state of quiet transition. This had recently served as the grand stage for the prestigious martial arts talent exchange competition between the 12 star clusters. Now that the games had concluded, the frantic energy and bustling crowds that had defined the area were slowly beginning to fade away. In its place, the region was reinventing itself as a burgeoning tourist destination. Every single day, waves of curious travelers from neighboring star clusters arrived to witness the site of the historic tournament and walk where champions had once stood. Amidst the crowd, two figures moved with a purposeful, detached grace. One of them paused, reaching into his robes to retrieve an object that resembled an ancient jade tablet, holding it up to his eyes to examine the faint, shifting runes etched upon its surface. The red-haired youth held the jade tablet steady, his eyes darting between the device and the surrounding void as if seeking a phantom trail. "This is the place," he murmured, his voice cold and flat. The residue of young Master Tenjonyu's aura was severed right here. The trail goes completely cold in this specific coordinate. Both youths fell into a heavy, concentrated silence, closing their eyes and extending their spiritual senses to probe the lingering echoes of the starfield. After a tense moment, the green-haired youth, the one addressed as the 12th young master, took a deep, sharp breath. "His soul fire has been utterly extinguished," he stated with grim finality, "and his divine sense has been severed at the root. There is a high probability that he is dead in every sense of the word. His physical form destroyed, his Tao extinguished, nothing remains." The red-haired companion sighed, his expression one of mourning mixed with pragmatism. "Before our world's reincarnation, the children of the Ninth Peak Lord were as numerous as the stars, but less than 1 in 100 survived the transition. Those of us who made it are now considered precious gold nuggets. Young Master Tanjongyu's position in the Peak Lord's heart was likely 100 times more significant than it was in his previous life. We only received word of his awakening recently, and now he is already gone." The red-haired youth clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his teeth gnashing in a display of suppressed rage. "How do we even begin to explain this to the Peak Lord? We were sent to retrieve him, not to return with news of his annihilation." The green-haired youth offered no answer, letting out a sharp, cold snort instead. Their faces were clouded with a deep gloom as they stood suspended in the void, hesitating as they weighed the dire consequences of their failed mission. At that moment, a small, brightly colored flying vehicle glided toward them. A man clutching a small crimson flag stepped out onto the boarding platform, wearing the beaming, practiced smile of a professional tour operator. "Greetings, travelers. From which cluster do you hail? Are you here to partake in the tournament tourism?" He continued his pitch with practiced enthusiasm. "Our agency is currently running a 3-day excursion across the Amon main star, offering a chance to relive every thrilling moment of the martial arts tournament. We have beautiful guides and full itinerary access for a mere 9,998 Black Star coins. As a bonus, every participant receives a high-fidelity recording of the grand finals and a limited edition signed portrait of the tournament champion." Irritated by the interruption, the green-haired youth raised a hand, his intention clear. He wanted to wave the man away and return to their grim investigation. "Wait, no need for that," the salesman interjected quickly. He pulled out a glossy, high-quality photograph depicting a handsome young man who seemed to radiate the brilliance of a platinum star. He shook the image enticingly before the two youths. "Business has been booming thanks to this young man. Tourists are flocking from across the clusters just to see where he fought." The green-haired youth's eyes locked onto the poster in the man's hand. In an instant, his pupils shrank to pinpricks, his spiritual senses flaring as he recognized a familiar, albeit distorted, resonance within the image. The face staring back at them from the championship poster was none other than Lu Sheng, captured in a moment of triumphant, celestial power. A few seconds of heavy silence passed as the two youths processed the revelation, their minds racing to connect the dots. They exchanged a single, meaningful look, their previous gloom replaced by a sharp, predatory focus. Breaking the silence, the green-haired youth turned back to the tour guide, his voice dropping to a low, commanding tone. "Sell me a copy of that recording and the championship poster. Now." The ticket seller, momentarily caught off guard by the youth's sudden intensity, closed his eyes and shook his head with a decisive, albeit nervous, air. He explained that the high-tier recordings and autograph posters were exclusive perks not intended for individual sale. The only way to obtain them was to officially register for the full tour package. Without uttering a single word, the 12th young master flicked his wrist, tossing a shimmering VIP black card onto the counter. The seller's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. His hands trembled as he stammered out, "Hey, a black card?" Recognizing the immense authority behind the card, he immediately processed their registration and handed over the items with fawning haste. As the two youths prepared to depart, the seller waved a cheerful, submissive goodbye. "Here are your commemorative gifts. Please, don't hesitate to contact me if you require anything else." Once they were out of earshot, the red-haired companion turned to the 12th young master, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Brother, why did you waste our resources on these trivial trinkets?" The companion was genuinely puzzled by the expenditure, unable to see the value in 2 pieces of memorabilia from a lesser universe's sporting event. However, as he looked closer at the poster, which featured Lu Sheng, Manhwa, and the now familiar face of Tan Zhongyu, his expression shifted into one of dawning horror. "Do you truly believe," he whispered, "that Tan Zhongyu's demise is directly linked to the outcome of this primitive tournament?" The green-haired youth shot him a sharp glare. "We will verify it immediately. Look at the lineup. I have a powerful intuition that this champion is the thread that ties everything together," the 12th young master added. With that, the two of them activated the recording devices, their eyes fixed on the holographic projections as they began to scrutinize the footage. Within minutes, the brutal truth was laid bare before them. They finally had the explanation they had been seeking. Just as the 12th young master had suspected, Tan Zhongyu's death was the climax of the martial arts tournament. Tan Zhongyu, the very heir they were tasked to find, had been systematically beaten to death, shattered punch by agonizing punch. The executioner was none other than the champion, the radiant young man on the poster who possessed a power that seemed to transcend his rank 9 status. Tan Zhongyu, whose power was roughly equivalent to a rank 13 existence in this local universe, had fallen at the hands of this youth. The two investigators could not help but let out a synchronized sigh of shock as the images of the final battle played out. "Unbelievable," the red-haired man murmured, his eyebrows twitching in disbelief. He stared at the autographed posters, struggling to reconcile the fact that a rank 9 body could house such a terrifying, world-ending force. The 12th young master finally spoke, his voice tinged with a reluctant respect. "In the infinite vastness of a cosmic civilization, the emergence of 1 or 2 unparalleled, heaven-defying geniuses is perhaps to be expected. We have witnessed even more absurd anomalies in our time. However, now that the culprit has been identified, our reconnaissance is complete. Let us return to the sect and present our findings. We shall leave it to the Peak Lord to decide how this debt will be settled. Are we in agreement?" The red-haired man gave a solemn nod. Without another word, they vanished from the starfield, heading back to their own realm. Simultaneously, back within the sanctuary of the dreamscape, Lu Sheng's deep dive into the laws of life and death reached its climax. The progress bar for his latest mental deduction flickered from 99% to a solid, shining 100%. "It's finished." Lu Sheng's eyes ignited with excitement as a completely new stream of refined information flooded his consciousness from the depths of the dream space. He noted with satisfaction that simply deducing a technique focused on life extension and longevity did not require a massive expenditure of his origin power. The entire process had only consumed approximately 1/12 of his total origin reservoir. Lu Sheng's mouth split into a wide, triumphant grin as he reviewed the parameters of his new creation. The first level alone grants an additional 10 years of life, while the second level boosts it by 30. It possesses 9 levels in total, he calculated. If a practitioner reaches the pinnacle of this technique, they can extend their natural lifespan by over 5,000 years. That was a staggering figure, exceeding even the natural life expectancy of a standard rank 11 martial artist. While the final levels would undoubtedly be difficult to master, simply guiding someone to the 6th or 7th level would easily grant them several centuries, if not a full millennium, of extra life. Crucially, this technique was designed to be far more accessible and simpler than the arduous paths of martial arts or true immortality. "I'll call it the longevity art," he decided. He was determined to ensure his parents lived as long as they desired, shielding them from the frailty of age until they were truly ready to depart. As he was refining the steps to guide Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan in this new art, a strange, powerful tremor from the physical world suddenly jolted his consciousness. A flash of surprised delight sparked in Lu Sheng's eyes as he felt the resonance of his physical form. He sensed the monumental shift within his biology. The count of undying cells in his body had officially surpassed the threshold of 330,000. This meant his cultivation had finally, officially, shattered the ceiling of the previous realm. Breakthrough, Lu Sheng whispered to the empty air as he exited the dream space, looking down at his hands as he entered the ranks of rank 11. At long last, I have crossed the threshold into the prestigious rank 11. My physical form is now host to a staggering 330,000 undying cells, each one shimmering with a brilliant, internal light like a myriad of distant stars. Together, they have decorated my refined martial anatomy, transforming my very being into a vast, breathtaking starfield of boundless potential. Every single newly manifested undying cell serves as a nascent seed containing the divine origin of a star. While my existing cells have grown exponentially in both density and raw power, I estimate that I am finally prepared to attempt a transition into the red giant star form. This represents the next terrifying evolution of the stellar supreme body. A star undergoes an arduous and magnificent journey through its cosmic life cycle, progressing from a long growth stage, through its vibrant youth, and into its glorious prime. Eventually, it must enter its twilight era, the stage of old age where its stability begins to waver. Once the star perceives that its natural lifespan is drawing to a close, it sheds its former restraints. In a final, spectacular act of defiance against the void, it does not hesitate to release every ounce of its stored light and searing heat in a cataclysmic expansion. This volatile, high-output phase is precisely what constitutes the red giant star state. It is a moment of supreme power where the star's outer layers swell to consume everything in their path. The moment I successfully manifest the red giant star state within my own body, my destructive capacity and raw physical strength will undergo a transformation that can only be described as terrifying. The sheer magnitude of energy I will be able to exert is almost beyond comprehension. A conservative calculation suggests that I will be at least 1,000 times more powerful than I was during the recent talent exchange tournament. In fact, if my fusion remains stable, that multiplier could easily reach a factor of 10,000. However, reaching this zenith will present a monumental challenge to my internal equilibrium. The sheer evolutionary leap required to move from the stability of a main sequence star state to the volatile fury of a red giant is immense, bordering on the suicidal. I find myself somewhat uncertain as to whether my current martial anatomy can actually withstand the localized gravitational collapse and thermal expansion inherent in such a state. One wrong move could result in a total physiological breakdown. Logically speaking, my current stellar path is a refined inheritance derived from the legacy of Wang He. If Wang He was capable of reaching the heights of level 15 using these principles, then I should be able to simply follow in his footsteps toward divinity. Yet, there is a fundamental flaw in that logic. I am forced to admit, with a confidence that borders on arrogance, that I am already significantly more powerful and advanced than Wang He ever was at this stage of development. My foundation has far surpassed the limits of the original technique. The facts speak for themselves. I am already wielding 330,000 undying cells at a mere level 11. Whereas Wang He didn't even possess such numbers upon reaching level 12. Furthermore, the individual intensity and energy density of my cells are completely off the charts. This unprecedented power creep suggests I could theoretically massacre opponents 2 major realms above my own. As I contemplate this rapid ascent, a shadow of a frown crosses my face. Such extreme power does not come without a heavy price, and it leads to a potentially fatal consequence for my future breakthroughs. If I attempt to enter the red giant state without a sufficiently reinforced physical vessel, the internal pressure will be too much to contain. I would likely meet my end by exploding like a cosmic balloon filled with pressurized, molten lava. I am currently presented with 2 distinct strategic options. The first is to consciously and artificially throttle the evolution speed of my undying cells. This would mean choosing to ignore the theoretical, perfect state during my next planned upgrade in favor of safety. To put it simply, if I am preparing to ascend to level 12, and the theoretical limit of the Stellar Supreme Body is 5 million undying cells, I could choose to trigger the breakthrough prematurely once I hit 1 million cells if the risk of explosion feels too high. In practice, this would be a form of permanent self-nerfing. It is a compromise that dilutes my ultimate potential, and unless my life is in immediate and unavoidable danger, it is a path I have no desire to tread. The second, and far more ambitious, option is to find an entirely new path for body refinement. I must find a way to constantly increase the structural integrity and density of my martial body until it is rugged enough to withstand the maximum theoretical value of undying cells while maintaining a stable red giant state. While my current martial body is already remarkably resilient, strong enough to send shockwaves through most level 12 experts, I am well aware that there is always room for further growth. I cannot afford to be complacent when the universe itself is trying to tear me apart from the inside. The fusion of the immortal and martial paths offers a glimmer of hope. Since the immortal Tao runes began to engrave themselves deep within the marrow of my bones, I have felt a silent, potent permeation of power that is gradually reinforcing the foundations of my stellar supreme body. The ultimate destination of this journey is the manifestation of the immortal martial supreme body I envisioned. Unfortunately, this path is exceptionally difficult, acting as a bottomless pit that hungrily consumes the primordial power of the universe. Still, it is a viable direction, and I must take it one step at a time. I scoffed at the difficulty, suddenly sensing a shift in my dantian. I can feel that the immortal golden core nestled within my dantian has grown to an absurd size. I estimate its current diameter to be several hundred kilometers, a gargantuan sphere of condensed energy that defies all conventional cultivation logic. I find myself increasingly baffled by my own physiological state. I have been meticulously following the cultivation methods outlined in the profound spirit treasure tome. So why is the result I am producing so radically different from every historical record? My original plan was to simply shatter this massive golden core and use the resulting debris as high-grade nutrients for my undying cells and martial body. However, the moment I prepared to strike it, my mind was seized by a violent, instinctive shock. My intuition screamed at me that doing so would be a catastrophic mistake, so I was forced to let it be for now. Fine then. Let's see just how massive you can truly become. At that exact moment, I allowed my consciousness to manifest back on the fetal nurturing planet. My sudden, unannounced appearance startled poor Lu Qinghe so much that she nearly jumped out of her skin in fright. My little sister, Lu Qinghe, quickly recovered from her shock and came sprinting toward me with an excited grin. Brother, you've finally emerged from your seclusion. As soon as I opened my eyes, my level 12 spiritual power immediately detected the warm, welcoming intent radiating from the planet's own emergent consciousness. I glanced at the surroundings and was immediately taken aback. Although only half a cosmic month had passed in the outside world, the sheer volume of natural cosmic energy released during my breakthrough had fundamentally altered the environment of the entire fetal nurturing planet. The flora and fauna here were already far superior to those on the origin star, but the massive influx of energy had triggered an unprecedented evolutionary spurt. I saw plants that now towered over 30,000 meters into the sky, and giant mammals exceeding 50 meters in length were now roaming the revitalized landscape. The entire planet now possessed a rugged, primal wildness that was far more intense than before I began my seclusion. It felt like a world reborn in the wake of a god's passing. Whether it was due to the ambient energy or a natural growth spurt, Lu Qinghe had noticeably increased in height. I gave her a small, approving nod. Qinghe, you've grown quite a bit, haven't you? My gaze then shifted to my father, Lu Hai, and a flicker of genuine joy touched my heart. He was on the verge of becoming a true grandmaster. I could see his physical functions had peaked at the limit of a rank 6 martial artist. Is that really true? Lu Hai asked, scratching the back of his head with a bashful, wide grin. I've just been practicing casually with little Qinghe every day. I had no idea my progress had reached such a stage. Despite his humble words, He couldn't hide the overwhelming pride shining on his face. He never dreamed he would be approaching the Grandmaster realm in his 50s. Lu Hai felt a renewed surge of youthful vigor in his heart. He was already imagining the look on his old friends' faces when he showed up as a rank 7 Grandmaster. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe pouted with dissatisfaction. "Hey, brother. I've become a Grandmaster too. Why aren't you giving me any praise?" I reached out and playfully pinched her cheeks, a small smirk forming on my lips. "You have access to the most elite cultivation conditions in the known universe, yet you've only reached the 7th level. You've got quite a lot of nerve asking for a compliment with such mediocre results." Lu Qinghe stomped her feet in a mock fury, but she quickly deflated. She knew she couldn't argue with his logic, especially since her current resources were 100 times better than his were at her age. I took a moment to observe her before continuing. "While your aptitude might be lacking, your effort has been commendable, and your dedication to teaching Dad is a plus. Keep it up. I'm going to pass on a special cultivation technique to Mom and Dad, and I'm putting you in charge of supervising their progress. If you do a good job, I'll gift you your very own spaceship." "Wait, for real?" As soon as the words left my mouth, Lu Qinghe's eyes lit up with a brilliant, predatory sparkle. She was so overwhelmed with joy she practically vibrated in place. A spaceship, even if it wasn't a legendary craft like the White Cave Shuttle, it would still be a luxurious, top-tier star chariot. She was already dreaming of escaping the boring grind of daily martial arts to explore the vast, twinkling expanse of the starry sky. I looked around the immediate vicinity and asked, "Where are Mom and Qingxue?" Lu Qinghe blinked, coming back to reality. "Oh, they've gone over to the neighboring planet. Sister Qingxue took Mom to meet with some of the relocated families to help her settle in." My heart stirred with a sense of relief, knowing that the relocation of the Origin Star's population was proceeding smoothly. However, I hadn't forgotten the ticking clock. The dark side of the universe's encroachment was only 4 years and 3 months away. Time was a luxury I simply didn't have. I needed to find more opportunities to facilitate my next breakthrough immediately. I have a powerful, unshakable gut feeling that the alien battlefield is the place that holds the answers I seek. My next objective is clear. I must find a way to reach the front lines of that interdimensional conflict. I spent several precious hours of quality time with my family on the fetal nurturing planet, enjoying the simple warmth of their company. As evening approached, Dong Qingxue and my mother, Zheng Yufan, returned and headed straight for the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast to celebrate the end of my seclusion. Shortly after the meal, I personally sat down with my parents to instruct them in the introductory stages of the longevity art. I only allowed myself to feel relieved once I witnessed them successfully circulating a full cycle of qi through their meridians. The effects were instantaneous. After just one session, my parents appeared visibly rejuvenated, looking more than 20 years younger than their chronological age. Following the celebratory dinner, I retreated to the upper canopy of a tree that towered 1,000 meters into the sky. I held Dong Qingxue close as we lay together on the dense, cloud-like foliage, gazing up at the brilliant tapestry of the starry sky. We allowed ourselves to simply exist in this rare, fleeting moment of absolute peace and comfort. Dong Qingxue remained silent for a long time, quietly resting her head against my chest and listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of my heart. She gently took my hand and guided it to her slightly rounded belly, her voice soft in the night air. "Oh, by the way, while you were deep in seclusion, Lord Harold came looking for you twice. He seemed quite insistent about a matter concerning the battlefields." My expression twitched with a hint of curiosity. "Twice? What exactly did he want?" Dong Qingxue nodded. "He said it was urgent, that if you emerged within 3 days of his last visit, you needed to contact him immediately. He mentioned that if you didn't, then the opportunity would have passed. I told him I would let you know." I nodded slowly. "I'll reach out to Harold tomorrow morning. I suspect I'll have to depart for a while, so please take care of yourself. This pregnancy will last 10 years. I don't want you to overexert yourself." I kept my hand on her belly, feeling the faint, burgeoning life force of my own bloodline gestating within her. Dong Qingxue shook her head, a serene smile on her face. "Don't worry about me. These are honestly the happiest and most peaceful days of my entire life, Lu Shang." The two of us shared a deep, affectionate kiss under the starlight before I prepared to depart. Dong Qingxua looked at me with a soft, lingering gaze and reminded me, "Just remember to come home to us as early as you can." Early the next morning, I sequestered myself in a quiet room and activated my high-range communicator, attempting to establish a secure link with Lord Harold's personal signal. The connection was established almost instantly. Harold's holographic image flickered to life on the projection screen, a wide smile spreading across his face. "Lu Sheng, you've finally finished your seclusion," he greeted me warmly. I nodded in return before getting straight to the point. "Lord Harold, I heard you were looking for me regarding the other space battlefield?" Harold sighed, his expression turning somewhat regretful. "Indeed. A little over a week ago, the entrance to the joint other space battlefield for the 100 Great Star Zones was opened. I wanted to see if you were interested in joining the Vanguard, but since you were unreachable, you unfortunately missed the primary recruitment warship." Lu Sheng leaned forward, his voice tight with urgency as he pressed for answers. "Is that truly the only path available to me? Tell me, when is the next scheduled window for the gateway to the other space battlefield to tear open?" Duan Yifeng's expression grew somber as he spoke, his voice carrying the weight of history. "Make no mistake," he intoned. "The other space battlefield is the true crucible of our reality. It serves as the primary theater of war where the surface universe and the reverse universe collide. It is a realm where the galaxy's most decorated elite and the terrifying sovereigns of the void gather in an eternal struggle for dominance." The old mentor stroked his silvered beard, his eyes narrowing with a calculated glint. "You may have missed the recruitment vessel assigned to our specific star zone, but all is not lost. If your resolve remains unshaken, you can still intercept recruitment ships from other sectors that have yet to depart. I have already transmitted the precise jump coordinates to your terminal. I will personally reach out to my contacts on the front lines to smooth your arrival," Duan Yifeng added. "But be warned, the crew of the recruitment ship from the Heavenly Serpent star system will have no knowledge of your true identity or status. You will have to navigate their trials through your own strength. Tread carefully, for the journey ahead is fraught with peril." A flash of genuine relief crossed Lu Sheng's face as he bowed slightly. "Mentor, I cannot thank you enough for this opportunity. Your guidance has been invaluable." Duan Yifeng fell silent for a moment, his features hardening into a mask of grave solemnity. He looked Lu Sheng directly in the eye, his voice dropping an octave. "I urge you to consider this with the utmost gravity. Are you truly prepared to cast yourself into the fires of the other space battlefield so soon? There is no shame in patience. There will be countless opportunities to join the fray once you have matured further." Lu Sheng did not blink, his gaze as steady and unyielding as a frozen lake. He remained silent, his resolve radiating from him in waves that required no spoken confirmation. The young man took a sharp, grounding breath, his presence suddenly expanding to fill the room. Lu Sheng slammed a clenched fist against his chest in a crisp, military salute, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. "Mentor, there is no need to wait. I have already ascended to level 11. Duan Yifeng's eyes widened, the breath hitching in his throat. For a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze as the full weight of Lu Sheng's revelation settled over him like a physical force. A long, slow exhale escaped the old man's lips, his tension melting into a mixture of awe and resignation. He looked at the youth with a complex gaze, pride warring with concern, and nodded slowly. "I see. I finally understand the fire that drives you." Duan Yifeng watched him, his mind racing with silent realization. An unparalleled prodigy who has breached the threshold of level 11 before even reaching his mid-20s, and who possesses the legendary constitution of an immortal-grade superlife. He realized then that no one could possibly dictate the path of such a being. Lu Sheng alone understood the destiny he was meant to seize. With his course set, Lu Sheng bid a quiet, final farewell to his family. To ensure his movements remained undetected by prying eyes, he discarded his recognizable gear and adopted a nondescript traveling outfit, vanishing into the flow of the galactic masses. Aboard a gargantuan interstellar passenger cruiser, the hum of the warp engines vibrated through the bulkheads. A polished flight attendant moved gracefully through the aisles of the executive passenger cabin. The attendant's voice chirped over the comms, professional and welcoming. Attention, esteemed travelers. We are currently on approach for the Sawyer Star Zone, known in the ancient charts as the Suwa Shirao Star Zone. During this leg of our voyage, we will be transiting through several of the sector's most breathtaking celestial landmarks. As she moved through the hallway, the attendant's professional smile faltered. She spotted a Zenora passenger with deep, ink-blue skin acting in a most peculiar fashion. Rather than utilizing his assigned seat, the alien had used 6 powerful, suction cup-tipped tentacles to anchor himself firmly to the ceiling, dangling above the aisle like a bizarre, biological chandelier. She sighed, approaching the eccentric traveler. "Mr. Babada, I must ask you to descend. The ship will be performing several docking maneuvers shortly, and for your own safety, you must return to your seat." "It's quite all right, quite all right," the maverick passenger chirped back in a high-pitched, grating whistle. It was clear this wasn't the first time they'd had this conversation. Babada waved a stray tentacle dismissively. "I simply prefer the perspective from up here, dear lady. Don't mind me. Oh, but do be a lamb and notify me before we reach the next port. I've decided I simply must disembark immediately." The stewardess blinked, a bead of sweat forming at her temple. "But sir," she protested, checking her tablet, "the next stop is a refueling station over 20 light-years short of your ticketed destination. It's a barren rock with no connecting flights." Babada let out a frantic exclamation, his ink-blue skin pulsing with agitation. "It doesn't matter. The most pressing, urgent matter in my life right now is getting off this vessel at the very first opportunity." He clung to the ceiling with the stubbornness of a mountain crag, ignoring the attendant's increasingly desperate pleas for him to behave like a normal passenger. "Fine, have it your way," the stewardess muttered, finally surrendering to his obstinacy. She turned away, wondering what kind of psychological quirk would lead a sentient being to behave so erratically. Then again, the universe was vast. She had seen her share of strange races with even stranger hobbies during her years of service on the Great Fish. She noted that there were only 2 passengers remaining in this particular section of the carriage. Shaking off her frustration, she took a few steps forward toward the final traveler. Her gaze drifted involuntarily to a seat on the left. There sat the young man known as Lu Shang, his presence so still he almost seemed to be part of the ship's architecture. The flight attendant leaned in with a practiced, polite tilt of her head. "Excuse me, sir? Is there anything I can provide to make your journey more comfortable?" She had intended to offer him a beverage, but the words died in her throat the moment Lu Sheng looked up. As her eyes locked with his, her entire body went rigid. Her heart skipped a beat, and a primal chill raced down her spine. His eyes were impossibly deep, like twin singularities that threatened to swallow her soul whole. For a fleeting second, she glimpsed a swirling, 4-colored radiance deep within his pupils, a kaleidoscope of power that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The terrifying sensation evaporated, leaving only a calm, ordinary-looking youth. Lu Xing spoke, his voice cool and steady. "How much longer until we make planetfall at more?" "T2 hours, sir," the flight attendant stammered, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped her tray. She couldn't explain it, but the sheer aura emanating from the man felt like standing at the edge of a vast, dark abyss. Without another word, she turned and scurried back toward the safety of the crew compartment, her pace nearly a run. Safely behind the partition, she clutched her chest. Just being near him felt like ice water in my veins, she thought. I think I finally understand why Babada is so desperate to get off this ship. He isn't eccentric, he's terrified. Lu Sheng ignored the commotion, checking the data Duan Yifeng had provided. The recruitment vessel for the Sawyer Star Zone was scheduled to depart Moore Port in exactly 4 hours. If the Great Fish remained on schedule, he would have a narrow window to board. He deactivated his optical brain communicator, leaning back. He had left his custom ship, the White Cave Shuttler, with his family for their protection, forcing him to rely on public transit. He had tried to mask his overwhelming presence to avoid trouble, but it seemed his efforts were failing. His natural aura was still enough to petrify the common folk. Lu Sheng glanced over at the blue alien still clinging to the ceiling like a panicked octopus and let out a soft, internal sigh of amusement. Ever since breaking through to level 11, I've been struggling to fully contain this surge of power, he mused. Even the slightest unintentional leak of my killing intent is enough to cause local disturbances. He hadn't yet had the chance to fully decipher the next scrolls of the Divine Star path, but his spiritual reserves were already burgeoning. He felt confident that if he were to encounter another mentalist stalker like Qian Yushu, he could now crush their psychic intrusion with a single concentrated thought. The level 12 four-colored star stone was a marvel of spiritual engineering. Not only did it possess the crushing density and properties of the black obsidian star, but it also tapped into the fundamental frequency of sapient emotion. Each of the four crystalline hues represented a different emotional cornerstone. The brilliant crimson facet was the avatar of anger. The vibrant yellow glow embodied pure, unadulterated joy. The deep, melancholy blue was the wellspring of sadness. And the pitch-black core, that was the essence of fear. Lu Sheng realized he could now bypass physical armor entirely, launching devastating emotional strikes directly at a target's psyche. He marveled at the genius of Duan Yifeng. It was no wonder the man could rival the legendary Wang He. This path was a masterpiece of martial theory. In a clash between high-level powerhouses, a split-second lapse in concentration or a flicker of doubt could mean the difference between victory and annihilation. A technique capable of rewriting an opponent's emotional state mid-combat wasn't just an advantage, it was completely broken. It was, quite literally, overpowered. He visualized two masters of equal strength locked in a death match. If one remained as cold and focused as a machine, while the other was suddenly overwhelmed by waves of irrational grief or hysterical laughter, the outcome was predetermined. The distracted fighter would fail to parry, misjudge a distance, and die. With my level 12 spiritual potency, Lu Sheng thought with a smirk, unless I meet a specialized psychic mutant, I can effectively make my enemies weep or guffaw at my whim. Unable to resist the urge to test his new toys, Lu Sheng looked for a subject. Following the principle of proximity, his gaze landed on the dejected Babada hanging in the corridor. Lu Sheng released a microscopic thread of his spiritual power, delicately brushing it against the alien's mind. Babada, who had been shivering in gloom, suddenly froze as his expression shifted into a wide, toothy grin. Within seconds, the alien was beaming with delight, his tentacles wiggling rhythmically as he began to emit high-pitched, bubbly giggles. The strange sound drew the attention of nearby passengers, who peered out to see a blue-skinned Zenora dangling from the ceiling, shaking with fits of silvery, infectious laughter that seemed to make no sense given the circumstances. The flight attendant returned at that moment, tentatively extending a tray. "Sir, I have your tea, Mr. Babada." She stopped in her tracks, bewildered by the alien's sudden, manic euphoria. "Oh, he's just exceptionally happy to be hanging there, I suppose," she muttered. But the joy was short-lived. Lu Sheng shifted the frequency. Babada's face instantly crumpled. His eyes welled up with massive, bean-sized tears that rolled down his forehead and dripped onto the floor below. The alien wailed, covering his face with two tentacles while the others clung desperately to the ceiling. Why is everything so heartbreakingly sad?" The stewardess backed away, her face pale. "He's a complete lunatic," she thought, laughing one second and sobbing the next. "No wonder he refuses to sit in a seat. He's lost his mind." Lu Sheng continued his experiment with clinical interest, cycling Babada through the four emotional states. The poor alien went from weeping to incandescent rage and back to hysterics until the ship's intercom finally chimed. "Dear passengers, we have arrived at the interim station." As the airlock hissed open, the passengers of the Great Fish witnessed a bizarre sight. A blue alien screaming with both laughter and terror, sprinting toward the exit at a speed that defied physics. "Let me off. Quick. Haha. I'm perfectly sane. Wah. Save me. This ship is haunted by a god." Lu Sheng watched him go, a faint smile on his lips. "Consider that black card your compensation for the service you've provided today," he whispered to the empty air. He was thoroughly satisfied with the results. Emotion was indeed a sharp blade, though he wondered how much resistance a level 12 master or a star-grade powerhouse might offer against it. Lu Sheng knit his brows in quiet contemplation, calculating that the recruitment vessel's arrival was barely 20 minutes away, aligning perfectly with the schedule provided. He mused that those destined for the other space battlefield were elites plucked from various star systems, and he was eager to gauge the true caliber of these so-called powerhouses. The starship standing before him was a dismal sight, its hull battered and worn with sheets of thermal paint peeling away like dead skin. There was no prestigious name emblazoned on its side, only a utilitarian, weathered serial code that identified the vessel as FZ-495. Lu Xing stared at the vessel, his expression entirely unimpressed by its lackluster appearance. The recruitment ship appeared profoundly dilapidated, almost janky by modern standards. He recalled the instructions from Duan Yifeng and realized that this unremarkable, rusted hunk of metal was indeed his designated transport to the legendary other space battlefield. With a single, fluid stride that seemed to bend the space between them, Lu Xing appeared instantly before the ship's boarding ramp. He stood there for a fleeting moment, wondering how to trigger the entry sequence just as the heavy airlock began to cycle open with a pressurized hiss. A man standing a towering 2.5 meters tall, radiating an aura as cold as a void chill, stepped out onto the ramp. He narrowed his eyes, subjecting Lu Xing to a piercing, clinical examination as if his gaze were a sharpened razor capable of flaying a man's secrets from his skin. Searching for someone specific? The giant rumbled. In response, Lu Xing shed his temporary disguise, allowing his striking, natural features to return, and casually presented his official identification card for inspection. "I'm here to board the transport," Lu Xing stated calmly, his voice steady despite the intimidating presence of the massive sentry standing before him. The hulking man snatched the ID card from Lu Xing's hand, his eyes scanning the data. Level 11. The giant let out a sharp, derisive scoff that vibrated in his chest. "Do you honestly believe this journey is some trivial playground for children to wander into?" Without waiting for a reply, he tossed the ID card back toward Lu Xing with a flick of his wrist. "Get on board. Find yourself a vacant corner and stay out of the way. I expect absolute obedience while you're on my ship. And do not make the mistake of wandering into restricted sectors, or I will not be held responsible for what becomes of you," the man warned. Lu Xing acknowledged the threat with a silent nod and stepped onto the vessel, officially beginning his transit. The boarding process had been surprisingly effortless, though the interior of the ship proved even more Spartan than the exterior suggested. Lu Xing checked his ID and noticed that a packet of data had been uploaded during the exchange. It contained a specific set of coordinates for his assigned quarters. "This must be the place," Lu Xing whispered to himself. He followed the holographic navigation markers through the dimly lit, metallic corridors until he finally arrived at the heavy door of his assigned room. Lu Xing held up his identification card, flicked his wrist with practiced ease, and allowed the scanner to read the encoded chip. A soft green light pulsed against the metal door, followed by the low, mechanical hum of the locking mechanism disengaging. The door rumbled on its tracks, sliding open with painful slowness. Just as Lu Xing prepared to cross the threshold, the door directly adjacent to his own cycled open, revealing another passenger. A strikingly handsome young man with vibrant, flame-orange hair emerged, clad in utilitarian gray fatigues. Even in his relaxed state, he radiated a volatile, overwhelming energy that felt like the heat of a burgeoning supernova contained within a human frame. The orange-haired youth noticed Lu Xing's presence immediately, his sharp gaze lingering on him for a measured second, as if evaluating a potential threat or a curiosity. "Only level 11. Yet there's a peculiar quality to him," the youth mused internally. However, after fully sensing the baseline of Lu Xing's suppressed power level, he quickly lost interest, turning away with a frigid, dismissive expression as he walked past. Lu Xing didn't give the encounter a second thought, completely indifferent to the other man's arrogance. He stepped into his quarters alone, the door sealing shut behind him with a heavy thud. His initial observation revealed a cramped, subterranean-style room that was basic to the point of being primitive. Patches of moss-like bioluminescence clung to the corners, and the tang of rust hung heavy in the air. Lu Xing stared at the grime-streaked walls in disbelief. He wondered if the owner had cultivated this aesthetic on purpose to appear rugged, but he soon realized this was simply a result of genuine neglect. This absolute dump? Is it possible I boarded the wrong ship entirely? Lu Sheng wondered, his brow twitching. To even qualify for the other space battlefield, one had to be at least level 11, a rank that granted planetary royalty status in most star systems. While he didn't demand VIP luxury, being stuffed into this rat hole was an insult to his expectations. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Sheng sat cross-legged on the firm, uninviting bed. It matters little in the long run, he decided. As long as this vessel reaches its destination, I can simply retreat into my dream space and continue my cultivation in peace. He closed his eyes, preparing to initiate the official level 13 zombie trial within his consciousness. He was eager to see how his newly mastered four-colored star power would fare against the nightmarish entities of the dreamscape. Meanwhile, deep within the ship's cockpit, the atmosphere was vastly different. The control room was unexpectedly opulent. A man with a round, jovial face and a sturdy, balanced build sat at a sprawling table laden with a staggering array of over 1,000 gourmet dishes, accompanied by bottles of the finest vintage wines. The round-faced man showed no signs of stopping, shoveling the exquisite delicacies into his mouth with the frantic intensity of a starving animal that hadn't seen a meal in a century. Clink! The heavy, archaic cockpit door groaned as it slid open, and a woman with a countenance as sharp and frigid as a glacier walked in. "You've finally arrived," she noted dryly. "The passenger manifest is complete, and everyone is accounted for." "Excellent. Then we can initiate takeoff procedures," the round-faced man replied, his mouth so full of rare meats and star grains that his words were barely intelligible mumbles. With a greasy hand, he reached out and slammed his palm onto the primary ignition button, sending a shudder through the entire frame of the vessel. The spaceship groaned as it lifted off, its engines roaring as it began a slow, lumbering acceleration into the atmosphere. The cold woman beside him exhaled a long sigh of relief. "I was genuinely concerned the engines wouldn't ignite. How is this heap still operational?" The man didn't look up from his plate. "It's an ancient model long since phased out, but beneath the rust and the outdated design, she can still cross thousands of light years without a hitch." The woman frowned, crossing her arms over her chest. "Even if the vessel is intended to be disposable after this run, couldn't you have secured one that didn't look like a flying scrap heap?" The round-faced man paused to wipe a smear of sauce from his chin. "You said it yourself, it's disposable. Why squander valuable credits on aesthetics for a ship we're going to scuttle? Efficiency is the only metric that matters. Besides," he added with a devious glint in his eye, "it's a perfect way to introduce these pampered rookies to the harsh, desolate wasteland vibe they'll encounter on the other space battlefield." The man chuckled, a sound like gravel rolling in a drum. "Oh, that reminds me. Does anyone in this latest batch of geniuses actually stand out?" The woman checked her digital slate. "The records are in your files. The most notable is a youth named Sal. He's under 1,000 years old, already level 12, and possesses a rare, transcendent solar flare physique." "A solar flare physique at level 12? That is impressive," the round-faced man admitted with a slow nod. "That boy is a certified prodigy, no question. Even on the ether battlefield, stats of that caliber are considered pure fire." The woman paused, her voice taking on a more serious, weighted tone. "There is also a veteran among them named Hang Ji. This will be his third tour on the ether battlefield. From what I've seen, his raw skills might actually rival our own." The round-faced man's jovial demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a grim sobriety. "Hang Ji? I know the name. I actually fought alongside him in a previous cycle. He's the real deal." The man continued, struggling to find the right words to describe the veteran. He eventually mumbled, "But he's incredibly suspicious. He always seems to have a hidden agenda when he steps onto the battlefield. You can see the ambition burning in him at a glance." The cold woman knit her brows. "Should we place him under constant surveillance?" The round-faced man shook his head. "No, he wouldn't dare try anything while we're in transit. Once we hit the dirt, it's every man for himself, but having a shark like him around might actually be useful. He'll keep the others on their toes and minimize the number of stupid, avoidable losses we take on the journey," the man reasoned. The woman didn't argue, though she made a mental note to keep a wary eye on Hang Ji. "And what about the hitchhiker?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. The man hesitated for a moment. Oh, him? Someone higher up pulled some serious strings to get him a seat. He waved a hand dismissively. Just some rookie who missed his primary transport, though his raw stats are supposedly staggering. Level 11 before even hitting 100 years of age. What a tragic waste of potential, the woman sighed. Such a green, tender sprout. Tossing a child like that into the meat grinder so early is practically a death sentence. I truly wonder if he has the stomach to survive the first week, the round-faced man muttered, sounding genuinely disappointed as he shoved another meat pie into his mouth. We cannot afford to babysit him, the man concluded firmly. Our only duty is to ensure he's alive when we reach the drop zone. After that, his survival is entirely up to fate. These youngsters always think they're invincible. They need to learn the reality of the universe the hard way, he added. Suddenly, a primary monitor in the cockpit flickered to life, displaying the frustrated and helpless face of a large crewman. Reporting, ma'am, the big man growled. A passenger named Sasher in room 485 is demanding an immediate room swap. He claims his current quarters are trash and wants something befitting his status. The cold woman let out a sharp, mocking scoff. Inform him that if he desires the best accommodations on this vessel, he can find them in my personal quarters. If he wants a swap, tell him to come and try to take it from me himself. Understood, ma'am. I will convey the message exactly as stated, the giant replied before the screen went dark once again. The round-faced man began to chuckle, his belly shaking with mirth. Did you hear that? What if the boy actually has the guts to show up at your door? They're all level 12s, after all. These arrogant brats might not be as intimidated by us as they should be, the woman said, her eyes flashing with a predatory light. That would be even better. I haven't been in a real fight for half a month, and my hands are practically itching for some action. It would be a fine excuse to loosen my joints before the real war starts. Simultaneously, within the vast, crystalline expanse of his dreamscape, the heavens fractured as catastrophic bolts of purple lightning, resembling undulating, jagged dragons, descended with terminal velocity, striking Lu Sheng in a time frame too brief for even a single neuron to fire. The silence of the mental void was suddenly fractured by a series of sharp, rhythmic sounds, brittle snapping and grinding that resonated like fine glass being pulverized under immense pressure. Crack, crack. The very air seemed to splinter. A formidable figure, heavily shrouded in a chaotic web of flickering violet lightning, burst forth from the containment of the trial. Lu Sheng flexed his powerful shoulders, casually shaking off the residual bolts as if they were nothing more than a nest of agitated purple serpents. Platinum flames erupted across his skin, refining his form into something resembling radiant golden glass, a sight of breathtaking, celestial beauty. However, this divine physique was presently etched with a network of massive, jagged fissures. As the platinum essence surged through his veins, the cracks began to seal with liquid light, restoring him to a state of flawless, unblemished perfection. Lu Sheng's eyes had shifted into a profound, ethereal gray, mirroring the mysterious mist that hangs between the dying night and the nascent dawn, a gaze that symbolized both an absolute end and a new beginning. He murmured softly to himself, combining the inherent power of the immortal golden glass body with this new insight allows me to effectively tank a direct rank 13 assault. And I am barely even flinching under the weight of it, Lu Sheng added, a trace of a cold smile playing on his lips. He took a single, effortless step forward, seemingly folding space as he appeared instantaneously before the entity controlling the lightning. Looking into the heart of the storm, Lu Sheng whispered with a hint of genuine respect. In terms of raw destructive output, you are actually quite formidable, practically overpowered in your own right. The zombie powerhouse stood tall amidst a churning, violent vortex of swirling purple and black energy. Microscopic spatial rifts, resembling jagged bolts of obsidian lightning, tore incessantly at the fabric of reality around its decaying form. Its eyes were cold, abyssal points of light, and the oppressive dark aura it radiated was so dense it caused the surrounding air to crystallize and freeze. Every slight twitch of its withered wrist signaled a terrifying intent to suppress and utterly destroy everything in its path. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze locking onto the undead nightmare with an unwavering, predatory focus. "The time for your eternal struggle has come to a conclusion," he declared, his voice cutting through the roar of the lightning. "It is time for you to finally find your rest." Lu Sheng's right hand opened wide before snapping shut into a powerful, decisive fist. In that moment, countless currents of primal astral energy surged from the depths of his being, converging upon his knuckles like a miniature galaxy spinning into existence. He was channeling the full, unadulterated weight of the true martial constellation force. "Break!" Lu Sheng's roar was a thunderclap that echoed through the dreamscape as the true martial constellation force erupted in its totality. Starlight and concentrated true energy intertwined into a shimmering waterfall that poured into his physical frame. And blindingly intense light engulfed his fist, carrying a momentum so vast it felt as though the kinetic power of 1,000,000 dying stars was being focused into a single, terminal blow. With a single, devastating punch, the illusory image of a perfect galaxy was shattered into 1,000,000,000 shimmering fragments. A vast, literal river of galactic energy poured forth from Lu Sheng's fist, obliterating the darkness. Compared to his previous desperate struggle against Monroe, Lu Sheng was now wielding this cosmic technique with a fluid, terrifying ease that bordered on mastery. As the blinding brilliance of the galactic light slowly began to fade into the background, the ghastly, lightning-wreathed figure standing before Lu Sheng began to dissolve into embers of shadow, finally vanishing into the void from which it came. Suddenly, a dense patch of pitch-black mist erupted from the ground beneath him, swirling with a violent, predatory intelligence like a living organism. This dark aura expanded rapidly, obscuring all vision and greedily swallowing the surrounding space until the world was reduced to a singular, abyssal point. The roiling black mist surged upward with incredible speed, coiling itself tightly around Lu Sheng's limbs and torso. Layer upon layer of sentient darkness piled on top of one another, rapidly enveloping his entire physique and solidifying into a massive, impenetrable black cocoon that radiated a bone-chilling aura of ancient death. The texture of the darkness was eerily seamless and supple, possessing the high-end feel of premium ice silk fabric, a high-quality, deceptively breathable shroud of shadow that represented the pinnacle of void refinement. This best-selling darkness of the abyss suddenly swarmed toward Lu Sheng with renewed vigor, directly engulfing his entire body within the obsidian confines of the massive black cocoon as it prepared to transmit its secrets. The fragmented, overwhelming memories of a former rank 13 overlord flooded into Lu Sheng's consciousness like a torrential dam break. This agonizing yet enlightening process of mental integration lasted for more than half a cosmic day, continuing until every wisp of the black mist surrounding him was completely absorbed into his own spirit. Lu Sheng finally allowed his eyelids to slowly flutter open, his consciousness returning to the physical world. He exhaled a long, heavy mouthful of turbid air, marking the final digestion of the Overlord's legacy. This single breath seemed to carry enough weight to extinguish the platinum flames flickering on his skin. The intricate solar divine scripts faded into his pores, and his golden glazed body receded back to its natural state. Deep within Lu Sheng's eyes, a rare hint of genuine joy and quiet satisfaction began to emerge. That rank 13 powerhouse known as Le Fukin was certainly no laughing matter, Lu Sheng mused, reflecting on the brutal simulated combat. I was forced to engage him more than 10 times previously, and in every encounter, he thoroughly handed me my own defeat. It was only after breaking through to rank 11 and seeing my immortal cell skyrocket to a staggering 330,000 that the scales finally tipped. He had finally succeeded in utterly crushing his opponent. While the massive gains in raw power and technical insight following the victory were substantial, they were secondary in his mind to the sheer, intoxicating sense of accomplishment that came from overcoming such a mountain of a foe. Lu Sheng calmly extended his hand, his eyes fixed intently on the lines across the back of his skin. Strangely, countless lightning-shaped threads of fate seemed to intertwine there like a dormant, terrifying thunderstorm waiting for a signal. The jump from rank 12 to rank 13 is not merely a promotion, but a fundamental threshold representing a qualitative leap in existence. Lu Sheng gently stroked his chest, feeling the echoes of the battle. Just moments ago, my golden glazed body was on the verge of being completely shattered. It is truly unbelievable when you consider that this body can withstand the sky, Feather Tome's five-fold limit break sword formation without a single crack. And that was my baseline during the martial arts tournament. Over such a vast period of growth, just how much had Lu Sheng's fundamental strength increased? How much had his martial arts dharma form expanded in scale and complexity? The power of his golden glazed body had grown exponentially, yet it was still nearly pulverized under the concentrated attack of a single zombie powerhouse. One can only imagine how terrifying the true peak of rank 13 actually is. Indeed, if rank 11 and rank 12 are about the mastery of rule power, then rank 13 involves the fundamental laws of the universe. Rank 13 represents the threshold of the law realm. The power of laws represents the most essential and absolute force within a specific field of existence, a primary manifestation of the universe's own primordial origin. To wield it is to touch the very core of creation and destruction. Reaching this stage is equivalent to having a preliminary grasp of the universe's true essence, while mastering rules is akin to understanding the operational patterns of heaven and earth. Mastering laws means touching the essential machinery that makes those patterns possible in the first place. To simplify the concept, if the entire universe were viewed as a complex simulation or game, then everyone below rank 11 would be considered a normal player. They are naive, knowing nothing of the underlying systems, and are entirely forced to follow the game's basic mechanics without question. The progression from rank 11 to rank 12 is about comprehending the rules of the engine, mastering the mechanics, and knowing how to exploit them to gain an advantage over others. These are the highly skilled veteran players. However, reaching rank 13 and comprehending the laws is equivalent to becoming a VIP player with administrator privileges. Such a being can see the game's source code, adjust data in the background, and potentially even host their own private server. In a technical sense, I now also belong to this elite layer of players, Lu Sheng contemplated. But although I possess the power of origin and can theoretically see through the code of reality, the problem is that I don't yet understand the language. I don't know how to program these complex theories into reality. I am essentially a tech noob standing before a supercomputer. Despite this self-deprecating thought, Lu Sheng clenched his fist with a sudden, resolute determination, feeling the crackle of nascent power beneath his skin. But even so, the fact that I have successfully comprehended the lightning law and seen my other martial achievements break through to the 6th realm is a massive milestone. It is truly a transformative and powerful evolution of my entire being. The memories inherited from a rank 13 powerhouse were simply too vast to process at once. A sea of knowledge, insights, and combat experiences. It took Lu Sheng a considerable amount of time to even begin sorting through the mental library left by Lu Fukin. Although Lu Sheng's numerical rank had not shifted, the fact that he now wielded a fragment of law power meant his combat strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. If I were to combine my 6th realm swordsmanship with the lightning law now, anyone below rank 11 would be like slicing through melons and vegetables. I wouldn't need to exert myself at all. The only caveat was that although the power of laws is incredibly potent, it is notoriously difficult for martial artists below rank 11 to control without self-destructing. Without a sufficiently resilient physical body, a martial artist would likely be vaporized by the backlash of their own law before they even finished casting the technique. In every sense, the power of laws is a double-edged sword that demands a master's hand. Fortunately, I possess the unique combination of the undying martial body and the golden glazed body, Lu Sheng noted, which allows me to withstand the load and the inevitable backlash of law power long before I officially reach rank 12. This can be considered my new, ultimate trump card. Knowing he had added such a lethal weapon to his arsenal, Lu Sheng's mood lightened considerably. The session of deep cultivation finally came to a close, and Lu Sheng opened his eyes to the physical world once more. He found himself still within the confines of the same simple, cramped room. He allowed his mental power to spread outward like an invisible tide, and in a mere instant, he had mapped the entire structural and biological situation across the ship. Lu Xing glanced at his chronometer and was surprised to find that approximately 7 cosmic days had passed since he first boarded the vessel. During this entire week of isolation, no one had bothered to visit him, nor had any automated systems brought him food or water. Lu Xing recalled his initial boarding, remembering that the cold, middle-aged man who checked his identification hadn't explicitly forbidden him from leaving his quarters. Feeling a bit restless, he opened the door and stepped out into the corridor, intent on finding a common area where he could breathe some fresher air. Lu Xing walked slowly along the hallway, his boots echoing against the metal floor. Everywhere he looked, he was reminded of the ship's dilapidated state. The flickering lights and exposed wiring spoke of a vessel that was barely holding together. Through the reinforced viewing ports, he could see the distorted and elongated lines of hyperspace, a blurring tunnel of light that made it impossible to tell exactly where in the galaxy they currently were. Lu Xing muttered, "It is truly a miracle this ship functions at all. It is so broken down, yet it still maintains the core functions for long-range cosmic travel." Just then, a boisterous shout echoed from behind him. "Hey, brother!" A tall, broad-shouldered man hurried over and clapped a hand onto Lu Xing's shoulder, grinning happily. "I've finally found another living person on this hunk of junk. I was starting to think I was the only one on this ship who wasn't a corpse. You want to go do something? Grab a drink." Lu Xing's face twitched slightly at the unwanted contact as he replied, "I appreciate the offer, but I'll pass." The young man, undeterred, asked, "So, who are you exactly?" The tall man didn't wait for an answer before introducing himself with a flourish. "I'm Saya, hailing from the Ballastar cluster. You know what they say, all travelers in the universe are brothers, right?" Out of basic social courtesy, Lu Xing offered a brief reply. "I am Lu Xing, from the Yamu star cluster." The tall man looked skeptical, his brow furrowing as he muttered to himself, "Yamu? I've never heard of it, but I suppose it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things." Seeing Lu Xing turning to continue his walk, Saya called out after him, "Wait, which room are you assigned to? I'll come find you for a game of cards or something another day. Don't tell me you're going to hide." Lu Xing simply threw a dismissive sentence over his shoulder without looking back. "You won't be able to find it." Hey, don't just walk away like that," Saya shouted, waving his arms. But Lu Xing's pace didn't slow in the slightest, and in the blink of an eye, Saya lost sight of him around a corner. The tall man sighed softly, looking genuinely unsatisfied that his only conversation had been so brief. Annoyed, he cursed at the empty hallway. "Damn it! Is everyone on this recruitment drive a total flake, or what?" In the days that followed, Lu Xing settled into a routine. Between sessions of intense cultivation in his dreams, he would occasionally emerge to pace the halls, inevitably running into that Saya guy a few more times. Lu Xing began to suspect that Saya was literally wandering the hallways 24 hours a day, never bothering to enter his own room. Otherwise, the statistical probability of running into him every single time was absurd. Fortunately, Lu Xing was meticulous. He never allowed Saya to see which door he entered. If he had, he was certain the guy would have shown up with multiple decks of cards, demanding a game of landlord. The days bled into one another, and just as Lu Xing began to wonder if the crew had forgotten their passengers existed, or if they were simply drifting aimlessly through the void, reality intruded. Boom! A massive, bone-shaking explosion rocked the entire frame of the ship, jolting Lu Xing instantly awake from his deep meditative state. Lu Xing frowned, standing up quickly as he tried to discern the source of the vibration. He was utterly clueless as to what had happened. Had they been attacked? Was the engine finally giving out? The spaceship was clearly in grave trouble. Lu Xing's spiritual power shot outward like a radar pulse, discovering that the ship was currently scraping against the side of a massive asteroid. The impact was tearing through the outer hull, sending brilliant cascades of sparks flying into the vacuum of space. The vessel looked utterly wrecked, its internal alarms blaring a frantic warning. Lu Xing stood in disbelief, asking himself again, what in the hell is going on? Is this a total system malfunction, or did the pilot simply fall asleep at the wheel? I knew flying this scrap heap through a debris field was pushing our luck, Lu Xing muttered to the empty room. He yanked his door open and was met with a chaotic blur of running figures. The previously deserted corridors had suddenly turned into a frantic party of desperate survivors. Dozens of passengers were sprinting headlong toward the escape hatches. The rooms neighboring Lu Sheng's were already wide open and empty. Clearly, his fellow recruits had bolted the second the siren started. They had noped out of the situation at the first sign of danger. Sal, the arrogant red-haired youth from the room next door, rushed out into the hallway almost at the same moment as Lu Sheng. Seeing Lu Sheng momentarily blocking his direct path to the life pods, a flash of pure, vitriolic impatience crossed his handsome face. He bared his teeth and snarled, "Get the hell out of my way, peasant!" Lu Sheng's eyes flashed with a dangerous, cold light at the insult, but he decided against a confrontation in the middle of a ship-wide disaster. He stepped aside just enough to give the other man room. "Humph. A wise dog knows when not to block the road," Sal snorted derisively. He spared one final, condescending glance at Lu Sheng before accelerating down the corridor at a speed that left a trail of heat in the air. Lu Sheng watched the retreating back of the arrogant youth with a faint, contemplative smile playing on his lips. The profundity of these immortal cultivation techniques is truly unparalleled when it comes to refining one's temperament and internal fortitude, he mused silently. Had this been the version of myself from months ago, I likely would have snapped his neck for such insolence without a second thought. Yet now, I find myself barely even registering a flicker of annoyance. It seems my mental realm has ascended alongside my physical power, granting me a perspective that transcends such trivial provocations. Pushing the minor encounter from his mind, Lu Sheng stepped out through the breached hull of the spaceship. A small, diverse congregation of warriors had already gathered in the surrounding vacuum, their presence like flickering, defiant stars against the vast, crushing dark. The collective power concentrated in this small space was staggering. The absolute weakest among this ragtag group of recruits was at least a level 11 combatant, with a significant number of level 12 elites radiating palpable waves of energy that made the very air hum. Lu Sheng had previously operated under the assumption that his natural aura was far too potent, drawing unwanted eyes wherever he went, which had led him to meticulously suppress his presence. He now realized that concern was largely misplaced. These warriors were far more flamboyant, unrestrainedly flexing their auras to their absolute limits like iridescent peacocks performing a lethal dance within the obsidian void of space. The sight was surreal. Every individual seemed to be projecting their internal energy at maximum capacity, their bodies burning like spiritual torches in a desperate bid to outshine their peers in the gloom. Among them, Sal, the red-haired youth from the adjacent room, was undeniably the most radiant. Swirling nebulas of golden light orbited him with violent grace, emitting an aura so ferocious it physically repelled those nearby, carving out a solitary vacuum of dominance. This display of raw power was clearly a calculated move to establish an immediate hierarchy. Sal's features remained etched with a permanent, icy arrogance, his crimson hair appearing as though it might combust at any moment from the sheer heat of his pride. He behaved as if his lineage placed him above the very stars themselves, his eyes focused on some distant point far above the common crowd. Lu Sheng briefly compared Sal's presence to the memory of Monroe and concluded that this youth likely possessed a slight edge in raw potential. "That peacock over there is Sal," a familiar voice whispered nearby. Lu Sheng turned to find Saya, the orange-haired youth who seemed to be the only person on this vessel with a penchant for conversation. A supposed once-in-100 millennia genius from the Balastar sector. "He looks like an angry turkey looking for a fight, doesn't he?" Lu Sheng gave Saya a brief, side-eyed glance before returning his attention to the glowing figure in the center of the vacuum. Despite his abrasive attitude, his talent is undeniably significant, he replied in a casual, detached tone. Saya let out a sharp, derisive scoff that bordered on a snarl. In a place like this, raw talent is a cheap commodity. The otherworld battlefield doesn't give a damn about potential. It only rewards survivors. In my eyes, the only true geniuses are the ones who don't end up as cosmic dust. A flamboyant show-off like Sal is basically a homing beacon for every predatory alien within 10 light years, Saya continued, his eyes narrowing. I'd wager my last credit he won't survive the first week of real combat before he's swarmed by things that don't care about his pedigree. Lu Sheng detected a distinct underlying note of bitterness and lingering resentment in Saya's voice. Remembering that Saya had mentioned being from the same Balastar sector as Sal, he asked bluntly, "Is there a personal history of enmity between you two?" Saya's expression flickered momentarily, a shadow of genuine pain crossing his face before he looked away, clearly reluctant to revisit a bruised ego or a sore spot from his past. "If you must know, I was thoroughly humiliated and beaten by him in a duel once," Saya confessed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "It remains the single most embarrassing moment of my life, my biggest, darkest secret. I haven't breathed a word of this to anyone else on this entire ship. I'm only sharing this with you because I've decided we're kindred spirits, so you'd better keep it under wraps, all right?" Lu Sheng offered a slow, slight nod, though his mind was already moving elsewhere. When exactly did we graduate to being kindred spirits? He wondered. This man has a truly terrifying talent for forced intimacy and making friends at light speed. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the heavy, rhythmic thud of a newcomer approaching. A gargantuan, boulder-like figure loomed over them, his skin appearing as though it were carved from jagged obsidian. This was Downton, a level 12 powerhouse whose every motion caused small fragments of rock to flake off his body like a localized rockslide. He slammed a heavy, stony hand onto Saya's shoulder, a booming greeting that echoed through the void. "Ho there, Saya," Downton bellowed, his voice like grinding tectonic plates. He jabbed a thick, rocky finger toward the radiant figure of Sal in the center of the crowd and shouted for all to hear. "Isn't that the same brat who beat you into a pulp back home? The one you can't stop moping about? Shut your trap, you oversized pebble. Do you want the entire galaxy to hear you?" Saya's face turned a vivid shade of scarlet. He lunged forward, desperately trying to cover Downton's massive, craggy mouth with both hands while yelling, "I told you, that is a top-tier secret that stays between us." The rocky giant suddenly froze, his small eyes widening in realization as he sheepishly lowered his head. He scratched at his obsidian scalp, muttering in a low, rumbling apologetic tone, my bad. I forgot. It's your biggest, most embarrassing secret. I'll keep it quiet from now on." Downton then leaned in closer to Saya, adding in a voice that was still entirely too loud for discretion, "Don't worry, I'm definitely the only soul on this whole ship who knows about your shameful defeat." Hearing this, Lu Sheng found himself involuntarily rolling his eyes at the sheer absurdity of the situation. So much for the biggest secret shared only with me, Lu Sheng thought, his internal monologue dripping with sarcasm. Saya apparently treats his deepest shames like a public broadcast, telling everyone the same thing. And this Downton, he's about as sharp as a sack of wet sand. These two are a match made in heaven. No wonder they bonded so quickly. I must have offended the universe to run into these two idiots the moment I stepped outside. Trusting them is a fast track to losing your shorts. I need to find a way onto a different ship as soon as possible. While Lu Sheng contemplated his unfortunate social predicament, the obsidian giant and Saya drifted into a series of hushed, hurried whispers, their heads huddled together as they discussed something with great animation, oblivious to the world around them. They seemed to have momentarily forgotten Lu Sheng's very existence. Lu Sheng watched them with a detached clinical interest, reflecting on Saya's earlier promise that he was the only confidant on the ship. It was now painfully clear that Saya's biggest secrets were common knowledge among his circle, and Downton lacked the mental capacity to even realize the contradiction. They were, in every sense, a duo of perfect fools. After several minutes of intense whispering, they both stepped back, nodding solemnly to one another. "Remember," Saya hissed with exaggerated gravity, "not a single word of my secrets to anyone else. Our honor depends on your silence." It was only then that Downton finally took notice of Lu Sheng, who had been standing silently by. He blinked his pebble-like eyes and looked at Saya with genuine, slow-witted curiosity. "Hey Saya, who's the quiet guy? Is this your new buddy?" "Oh, this guy? Yeah, he's a top-tier bro of mine, an absolute legend. Saya announced with a boisterous laugh, slinging his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder with unearned familiarity as if they had fought side by side for decades. Lu Sheng merely let out a dry, dismissive scoff under his breath. "Who exactly are you calling your bro?" he muttered, though his words went unheard. Saya opened his mouth to formally introduce the rocky colossus to Lu Sheng, but his words were cut short by a voice that carried the authority of a solar flare, grabbing the attention of every soul present. "Everyone, shut your traps and listen up." A sudden, violent explosion rocked the remaining hull of the ship, blowing a jagged hole through the primary hatch. Two figures emerged from the smoke and shimmering debris, walking onto the deck with a measured, intimidating pace. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, analyzing the newcomers, a tall, imposing man and a shorter woman who radiated a lethally sharp energy. The woman's face was a mask of frigid professional detachment. "We have a critical announcement to make regarding your official deployment," she stated, her voice amplified by her internal energy. The mere presence of these two was enough to instantly quell the rising murmurs of the crowd, bringing a sudden, heavy silence to the vacuum of the asteroid's surface. While the commotion hadn't been particularly loud, given that most recruits had been holed up in their rooms, the silence was now absolute. Only the truly eccentric individuals like Saya had been wandering the corridors aimlessly. The cold, middle-aged officer simply barked, "Shut up!" And even the boisterous Saya and the dim-witted Downton didn't dare breathe another word. Lu Sheng glanced at Downton, who had become so perfectly still that he appeared to be nothing more than a natural rock formation. If he closed his glowing eyes, he would be indistinguishable from a boulder. The diversity of these space races is truly wild, Lu Sheng thought, as the officer began to speak. "Listen well, recruits. You have now officially crossed the threshold and entered the sovereign territory of the otherworld battlefield." Her opening statement acted like a spark in a fuel depot, igniting an immediate uproar among the gathered warriors. Even Lu Sheng felt a rare jolt of surprise ripple through his calm as he processed the news. "So, this is it," Lu Sheng pondered, his mind racing to adjust his expectations to this new reality. "We have arrived at the front lines far sooner than I anticipated." The crowd around him buzzed with a mixture of nervous excitement and mounting dread. This is the actual battlefield. Where are the enemy armadas? Where is the war? The questions echoed through the telepathic links of the group. This is completely different from the apocalyptic war zone I had visualized in my mind, Lu Sheng thought, his eyes flickering with a cold intensity as he scanned the horizon. To his left and right, he saw nothing but the same endless, starlit void he had known. Aside from the occasional drifting asteroid, such as the massive one their vessel had just impacted, there were no planets, no nebulae, and no burning stars to provide light. The entire region radiated a profound sense of desolation and ancient, crushing loneliness that seemed to weigh upon the very soul. However, as Lu Sheng began to harmonize his internal energy with the surroundings, he came to a startling realization. The ambient natural energy here was significantly denser and more potent than anywhere in the known starry sky. The elemental forces between heaven and earth were in a state of hyperactivity. Cultivating my techniques in this environment would likely accelerate my progression by 2 or even 300%, he calculated with growing interest. The realization was spreading through the crowd below, and the mood shifted from fear to greed. By the gods, this place is a cultivation treasure land. This is incredible. We've truly hit the jackpot by coming to this sector. The officer's voice suddenly grew stern, cutting through their jubilant fantasies like a blade. Indeed, this realm offers many benefits to those with the strength to seize them. What you are sensing now is merely the most superficial layer of the riches found here. But do not let your greed cloud your judgment, she warned, her eyes scanning the faces of the recruits. From this moment forward, you are prey. You can be ambushed by level 12, 13, or even terrifying level 14 void beasts at any given second. If your luck fails you or your strength proves insufficient, you will find nothing here but a cold, forgotten grave. After delivering this grim ultimatum, she let out a short, dry laugh that sent shivers through the listeners. Every eye was fixed on the cold, middle-aged woman as she stood in the corner of the scorched deck, a dark silhouette against the void. Sal, undeterred by the warning, raised his glowing sword high, his eyes burning with an almost manic excitement. "This environment is perfect," he shouted to the heavens. "This is exactly the crucible I need to temper my path." Encouraged by Sal's display, others began to chime in with arrogant bravado. "He's right. Let the beasts come. I'll slaughter as many as the void can throw at us." "Haha, we didn't come here to hide in a hole." The officer's expression remained glacial. She had seen this brand of youthful overconfidence countless times before. Most of these chosen ones from their respective star regions were simply incapable of grasping a danger they hadn't yet bled for, and they dismissed her warnings as mere intimidation. Amidst the noise, one recruit managed to shout a practical question. "Officer, what about our logistics? Does the Human Alliance not maintain a primary base of operations within this otherworld battlefield?" The question resonated with everyone. "Exactly. We can't just float around in the open indefinitely, can we? Where is the sanctuary provided for us?" Lu Sheng harbored the same line of inquiry. "Surely the human race hasn't survived here through disorganized free roaming," he thought. "Where is the command structure? Where are the fortified bastions that anchor our presence on this front?" "That is a valid question," the officer replied with an indifferent shrug. "The 100-star regions naturally maintain fortified bases. Without them, it would be impossible to maintain this front line or prevent the tide of negative energy and alien abominations from spilling over into the civilized universe." "However," she continued, her tone becoming more instructional, "space-time coordinates within the otherworld battlefield are notoriously unstable and prone to fluctuation. Relying on a standard hyperspace drive is useless. It cannot accurately lock onto a base's fixed location. This means that from our current drop point, we have a significant distance to go to reach the base on our own power. Furthermore, it seems your luck is particularly poor on this venture," she added with a hint of sadistic amusement. "The distance to the nearest human outpost ahead of us is quite far, and the path is anything but safe." A deep, vibrating voice broke through the silence as Downton, the obsidian giant standing beside Saya and Lu Sheng, asked a question that was on everyone's mind. "If the distance is so daunting, why are we not simply utilizing the spaceship to bridge the gap? Why must we proceed exposed through the void?" The ice-cold enforcer Fal Arland cast a sidelong glance toward the hulking Downton, a trace of a mocking, half-formed smile tugging at her lips. Her voice was sharp as she replied, "If you truly possess such a death wish, then by all means, be my guest. No one here is going to prevent you from making a fool of yourself. Listen to reason, you thick-skulled rockhead," she continued. Lu Sheng, watching the exchange, had already begun to piece together the underlying logic. If the conditions in this fractured dimension were truly as perilous as the enforcer described, then level 11 and level 12 void beasts were not just rare threats, but common predators stalking the currents of the otherworld battlefield. In such a high-threat environment, a standard transport vessel, no matter how reinforced, would be little more than a slow-moving target, likely intercepted and torn asunder by a high-tier alien beast before it could even clear the initial jump point. Even a state-of-the-art level 12 transport would be reduced to slag in a heartbeat when faced with the overwhelming power of an apex predator. Furthermore, large, sophisticated transport ships are beacons for trouble, drawing the hungry gaze of entities that thrive on technological interference. One must never forget that these alien beasts possess innate fields that can scramble and disable advanced machinery. As the realization dawned on him, Lu Sheng finally understood why the recruitment vessel provided for them was such a dilapidated, ramshackle junk heap. Every time they transitioned into an unknown set of coordinates, there was a statistically high probability that the ship would be lost, never to return to its home hangar. Essentially, these ships are designed as single-use, disposable assets, sacrificial pawns in a galactic game of chess. As Lu Sheng quietly voiced his clinical analysis, Saya and the obsidian-skinned Downton let out synchronized grunts of realization and begrudging admiration. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of slow, mocking applause echoed through the scorched corridor. Clap, clap. The round-faced guide who accompanied Enforcer Fal Arland stepped forward with a wide, greasy grin. This young fellow has a sharp mind. Because the coordinates we traverse are so volatile and unstable, the likelihood of a recruitment vessel being reduced to scrap is nearly absolute. Why waste a masterpiece on a suicide mission when a relic will suffice? One of the recruits, voice trembling slightly, dared to ask the pressing question. So, what is the protocol? What are our next orders? The cold-featured enforcer Foul Arland replied with a chilling indifference that brooked no argument. The protocol for the next leg of your journey is elementary. Keep pace with the vanguard and find a way to stay alive. Foul Arland's gaze was like a sub-zero wind as it swept across the assembled crowd, stripping away the illusions of those who still thought themselves safe in this desolate void. And let me make one thing perfectly clear, she added, her voice dropping to a frost-bitten whisper. Until you actually set foot within the fortifications of an official Otherworld base, you are nothing. You haven't earned the right to address us by our ranks or even call us officers. Without sparing a second glance to see if the recruits could actually keep up, she turned on her heel and soared into the void. The round-faced guide beside her offered a final, cryptic smile before wordlessly taking flight to follow her. Left behind in the drifting debris, the orange-haired Saya watched the retreating figure of Enforcer Foul Arland with a disdainful sneer curling his lip. Who does she think she is? Just because she has a title doesn't mean she can treat us like insects. Despite his bravado, Saya wasted no time in mobilizing his energy. He shot forward into the void, and the rest of the group followed suit in a disorganized scramble, desperate not to be left behind in the silent darkness of the battlefield. Watching the tension ripple through the ranks, Downton leaned toward Saya, his voice like grinding tectonic plates. It appears your rival, Sao, is already at odds with the guides. He hasn't even reached the base, and he's already making enemies of the people who are supposed to ensure our survival. Serves him right, Saya said, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. His arrogance got the better of him. He tried to demand a room upgrade mid-transit and got thoroughly dressed down by the enforcer, which is why there's such thick discord between them now. Just watch the show, Downton. I have a gut feeling that his streak of bad luck is only just beginning. And for the last time, Saya barked at Downton, his irritation flaring. Whenever you mention that brat Sal, stop prefixing his name with descriptions of him beating me up. Do you understand? Downton merely raised a massive, stony hand in a gesture of silent surrender. As you wish, my friend, Downton replied with a solemn nod. He then made a sudden detour, heading back toward the battered hull of the transport ship. Saya watched him with suspicion. What are you doing now? Did you forget your luggage or something? Downton looked back, genuinely perplexed. I was going to pilot the vessel. Didn't the guide say we could use it however we pleased once the repairs were finished? Saya slapped a hand to his forehead, letting out a heavy, weary sigh at the giant's literal-mindedness. Fortunately, Lu Xing intervened before the conversation could devolve further. There is no time to waste on repairing a doomed vessel, Downton. We have already fallen dangerously behind the main force. Move. With that command, Lu Xing took the lead, his body a streak of golden light as he pursued the guides. Saya followed instantly, and Downton, after one last longing look at the ship, finally realized the urgency and lumbered after them. As they accelerated through the vacuum, Saya pulled alongside Lu Xing, his expression shifting into something uncharacteristically soft and strange. You shouldn't judge Downton too harshly, he said quietly. He isn't a bad person at heart. He's just exceptionally thick-headed, Saya added with a wry grin. Lu Xing's eyes flickered with a hidden amusement as he suddenly smiled. He is Downton? Honestly, with that stony exterior and his personality, I was beginning to think his name was Metapod. Saya was stunned into silence for a moment, blinking as he tried to decipher if the name held some profound, hidden significance. Metapod, why would you call him that? Lu Xing offered no explanation, merely maintaining his enigmatic smile as he sped forward. The diverse group of recruits followed their two guides through the yawning abyss of the void. More than 80% of the congregation were seasoned level 12 powerhouses, and they maintained a professional, chilling silence, their focus entirely on the flickering silhouettes of the guides leading them into the unknown. On Lu Xing's flank, a smaller contingent of more than a dozen level 11 martial artists had formed tight-knit clusters of 3 or 5, whispering among themselves to ward off the encroaching dread of the silent space. This relative quiet was constantly interrupted by the incessant chatter of the talkative Saya and the simple-minded observations of Downton. Wherever those two went, a bubble of noise and chaos seemed to follow, clashing with the somber atmosphere of the mission. Typically, those who perceive themselves as weaker tend to congregate for safety, but Downton was a glaring exception to the rule. Despite possessing the undeniable raw strength of a level 12 powerhouse, he seemed more comfortable mingling with the level 11 recruits. Lu Sheng considered this with a dry inner humor. After all, on paper, he was officially ranked as a level 11 himself. The deeper they ventured, the more Lu Sheng realized that the otherworld battlefield was a place where common sense went to die. It operated on a set of logic entirely alien to the ordinary star universe. If he had to describe the fundamental nature of this realm in a single word, it would be chaos. It was an environment defined by abnormal, jarring chaos. Along their flight path, phantasmal creatures materialized and vanished without rhyme or reason. They passed through zones of total weightlessness only to be slammed by gravity wells dozens of times higher than the galactic norm, a messy, illogical patchwork of spatial fractures. Using his knowledge of technological systems as an analogy, Lu Sheng saw this place as a dead zone in a grand program, a region where the source code had become hopelessly tangled with bugs, resulting in a landscape of chaotic and unpredictable data. In such a volatile situation, the threat of a sudden ambush by a high-tier predator was a constant, looming shadow. If one's situational awareness slipped even for a moment, an alien beast attack could prove terminal. And what of these level 13 alien beasts the enforcer mentioned? Lu Sheng wondered, a spark of genuine excitement lighting his eyes. I have yet to experience the sensation of crushing a level 13 entity to death. The prospect is truly beginning to pique my interest. As the formation moved forward, Lu Sheng quietly circulated the profound spirit treasure record through his meridians. The tiny, brilliant white gold core within his dantian rotated with a slow, deliberate rhythm, acting as a celestial vacuum that siphoned the ambient cosmic energy into his physical form. Within his marrow, Lu Sheng could feel the faint, rhythmic pulse of immortal cells being birthed one by one. The rate of cultivation was significantly hampered compared to his time on the nurturing embryo star, but the advantage was that these minute energetic fluctuations were far too subtle for any of his companions to detect. His sharp eyes observed the rest of the group and realized he wasn't alone in his diligence. Several other recruits were also secretly attempting to cultivate while on the move. In this crucible, everyone was searching for even the smallest edge to ensure their survival. The irritatingly cheerful Saya suddenly spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension. Hey, big bro. And you too, Sal. This otherworld battlefield isn't nearly as terrifying as the story suggests. Where's the danger? Around them, the initial wariness of the group was beginning to erode. Many had been terrified of the strange, emerald-hued spatial anomalies at first, but after seeing so much of it without consequence, they began to see the void as a beautiful, tranquil paradise. Even the thick-headed Saya was now darting around, treating the expedition like a sightseeing tour. Lu Sheng continued his transit, his mind occupied with the internal tally of his growing immortal cells, while he simultaneously projected a portion of his consciousness into the dreamscape for mapping. It was a complex, multi-threaded mental workload. Just as the group approached a massive, shimmering emerald nebula that resembled a celestial ocean, Lu Sheng's head snapped up. His eyes blazed with a fierce brilliance as he stared intently at a void spot in the far distance. In that split second, Lu Sheng's hyper-refined instincts signaled that the deceptive peace of the sector was about to be violently shattered. What in the world is that? The youth wondered, his focus tightening. Ahead, Saya caught a glimpse of something shimmering and rushed forward with reckless abandon. Downton, seeing his friend break formation, was stunned into a momentary paralysis before shouting, "Saya, what are you doing? Get back in line." But Saya, as if enchanted by an invisible lure, only moved faster. Look at them. So many creatures I've never seen before. Saya plunged headlong into the center of the vast, emerald spatial ocean. The warriors following behind watched with mounting confusion and annoyance. What is that fool doing? Does he think he's catching fish? One recruit snarled, their patience wearing thin. Is he under the impression that we're on a family picnic? Another added, mocking the display. While the group remained dumbfounded, a muffled shout of triumph echoed from within the emerald mist. Saya's voice rang out, clear and oblivious. Huh? I've got one. Look at this beauty. Lu Sheng remained still, his mind analyzing the lack of any obvious threat. Not a single strand of hair or claw of an alien beast had been seen since their arrival, leading many to assume the warnings of the enforcer were exaggerated. Aside from the occasional gravitational shift that could cause a moment of ungraceful fumbling, this space felt less like a battlefield and more like a mysterious, untouched realm of beauty. It was so lulling that even a dimwit like Saya felt comfortable enough to treat it as a playground. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's perception registered a subtle ripple in the void. He let out a low, dangerous grunt. There it is. What exactly is that thing hiding in the shadows of the Emerald Sea? Almost instantly, the faint ripple transformed into a crushing wave of imminent, lethal danger in Lu Sheng's mind. Without a word, Lu Sheng surged forward, closing the distance in a blur of motion and slamming a firm hand onto Saya's shoulder to stop him in his tracks before he could venture any deeper. Lu Sheng's voice was a low, urgent rasp as he spoke to the orange-haired youth. Stop this foolishness immediately. Shore up your defenses and prepare for immediate combat. Saya was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Wait, what? What's going on? At that exact moment, the round-faced guide at the front of the column signaled a sudden halt. The group ground to a stop instantly, the silence returning with a suffocating weight. No one dared to question the command. Then, the cold, clinical voice of the middle-aged enforcer cut through the void. This signature, there is no doubt. It is the aura of a high-tier apex predator of the otherworld battlefield. A massive alien beast is closing in on our position. All units, assume combat formation. Prepare for engagement. Saya and Downton slowly turned their heads toward Lu Sheng, their expressions mirroring those who had just seen a ghost. How in the hell did you detect its approach before the guides even said a word? Saya's voice was a shaky whisper. Downton merely blinked, his craggy face filled with genuine, unbridled surprise. From the moment the enforcer issued the warning until this very second, the rest of the group hadn't felt even a ripple from the direction of the approaching threat. To their senses, the alien beast didn't exist. The guide's sensory range was legendary, but for a recruit to match or exceed, it was a terrifying thought. Lu Sheng offered Saya and Downton a concise, three-word explanation. It was intuition. Internally, he knew that his intuition was an OP danger prediction ability that bordered on the divine, but he had no intention of explaining the intricacies of his power to them. Since my departure from Yamastar, Lu Sheng mused silently. I have had no real interaction with high-level alien beasts. To be perfectly honest, aside from my own cellular mutations, I have never seen a physical specimen above level 9 in its true form. He was about to get his answer. While level 10 beasts were essentially just larger versions of their level 9 kin, level 11 marked a fundamental qualitative shift where their physical dimensions often began to compact in favor of overwhelming density and power. Downton, still processing the shock, could only exclaim, to possess such a powerful martial intuition, it's unheard of. Saya opened his mouth to press for more, but the sight to the southwest silenced him. A massive, churning dark cloud was pressing toward them, swallowing the stars as it approached. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze cutting through the haze to assess the approaching pack of alien beasts, paying particular attention to the most dominant and suffocating aura emanating from their ranks. Their physical forms were grotesque and otherworldly, defying simple categorization. It was as if nature had experimented with every jagged edge and visceral texture imaginable. Each creature possessed a set of unique, terrifying characteristics, yet none of them were particularly massive, with even the largest among them topping out at roughly 10 meters in height. At the center of this monstrosity, a level 12 alien beast leader sat perched atop a level 9 and a level 11 beast, callously treating its kin as nothing more than living, breathing mounts for its own dark prestige. This vanguard of alien beasts presented a vast and imposing silhouette against the horizon, radiating a primal threat that would make lesser warriors tremble. However, upon closer inspection, the reality of their composition became clear. The majority were level 11 and level 12 monstrosities, each more twisted than the last. One particularly repulsive specimen stood out, a deformed, hulking monster sprouting 3 distinct heads, its entire torso and limbs carpeted in hundreds of twitching, wet eyes that scanned the surroundings with frantic, mindless hunger. The moment this eye-covered horror detected the human group, every single one of its pupils began to twitch and rotate wildly in a sickening display of biological agitation. Yet, when compared to the caliber of the human expedition team, the beast's intimidation fell flat. The weakest members of the human group were already at level 11, and the sheer number of level 12 experts in their ranks exceeded 50. In the eyes of these seasoned warriors, the beastly horde was barely a footnote, a minor obstacle that wasn't even worth serious tactical consideration. The rest of the human team quickly took note of the incoming threat, their senses sharpening as the 7 primary alien beasts fully emerged from the shadows of the wasteland. A brief ripple of tension washed over the group before being replaced by a collective, nonchalant relaxation as they realized the disparity in power. Dong Qingxue, her expression as sharp as a blade, opened her mouth and let out a cold, biting remark that sliced through the silence. "What are you all staring at?" she demanded, her voice dripping with frost. "Are you standing there like statues expecting us to step in and clear the path for you?" Almost before the echoes of her reprimand could fade, an orange-red streak of pure kinetic energy erupted from the human formation, tearing across the battlefield like a fallen star. It was the young genius, Cao, a warrior whose performance had been nothing short of exceptional from the very moment the mission began. His speed was so immense that he left a shimmering trail of heat in his wake, cutting through the stagnant air with the singular focus of a predator sensing its kill. In a mere heartbeat, Cao had closed the distance, appearing directly in front of the 7 alien beasts like a sudden apparition of doom. Before anyone, beast or human, could even track his movements with their eyes, he unleashed a devastating, bone-shattering punch aimed squarely at the level 12 alien beast leader. The strike hit with the force of a collapsing mountain, targeting the creature as it sat arrogantly atop its giant mount, shattering the air with the sheer pressure of the impact. It was clear to everyone watching that Cao had deliberately taken the initiative to hunt down the level 12 leader, seeking the most dangerous target to test his mettle. The suddenness and sheer audacity of his assault left the onlookers in a state of brief, stunned silence. "What the hell?" someone whispered, their voice filled with a mix of awe and disbelief at the raw aggression displayed by the orange-red figure as he plunged headlong into the fray. The alien beast leader, caught off guard by the human's blistering speed, unleashed a sharp, ear-piercing shriek that resonated like grinding metal, signaling the violent eruption of battle. The surrounding environment dissolved into a chaos of dust and shockwaves as Cao directly confronted the high-level monster. He didn't just fight. He dominated the space, his movements fluid and lethal as he traded blows with a creature that could level cities, his presence commanding the rhythm of the duel. Cao's eyes burned with a fierce, aristocratic disdain as he glared contemptuously at his monstrous opponent, his lip curling into a sneer. The power he radiated was overwhelming, making the level 12 beast seem almost diminutive by comparison. "Trash," he spat out, the word carrying the weight of an absolute judgment. To him, this formidable beast was nothing more than a stepping stone, a pathetic obstacle that lacked the right to stand in his path or breathe the same air. "Die for me," Cao roared, his voice booming with the authority of a supreme executioner. With a movement too swift for the naked eye to follow, he transformed his hand into a lethal claw, wreathed in rule force, and plunged it deep through the chest of the alien beast leader. The sound of tearing flesh and snapping bone was muffled by the sudden surge of energy as Cao's arm exited the other side, ending the creature's life in a singular, violent motion that left no room for resistance. As he withdrew his hand, still coated in the steaming, viscous red blood of his fallen foe, Cao noticed a faint, pulsating glow emanating from the cavity he had just created. Reaching back in, he retrieved a vibrant purple gem that flickered with an inner light, a high-level energy core. Holding the prize up to the dim light of the battlefield and examining it with a predatory intensity, Sal could feel the raw, concentrated power vibrating against his palm, sensing that this core contained something far beyond mere vitality. The gem was brimming with such pure, unadulterated cosmic energy that it seemed to hum with the secrets of the universe. Without a moment's hesitation or regard for the impurities within, Sal casually tossed the glowing purple core into his mouth and crunched down on it with his teeth. The effect was instantaneous. A visible spike in chi erupted from his body, and two brilliant, swirling galaxies of rules manifested behind him, illuminating the dark battlefield with their celestial radiance and marking his sudden ascension in power. These two existing galaxies of rules rotated with renewed vigor before being seamlessly absorbed back into his physical form, fortifying his foundation. Moments later, a third galaxy began to coalesce in the air behind him, flickering into existence with a ghostly light. Unfortunately, this third manifestation was merely a prototype, a flickering shadow of power that wasn't yet stable enough to be fully integrated. Yes, Sal yelled, his voice thick with triumph. This energy, this core, it actually contains tangible fragments of the rules themselves. This single core has saved me at least several decades of bitter, painstaking cultivation. What an unbelievable score! Sal's internal energy surged like a tidal wave, his aura expanding to new heights. He slowly licked the stray blood from his lips, his eyes darting around the battlefield with a look of absolute, insatiable hunger. Despite his massive gain, he looked totally unsatisfied, his greed awakened by the taste of such easy, potent progression. The moment those words left Sal's mouth, the warriors watching from below felt their eyes widen in collective shock. The revelation sent a physical jolt through the crowd. Some stood frozen in disbelief, while others were visibly drooling with a mixture of raw envy and desperation. Everyone present understood the gravity of his claim. Level 12 was entirely defined by one's comprehension of rules, a process that usually required grinding a martial art to the absolute peak of the fifth realm. It was a grueling, decades-long journey with no shortcuts, entirely dependent on one's innate talent. Most of the level 12 powerhouses here had only ever managed to absorb a single galaxy of rules in their entire lives. Managing to reach the peak of the fifth realm and absorbing even one galaxy was considered the hallmark of a true genius. For ordinary warriors, such a feat was damn near impossible, a wall that most would never scale. Seeing Sal bypass years of meditation with a single bite transformed the battlefield's atmosphere into one of feral competition. "Let's go? Move!" someone screamed, and suddenly, the rest of the warriors charged like starving wolves into the horde of mutated beasts, desperate to secure a rule fragment core for themselves and change their destinies in a single night. Standing amidst the chaos, Lu Sheng remained calm, his mind working with clinical precision as he analyzed the scene. He noted that Sal, already a level 12 expert, had successfully integrated two galaxies and was already manifesting the seeds of a third, a feat that would take a normal genius a lifetime to achieve. The disparity was staggering. While others were struggling to understand the basic laws of combat, the elites were already feasting on the very fabric of the universe's rules. The realization hit the group like a lightning bolt. These cores were essentially a biological cheat code. If one could directly absorb the power of rules contained within these mutated hearts, they could bypass the tedious, soul-crushing years of physical and mental grinding required for traditional advancement. Lu Sheng mused on the implications. With a sufficient supply of these energy cores, a warrior could theoretically leapfrog through the ranks, skipping the hardships that define the path of the martial artist. The allure was universal. Everyone craved the easy route to godhood, and in this brutal environment, only a fool would turn down such a blatant shortcut. Before long, the combined might of the human team had completely decimated the remaining mutated beasts, leaving the ground littered with carcasses. In an instant, every eye on the field locked onto the few lucky individuals who had managed to extract a core, the air thick with a new, much more dangerous kind of tension as comrades looked at each other with predatory suspicion. For those holding the prizes, the small, glowing cores felt like they were burning through their palms, radiating a heat that was both physical and metaphysical. The weight of the power they held was immense, a concentrated essence of the dimensional rules that could elevate them or destroy them. They clutched the gems tightly, their knuckles white, as the realization of their newfound wealth began to sink in, drawing the jealous gazes of everyone nearby. The psychological strain of the battlefield snapped, replaced by a chorus of manic, high-pitched laughter that echoed off the jagged rocks. One warrior, unable to contain his impulse, took a massive, desperate bite out of his core, his face contorting as the energy flooded his system. Others, more cautious but no less greedy, treated their cores like priceless gold, carefully stashing them away in their storage bracelets with trembling hands, already imagining the power they would command once they returned to safety. Nearby, the guide Lanshan approached Sao, his expression unreadable as he observed the young genius's arrogance. A smart move in the short term, Lanshan noted, his voice low and cautioned. Using mutated beast cores to force a level up is efficient, and you are correct that they contain rule fragments. However, you must realize these cores are also saturated with deep-seated impurities and the chaotic malice of this dimension. Absorbing them raw, without any refinement, is a dangerous gamble. If you continue down this path of gluttony, you'll find yourself becoming a slave to the dark side of these rules before you even realize what's happening, Lanshan warned. Upon hearing this dire omen, Sal's triumphant expression momentarily froze, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as he felt the swirling chaos within his own dantian. However, his pride quickly reclaimed him, and he stubbornly retorted, his voice rising in defiance against the guide's seasoned wisdom. "Don't worry about me, old man. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I know the limits of my own body," Sal snapped, dismissing the concern with a sharp wave of his hand. The round-faced, middle-aged guide merely snorted, a look of pity in his eyes as he turned away to watch the rest of the warriors scrambling in the dirt like common beggars, fighting over the scraps of the mutated beasts in their desperate search for power. "Just stash it for now," the woman nearby, Dong Qingxue, instructed her companion, her voice devoid of the frantic energy consuming the others. With a practiced, elegant motion, she placed her own acquired core into a secure storage space, prioritizing safety over immediate gratification. The warrior standing next to her watched in stunned silence, his jaw dropping at her self-control and the casual way she handled a treasure that others were literally killing for. "You can actually resist the urge? You guides, you're built differently," the man yelled, his voice cracking with a mix of confusion and newfound respect. He looked at the core in his own hand, then back at the calm demeanor of the veterans, realizing for the first time the vast gulf in mental fortitude that separated a mere powerhouse from a true master of the battlefield. "Move it. Let's keep the momentum going." The command rang out, pushing the group forward. Saya reached out and patted Downton's broad shoulder, leaning in to whisper with an intensity that bordered on feverish. "Do you see that, Downton? It turns out these high-level mutated beast cores can directly boost a warrior's raw strength and rule comprehension. This entire trip, every danger we've faced, it's already worth it just for this knowledge." Saya's face was flushed, his eyes gleaming with the fire of ambition. Downton, usually the more stoic and grounded of the two, looked at his friend with a hesitant expression and wisely retorted. "But you heard what the commander and the guide said, Saya? There are severe side effects to this kind of progression. It's not just free energy. There's a price to be paid for skipping the work." He gripped his weapon tighter, his common sense acting as a much-needed anchor against the growing madness of the group. "It can corrupt you, Downton. Think about that," he emphasized, but Saya merely dismissed the warning with a flippant wave of his hand. It can corrupt you, but that doesn't mean it will," Saya argued with the confidence of the uninformed. "Besides, the only reason Sal is at risk is because he's a reckless amateur who doesn't know the proper protocols for absorption. If we purify the cores first and filter the energy, we can easily avoid those pitfalls and reap the rewards." Lu Sheng listened to Saya's rationalizations and thought silently to himself, his expression unreadable. "So, These mutated beast cores can indeed be absorbed for a quick boost, he contemplated. But from what I can sense, it simply isn't worth the risk. The tiny sliver of rule fragments they provide is nothing compared to the gains I receive from slaying the entities in the dream space. Not to mention, the side effects of this place are clearly designed to erode one's soul. As the journey continued, Lu Shang's group encountered several more waves of mutated beast swarms, each one triggering a fresh surge of aggression from the team. Some of the level 12 warriors were behaving like starving predators who hadn't seen a kill in a decade, throwing themselves into the fray with a desperation that was almost pathetic to behold. Their eyes were fixed solely on the potential for more cores, their martial dignity forgotten in the pursuit of a shortcut. However, the supply of high-level beasts was far from infinite. There weren't nearly enough level 12 or even level 11 specimens to satisfy the hunger of the entire group. The level 12 experts dominated the front lines, leaving almost nothing for the level 11 warriors who followed in their wake, creating a palpable sense of frustration and simmering resentment within the lower ranks as they watched the elites hoard all the treasures. Saya watched from the sidelines as the high-level mutated beasts were systematically sliced and diced by the stronger warriors, his face clouding over with a deep, sullen disappointment. "Damn it all," he muttered, his eyes turning a faint shade of resentful red as he watched another core being claimed. "When is it going to be our turn?" The level 11s are getting nothing while the level 12s are hogging every single drop of rule energy. It's a goddamn monopoly. Seeing his friend's spiraling mood, Downton sighed and looked down at a small, obsidian black core he had managed to snag from a lesser monster during the chaos. He examined it with curiosity before holding it out to Saya. "Here, Saya, I'll give this one to you. Don't look so miserable," Downton offered sincerely. Though he wasn't always the sharpest tool in the shed when it came to strategy, Downton proved in that moment that he was a true, selfless brother to his core. No, Saya stammered, his pride momentarily clashing with his greed as he pushed Downton's hand away. He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening as he looked toward the next horizon of the battlefield. "I don't want a handout, brother. I want to hunt one down myself, with my own hands. I need to prove I can survive this place on my own terms." With a shout, he began to charge forward, intent on finding his own prey. But before he could throw himself into the jaws of danger, a firm, unyielding hand clamped onto Saya's arm, pulling him back with effortless strength. Saya spun around, ready to snap at whoever was interfering, only to find himself looking into the calm, piercing eyes of Lu Shang. The suddenness of the stop and the sheer authority in Lu Shang's grip forced Saya to halt his impulsive charge, his breath hitching in his throat. Lu Shang, unable to ignore Saya's reckless eagerness any longer, spoke in a tone that was both comforting and commanding. "Chill out, Saya. You're standing on a massive, shifting battlefield, not a local arena," he said, his voice a cool breeze against Saya's heat. "Are you really so afraid that there won't be enough beasts for you to kill? If we keep going, you'll likely end up killing more than you can handle. There will be thousands of opportunities for cores later. Right now, you need to keep your head. The most vital thing you can do right now is observe," Lu Shang continued, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. "Check the strength and the specific attack patterns of these beasts while the level 12s are doing the heavy lifting. Once we reach the main base, the environment will become significantly more hostile, and you won't get a controlled opportunity like this again. If you keep rushing in blindly like a fool, you won't just lose the battle. You'll lose everything down to your dignity." Lu Shang's warning about being stripped of one's defenses hit Saya like a cold bucket of water. He realized that in his haste to gain power, he was leaving himself tactically naked, as vulnerable as a man caught, without even the most basic layer of protection. He needed to be seamless and resilient, like high-quality armor, rather than brittle and exposed. The metaphor of total vulnerability resonated deep within him. He realized he was acting like a rank amateur in a professional's world, nearly throwing away his life for a shiny pebble. You're absolutely right. Thanks for the heads up, Lu Shang," Saya said, his frantic eagerness slowly cooling into a more calculated focus. He looked at Lu Shang with a new level of sincerity, genuinely grateful for the intervention. "I lost my head for a second there. You're right, Lu Shang. Honestly, Why do you always give off such a reliable veteran vibe? It's like you've been through 100 of these wars already. Lu Sheng didn't offer a grand explanation. He simply gave a slight, knowing nod and offered a faint smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He remained silent, letting the wisdom of his words settle into Saya's mind, maintaining the enigmatic aura that had begun to define him in the eyes of his companions. With a sharp swoosh, Lu Sheng pushed off the ground and took to the air, his silhouette cutting a graceful path through the dark, oppressive sky. Saya stood there for a moment, watching Lu Sheng's calm and steady departure, feeling a growing sense of unease and wonder. The more he observed Lu Sheng, the more he felt that the man was an anomaly, a hidden variable in an equation he couldn't yet solve. Saya frowned, his mind racing as he watched the distant figure of his friend. Lu Sheng, he obviously has what looks like ordinary level 11 strength on the surface, he thought to himself. But he possesses an exceptionally calm and confident temperament that I've only ever seen in the highest echelons of power. It's as if everything, the beasts, the rules, the war, is already under his absolute control. Who the hell is he really? As they moved deeper into the distorted landscape of the different dimensional battlefield, both Saya and Downton found themselves glancing at Lu Sheng more and more frequently. The question continued to haunt their thoughts, echoing through the silence of their march. Is this guy really just the Lu Sheng we think he is? Or is there a god hiding behind that mask of tranquility? He looks like a regular guy, but he's got this incredibly steady vibe. Chill, confident, and utterly unshakable, Saya mused internally. Ever since we stepped foot on this battlefield, or rather, since the moment I first met him, he's been in this state of absolute, preternatural calm. It's as if nothing in this world, no matter how monstrous or terrifying, can even make him flinch. And the scariest part is, I can tell that calmness isn't a front. It's the real deal, Saya concluded, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed Lu Sheng's posture. Having spent years navigating the martial world, Saya was no novice. He had seen that same specific aura on some truly serious heavy hitters and legendary masters before. Every single one of those individuals had been a top-tier VIP, someone whose confidence was backed by an ocean of true, devastating strength. Only those at the very top of the food chain have a vibe similar to Lu Sheng. The conclusion was inescapable. Lu Sheng either possessed a background so powerful it was beyond comprehension, or he was hiding a level of personal strength that would dwarf everyone on this field. Either way, he was definitely not the ordinary warrior he claimed to be. This man was layers deep, a complex mystery that made Saya realize he had drastically underestimated the person walking beside him. As these thoughts swirled in his head, Saya couldn't help but feel a secret, growing sense of excitement. Despite the dangers of the battlefield, he felt as though he had truly lucked out this time. By some twist of fate, he had managed to forge a genuine bond with two incredible individuals who were far more than they appeared to be. His luck, it seemed, was truly off the charts. After entering this hellish battlefield, he hadn't just found survival. He had found two true allies, the honest and dependable Downton, and this mysterious, undeniably powerful man known as Lu Sheng. With them at his side, the terrors of the dimension felt just a little bit less insurmountable. Saya's mind drifted back to the cryptic words of that eccentric old man back home, a self-proclaimed seer who spent his days in a haze of incense and mystery. Listen well, brat, the wizened figurehead wheezed. Fortune is about to favor you in the most unexpected of ways. At the time, Saya had dismissed it as the desperate rambling of a half-crazed fraud, but as he stood in the heart of this cosmic wasteland, a haunting question began to take root. Was that fortune-telling scam artist actually right? Could this brutal, different-dimensional battlefield truly be the grand turning point of his entire existence? Whatever the case may be, my initial reaction was one of pure superstition and healthy skepticism, Saya mused to himself, his fingers twitching against the hilt of his weapon. He had only ventured into this nightmare realm out of a raw, agonizing desperation for a martial breakthrough that seemed forever out of reach. Yet now, watching the impossible unfold before his very eyes, the cynicism that once shielded his heart was starting to crumble, replaced by a terrifying hope that the old man's prophecy was finally coming to fruition. The expeditionary group continued their arduous trek through the silent, oppressive vacuum of the universe for several more days, their silhouettes mere specks against the backdrop of distant, dying stars. Each hour felt like an eternity as they navigated the void, the constant threat of the unknown hanging over them like a sharpened blade, testing the mental fortitude of even the most seasoned level 12 powerhouses among them. During this grueling transit, they were besieged by dozens of separate waves of alien beasts, each more grotesque and aggressive than the last. Some encounters were minor skirmishes against scattered rank 11 predators, but others were massive, coordinated assaults, veritable armies of shadow and teeth led by a triumvirate of terrifying rank 12 beast leaders who commanded their mindless swarms with a chilling, predatory intelligence. The air, or what passed for it in this localized dimensional fold, was constantly filled with the thunderous sounds of battle as the human warriors launched their counteroffensives. They didn't just fight for survival, they fought with a primal greed, their voices rising in a cacophony of war cries that echoed through the comlinks. Cut them down. Don't let a single one escape, they roared, their primary objective clear. Hand over the energy cores. For many of the rank 12 warriors in the vanguard, the initial fear of the dimension had been replaced by a grim sense of professional satisfaction. Each successful hunt yielded more of the pulsating, rule-laden alien beast cores, fueling their ambition and providing a tangible reward for the life-threatening risks they were taking in this alien graveyard. Seeing the immediate physical surge experienced by the frontrunners, some of the other high-level warriors began to discard their caution. Emulating the reckless example set by Sal, they began to experiment with absorbing the energy cores directly on the battlefield, desperate to feel that same intoxicating rush of power and the sudden, forced expansion of their own rule comprehension. While the benefits of the cores were becoming undeniable to everyone, it was Sal who emerged as the most prolific and shameless looter of the group. He fought with a manic, obsessive energy, throwing himself into every single wave of monsters like a man possessed. He wasn't just killing beasts, he was actively stealing kills from his own teammates, swooping in at the last possible second to deliver the finishing blow and snatch the core before the rightful slayer could even blink. A simmering resentment began to brew among the ranks, yet no one was brave enough to voice their protests aloud. Sal's raw strength was simply too overwhelming, his aura too volatile and violent to challenge. The others watched with clenched teeth as he pilfered their hard-earned spoils, the fear of his retaliation outweighing their desire for the precious energy cores they so desperately coveted. With every core he consumed, Sal's power increased by visible, terrifying leaps, his physical form radiating a heat that blurred the air around him. This rapid ascension only served to fuel his natural arrogance, transforming his usual confidence into a bloated, insufferable cockiness. He moved through the battlefield with the ease of a predator in its natural habitat, feeling less like an intruder and more like a king returning to his throne. However, Sal wasn't the only one accumulating a massive hoard of trophies. The second most successful looter was the unassuming Miao. Unlike the boisterous and flamboyant Sal, Miao was a ghost on the battlefield, a silent shadow who moved with clinical efficiency. He ignored the drama and the shouting, focusing his entire being on the methodical hunting and execution of any alien beast that crossed his path. In the heat of one particularly chaotic skirmish, Miao had just cornered a smaller monster when a rank 12 warrior suddenly intercepted his killing blow, snatching the beast's life and its core in one fluid motion. Haha, mine now, the thief laughed, thinking he could bully the quiet warrior. Miao, with his average height and medium build, looked utterly unremarkable in his suit of battle-hardened armor. Apart from his official rank 12 status, he lacked the intimidating physical presence usually associated with such high-level powerhouses. But beneath that bland, ordinary exterior lay a sleeping dragon of immense power. Who could have guessed that this plain-looking man possessed the terrifying ability to easily one-shot rank 12 alien beasts with a flick of his wrist? As the thief turned to leave with the stolen core, Miao aura shifted instantly from a calm pond to a raging storm. He let out a sudden, sharp shout that cut through the din of battle like a thunderclap. Hey, you! Do you truly believe you have the right to steal what is mine? Miao Renqiong's energy erupted with a violent intensity that sent shockwaves through the immediate area, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with awe. It was in that moment of raw power that everyone finally realized the truth. This quiet, average man was a super powerhouse, a hidden master whose strength was not a single bit inferior to the monstrous Sao. At the same time, on the flank where Lu Sheng stood watching, Sao's voice continued to ring out across the battlefield, his screams echoing with a disturbing, frenetic energy. He was shouting like a man who had lost his grip on reality, his mind clearly being pushed to the brink by the very power he was consuming. Kill. Kill everything. Die for me, you filthy animals. Sao shrieked, followed by a burst of manic, unsettling laughter. Saya and Downton watched his performance with expressions of pure disgust, unable to hide their contempt. Damn it all, Saya hissed, watching Sal dive into a pack of weaker creatures. Sal is such a bottomless, shameless bastard. He's so greedy, he's even trying to steal rank 10 beasts from us rank 11 warriors now. He doesn't even want to leave us the crumbs. Downton's massive fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles had turned white, his voice a low, gravelly rumble of frustration. Saya, I swear, if I actually had the strength to take that guy down, I'd definitely step in and help you beat some humility into him. Saya broke into a nervous sweat upon hearing this, glancing over at Downton with wide eyes. You'd really dare to raise a hand against a monster like that? He whispered, shocked by his friend's raw, if suicidal, bravado. Lu Sheng remained a silent observer, his eyes narrowed as he processed the deteriorating psychological state of the group. Sal isn't just acting out of greed anymore, Lu Sheng thought privately. He's been triggered by Miao Renqiong's hidden strength. His pathological desire to win and be the absolute strongest is being pushed to a breaking point. Sal had once been content to leave the smaller scraps for others, but now he had transformed into a starving dog guarding a meager pile of food, baring his teeth at everyone. Whenever a new wave of alien beasts appeared, Sal was invariably the first to charge, clearing out the rank 11s with brutal efficiency before turning his attention to the rank 12s. Eventually, his avarice grew so great that he refused to let go of even the rank 10 beasts, which only had a marginal chance of containing a core. He swallowed every gem he found instantly, completely disregarding the warnings from the guides about the corruptive nature of the energy. Truly arrogant beyond measure, Lu Sheng mused, his internal assessment of Sal growing colder by the second. An absolute idiot, Lu Sheng thought, a faint trace of pity crossing his mind. Initially, I suspected he might be slightly more formidable than Monroe, but seeing how easily he's letting this dimensional energy erode his common sense, that's no longer a certainty. A warrior who cannot control his own hunger is no better than the beasts he hunts. Finally, the mounting tension broke as one of the other warriors stood his ground, his face twisted into an ugly mask of rage. He stepped toward Sal, his voice trembling with indignation as he shouted, Sal, this has gone far enough. You're taking this way too far. You're trying to hoard every single benefit for yourself, leaving the rest of us with nothing but the dirt under your boots. With someone finally taking the lead, the dam burst. A second, and then a third warrior quickly stepped forward to join the protest. It was painfully obvious that the majority of the team had long since reached their limit with Sal's behavior. Yeah, he's right. Have you no shame, you orange-haired freak? Someone else yelled. I've been sick of your face for days. This guy is so pathetic he won't even leave us the rank 10s. He's not just refusing to leave us the soup. He's eating the meal, licking the plates clean, and then trying to charge us for the water. The complaints weren't just coming from the rank 11 powerhouses. Even the rank 10 warriors in the support positions were whispering bitter curses under their breath. Sal, however, couldn't have cared less about the sea of discontented faces surrounding him. His arrogance remained entirely unfazed, a wall of pure ego that reflected their anger back at them. He let out a slow, chilling sneer and opened his mouth to speak. Not convinced. If you're so unhappy, why don't you try to snatch a core from my hand? Of course, that's assuming any of you pathetic losers actually have the guts to try. Sal's eyes flashed with a lethal, predatory glint, his tone absolutely firm and devoid of any remorse. The moment those words left his lips, The expressions of the surrounding warriors turned from anger to a dark, dangerous resolve. "What did you just say?" one of them hissed. "Are you really looking down on all of us at once?" Even the two guides, Lan Shun and Dong Qingxue, couldn't help but frown, realizing that the internal cohesion of the team was rapidly disintegrating. Before anyone could react, an orange blur exploded forward as Sal directly charged the man who had first spoken up, unleashing a blistering barrage of punches that broke the sound barrier. The target barely had time to register the attack, his eyes wide with shock as Sal's voice roared over the impact. "What the fuck are you going to do about it? Eat dirt and die, you worthless trash." Sal was no longer just fighting. He was boiling over with a raw, unadulterated rage that seemed to permeate his very aura. His sudden, violent outburst acted as a catalyst, drawing the immediate and alarmed attention of the guides, who realized that the situation was spiraling toward an irreversible catastrophe. "Stop it. Both of you stop this madness right now." Lan Shin's voice boomed across the void, amplified by his own significant power. He attempted to interject his presence between the combatants, but the bloodlust in the air had already become too thick to be dispersed by a mere command. In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the expedition shifted from a disciplined march to a chaotic, free-for-all brawl. As Sal's fist connected with his opponent, several other figures immediately erupted into action, their own pent-up frustrations exploding. "Fuck it. Let's beat the living crap out of that arrogant bastard," someone screamed. "I don't care how strong you think you are, Sal. I don't believe you can take all of us down at once." Somehow, through a dark alchemy of greed and dimensional influence, the situation escalated even further than anyone could have predicted. More and more warriors, fueled by a sudden, irrational spike in aggression, joined the chaotic melee. Within minutes, the entire team, once the elite vanguard of humanity, had descended into utter, mindless chaos, turning their weapons on each other while the alien beasts watched from the shadows. Sal, now fully enveloped in a blazing, orange aura that flickered like hellfire, scoffed with supreme disdain as he swatted away an incoming attack. "Huh. Look at you all. A pathetic bunch of trash huddling together for warmth," he mocked, his voice dripping with venom. "It doesn't matter how many losers you gather in one place. You're still just losers in the end. I'll wipe every single one of you out and take everything for myself." As he finished his boast, Sal unleashed a flurry of punches that sent shockwaves rippling through the crowd. "Stop. Don't fight. Can't we just talk this out?" one warrior cried, stepping forward in a desperate attempt to act as a peacemaker. In response, a series of stray, high-velocity energy streams slashed through his armor, drawing blood. The man froze, his eyes filling with a sudden, dark rage, and without a second thought, he dove headlong into the fray himself. In a terrifyingly short span of time, over a third of the entire team had actively or passively plunged into the mindless slaughter. From the perspective of a rational bystander, this sudden internal conflict seemed utterly bizarre and absurd. Saya muttered, his voice trembling as he watched the madness unfold before him. "What is wrong with these people?" Saya whispered, his eyes darting between the battling rank 12s. "How can they possibly justify starting an internal conflict now of all times? Are they all completely insane? We're still deep in enemy territory on the route to the base, and they're acting like children in a sandbox." Suddenly, Saya's gaze became fixed on Sal, who was currently being ganged up on by several powerful rank 12 warriors. As he watched the orange-haired monster struggle, a peculiar, oily glint appeared in Saya's eyes, and a bold, murderous thought surged from the darkest depths of his heart. "If I ambush Sal right now while he's distracted, if I put everything I have into one strike, will I finally have a chance to assassinate him?" The moment this idea surfaced, it blazed like a wildfire through his mind, consuming his common sense. "Yes, it's perfect. It's awesome." Saya failed to notice the tiny red blood vessels slowly spreading across his whites, his dry mouth, his rapid, shallow breathing, or the fact that his entire being was gradually entering a state of unnamed, feverish frenzy. He was on the verge of lunging forward, his muscles coiling for a strike that would surely result in his immediate death. But just as Saya was about to act on his lethal impulse and throw his life away, a large, heavy hand suddenly reached out from the side, moving with a speed that brooked no resistance. Smack! A heavy, stinging slap landed squarely across Saya's face, the force of it snapping his head to the side and knocking him completely senseless for a heartbeat. That single, physical jolt was enough to extinguish the tiny, flickering spark of madness in his heart. Saya stood there for a long moment, dumbfounded and clutching his throbbing cheek, as the red haze cleared from his vision. He slowly turned his head, meeting Lu Sheng's calm, level eyes. He looked at Lu Sheng with a sense of immense, confused curiosity. "What?" he croaked. Lu Sheng spoke, his voice cool and steady. "You were being possessed by the dimensional influence, Saya. Wake up." Lu Sheng slowly withdrew his hand, his expression remaining entirely neutral as he calmly replied to Saya's unspoken confusion. He didn't look like a man who had just struck a friend. He looked like a doctor who had just administered a necessary, if painful, life-saving treatment. "There's no need to thank me," Lu Sheng added, his gaze already returning to the battlefield. Saya remained stunned, his mind now clear and functioning again. As the reality of what he had almost done began to sink in, he felt a wave of nausea, and he instantly broke into a cold, shivering sweat. What the hell was wrong with me just now? He thought, his heart hammering against his ribs. Why did I suddenly get such a suicidal, insane idea? Forget whether it was even feasible or not, Saya whispered to himself, his legs feeling like jelly. With my pathetic rank 11 strength, daring to rush into a team fight of rank 12 powerhouses, I'd be dead and torn to pieces before I even knew what hit me. I would have been vaporized by a stray shockwave. Saya was now drenched in cold sweat, frantically wiping his forehead as his face turned a sickly shade of pale. Thank you, Lu Sheng," he stammered, his voice thick with genuine terror. What the hell just happened? Why did I even think that for a second? Even though Saya harbored deep resentment toward Sal and wished him ill luck, he never genuinely wanted the man dead, and certainly never would have risked his own life in a futile ambush. That decision had been truly, terrifyingly outrageous. Seeing Saya clinging to his arm for support, Lu Sheng sighed inwardly. Why is he always getting so close to me? He wondered, a brief flash of annoyance crossing his mind. This is honestly quite disgusting, Lu Sheng thought, though he didn't pull away. Beside them, the massive, rock-like Downton let out a low, vibrating rumble of agreement. I also felt my emotions being twisted and influenced just a moment ago, Downton admitted, his voice heavy with concern. This environment is completely messed up. Lu Sheng, what about you? How are you staying so calm? Saya yelped in realization, quickly looking at Lu Sheng and asking rapidly, Lu Sheng, do you actually know what the hell is going on here? Is it the cores? Is it the air? Lu Sheng said nothing in response, merely narrowing his eyes into thin slits as he silently observed the carnage unfolding before them. His silence wasn't one of ignorance, but of deep, focused observation, as if he were reading the invisible threads of energy that were currently strangling the sanity of the group. Feeling the weight of Lu Sheng's gaze, Saya and Downton instinctively followed his line of sight, turning their attention back to the center of the arena where the conflict had reached its zenith. At this precise moment, the scale of the chaos had expanded until nearly half the entire expedition had been sucked into the violence. The most prominent and terrifying focal point was the combat group surrounding the flame-haired Sal. Sal had been a massive thorn in everyone's side for days, and now he was reaping the whirlwind as he was swarmed by a literal mob of rank 12 powerhouses. But the man was genuinely, monstrously overpowered. Even while being ganged up on by 7 or 8 of his peers, he stubbornly held his ground, radiating a pure, concentrated madman's power that refused to be quelled. And then, in a twist that confused the onlookers even further, Dong Qingxue, the female guide who had made her personal dislike for Sal very clear, was surprisingly stepping in to side with him, using her own formidable strength to deflect some of the incoming blows aimed at his back. She wasn't fighting for Sal's sake, but for the sake of the mission, her voice cutting through the roar of battle as she yelled, "Everyone, calm down. Cease this fighting immediately before you attract every beast in the sector." Saya watched this with a deepening frown, unable to stop himself from venting his confusion. Sal is strong, sure, But he's only holding out this long because Dongqing Xue is helping him. Without her, they'd have ripped him apart by now. Why is she even helping that arrogant prick? Saya continued, his voice bitter. She should just step back and let everyone beat some sense into him. Maybe once they blow off some steam and crack a few of his ribs, this whole mess will finally end, and we can get back to the mission. Suddenly, Downton's massive hand came down, clapping Saya firmly on the shoulder and effectively interrupting his tirade. Downton's face was grimmer than Saya had ever seen it, his eyes fixed on the combatants with a chilling clarity. "No, Saya. That's not it at all," Downton whispered, his voice trembling slightly with the weight of his realization. "Look closer at their eyes, and look at the way they're aiming their strikes. These people aren't just trying to beat Sal up to vent a little bit of petty anger." Downton stated his conclusion with a decisive, haunting finality. "They aren't looking for a lesson. They want to kill Sal. They want him dead and gone. And look at Sal. He isn't just defending himself anymore. He wants to wipe every single one of them off the face of the universe." Downton's gravelly, decisive words acted like a cold bucket of water over Saya, jolting him out of his dazed state. The memory of his own recent, inexplicable surge of murderous irrationality flooded back, sending a shiver down his spine as he looked at the bloodshot eyes of the warriors around him. A terrifying, profound realization began to dawn upon him, making his skin crawl with a visceral dread. "What?" he stammered, his voice barely a whisper against the roar of the melee. "If this isn't just a simple argument over spoils, what in the name of the abyss is actually happening to everyone right now?" Throughout the escalating madness and the cacophony of clashing steel and elemental fury, Lu Sheng remained an island of absolute stillness, his silence more profound than the surrounding chaos. He stood with his arms crossed, his piercing eyes narrowing as he methodically analyzed the invisible, malevolent energies weaving through the air. While the others were being consumed by their own inner demons, he offered no word of comfort or warning, choosing instead to coldly observe the unfolding disaster with the detached clinical interest of a predator watching a tragedy from the shadows.